From the book jacket. With the exciting arrival of the new Jedi Order series, the next era of Star Wars history is about to begin. Here, fantasy and science fiction's most acclaimed authors propel the legendary epic into the next millennium, introducing us to a rich cast of characters that features old favorites, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and Leia Organa Solo, along with the next generation of Jedi and never-before-seen creatures, droids, and deadly agents of darkness. In Vector Prime, the launch novel for this thrilling new saga, New York Times best-selling author R.A. Salvatore takes the Star Wars universe to previously unscaled heights of action and imagination, expanding the beloved story of a galaxy far, far away. 21 years have passed since the heroes of the Rebel Alliance destroyed the Death Star, breaking the power of the Emperor. Since then, the New Republic has valiantly struggled to maintain peace and prosperity among the peoples of the galaxy. But unrest has begun to spread. Tensions erupt in outbreaks of rebellion that, if unchecked, threaten to destroy the Republic's tenuous reign. Into this volatile atmosphere comes Nom Anor, a charismatic firebrand who heats passions to the boiling point, sowing seeds of dissent for his own dark motives. In an effort to avert a catastrophic civil war, Leia travels with her daughter Jaina, her sister-in-law Mara Jade Skywalker, and the loyal protocol droid C-3PO to conduct face-to-face diplomatic negotiations with Nom Anor. But he proves resistant to Leia's entreaties, and far more inexplicably, within the Force, where a being should be, is a blank space. Meanwhile, Luke is plagued by reports of rogue Jedi Knights who are taking the law into their own hands, and so he wrestles with a dilemma. Should he attempt, in this climate of mistrust, to re-establish the legendary Jedi Council? As the Jedi and the Republic focus on internal struggles, a new threat surfaces, unnoticed, beyond the farthest reaches of the Outer Rim. An enemy appears from outside known space, bearing weapons and technology unlike anything New Republic scientists have ever seen. Suddenly, Luke, Mara, Leia, Han Solo, and Chewbacca, along with the Solo children, are thrust again into battle to defend the freedoms so many have fought and died for. But this time, all their courage, sacrifice, and even the power of the Force itself may not be enough. 1. Fraying Fabric. It was too peaceful out here, surrounded by the vacuum of space and with only the continual hum of the twin ion drives breaking the silence. While she loved these moments of peace, Leia Organa Solo also viewed them as an emotional trap, for she had been around long enough to understand the turmoil she would find at the end of this ride, like the end of every ride lately. Leia paused a moment before she entered the bridge of the Jade Saber, the new shuttle her brother Luke had built for his wife, Mara Jade. Before her, and apparently oblivious to her, Mara and Jaina sat comfortably side by side at the controls, talking and smiling. Leia focused on her daughter Jaina, 16 years old, but with the mature and calm demeanor of a veteran pilot. Jaina looked a lot like Leia, with long dark hair and brown eyes contrasting sharply with her smooth and creamy skin. Indeed, Leia saw much of herself in the girl. No, not girl, Leia corrected her own thoughts, but young woman. That same sparkle behind the brown eyes, mischievous, adventurous, determined. That notion set Leia back a bit, for she recognized then that when she looked at Jaina, she was seeing not a reflection of herself, but an image of the girl she had once been. A twinge of sadness caught her as she considered her own life now, a diplomat, a bureaucrat, a mediator, always trying to calm things down, always working for the peace and prosperity of the New Republic. Did she miss the days when the most common noise around her had been the sharp blare of a blaster or the hiss of a lightsaber? Was she sorry that those wild times had been replaced by the droning of the ion drives and the sharp bickering of one pride-wounded emissary after another? Perhaps, Leia had to admit, but in looking at Jaina and those simmering dark eyes, she could take vicarious pleasure. Another twinge, jealousy, caught her by surprise, as Mara and Jaina erupted into laughter over some joke Leia had not overheard. But she pushed the absurd notion far from her mind as she considered her sister-in-law, Luke's wife and Jaina's tutor, at Jaina's own request, in the ways of the Jedi. Mara was not a substitute mother for Jaina, but rather a big sister, and when Leia considered the fires that constantly burned in Mara's green eyes, she understood that the woman could give to Jaina things that Leia could not, and that those lessons and that friendship would prove valuable indeed to her daughter. And so she forced aside her jealousy, and was merely glad that Jaina had found such a friend. She started onto the bridge, but paused again, sensing movement behind her. She knew before looking that it was Bolfer, her Nogri bodyguard, and barely gave him a glance as he glided to the side, moving so easily and gracefully that he reminded her of a lace curtain drifting lazily in a gentle breeze. She had accepted young Bolfer as her shadow for just that reason, for he was as unobtrusive as any bodyguard could be. Leia marveled at the young Nogri, at how his grace and silence covered a perfectly deadly fighting ability. She held up her hand, indicating that Bolfer should remain out here, and though his usually emotionless face did flash Leia a quick expression of disappointment, she knew he would obey. Bolfer and all the Nogri would do anything Leia asked of them. He would jump off a cliff or dive into the hot end of an ion engine for her, and the only time she ever saw any sign of discontentment with her orders was when Bolfer thought she might be placing him in a difficult position to properly defend her. As he was thinking now, Leia understood, though why in the world Bolfer would fear for her safety on her sister-in-law's private shuttle was beyond her. Sometimes dedication could be taken a bit too far. With a nod to Bolfer, she turned back to the bridge and crossed through the open doorway. "How much longer?" she asked, and was amused to see both Jaina and Mara jump in surprise at her sudden appearance. In answer, Jaina increased the magnification on the forward screen, and instead of the unremarkable dots of light, there appeared an image of two planets, one mostly blue and white, the other reddish in hue, seemingly so close together that Leia wondered how it was that the blue and white one, the larger of the pair, had not grasped the other in its gravity and turned it into a moon. Parked halfway between them, perhaps 500,000 kilometers from either, deck lights glittering in the shadows of the blue and white planet, loomed a Mon Calamari battle cruiser, the Mediator, one of the newest ships in the New Republic fleet. "They're at their closest," Mara observed, referring to the planets. "I beg your indulgence," came a melodic voice from the doorway, and the protocol droid C-3PO walked into the room. "But I do not believe that is correct." "Close enough," Mara said. She turned to Jaina. "Both Romamul and Osarian are ground-based, technologically." "Romamul almost exclusively so," C-3PO quickly added, drawing a scowl from all three of the women. Oblivious, he rambled on. "Even Osarian's fleet must be considered marginal at best, unless, of course, one is using the Ponton scale of aerotechno advancement, which counts even a simple land speeder as highly as it would a Star Destroyer. Perfectly ridiculous scale." "Thank you, 3PO, Leia said, her tone indicating that she had heard more than enough. "They've both got missiles that can hit each other from this close distance, though," Mara continued. "Oh, yes," the droid exclaimed, "and given the proximity of their relative elliptical orbits—" "Thank you, 3PO, Leia said. "They will remain within striking distance for some time," C-3PO continued without missing a beat. "Months at least. In fact, they will be even closer in 2 standard weeks, the closest they will be to each other for a decade to come." "Thank you, 3PO, Mara and Leia said together. "And the closest they have been for a decade previous." The droid had to slip in, as the women turned back to their conversation. Mara shook her head, trying to remember her original point to Jaina. "That's why your mother chose to come out now." "You're expecting a fight?" Jaina asked, and neither Leia nor Mara missed the sparkle in her eye. "The Mediator will keep them behaving," Leia said hopefully. Indeed, the battlecruiser was an impressive warship, an updated and more heavily armed and armored version of the Mon Calamari Star Cruiser. Mara looked back to the screen and shook her head, unconvinced. "It'll take more than a show of force to stop this catastrophe," she replied. "Indeed, it has been escalating by all reports," C-3PO piped up. "It started as a simple mining dispute over mineral rights, but now the rhetoric is more appropriate for some kind of a holy crusade." "It's the leader on Romamul," Mara remarked. "Nom Anor. He's reached down and grabbed his followers by their most basic instincts, weaving the dispute against Osirian into a more general matter of tyranny and oppression. Don't underestimate him." "I can't begin to give you a full list of tyrants like Nom Anor that I've dealt with," Leia said with a resigned shrug. "I had that very list available," C-3PO blurted. "Tonkus Rothba of—" "Thank you, 3PO, Leia said, too politely. "Why, of course, Princess Leia," the droid replied. "I do so like to be of service. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, Tonkus Rothba of—" "Not now, 3PO, Leia insisted. Then to Mara she added, "I've seen his type often." "Not like him," Mara replied somewhat softly, and the sudden weakness in her voice reminded Leia and Jaina that Mara, despite her nearly constant bravado and overabundance of energy, was seriously ill, with a strange and thankfully rare disease that had killed dozens of others and against which the best doctors in the New Republic had proven completely helpless. Of those who had contracted the molecular disorder, only Mara and one other remained alive, and that other person, being studied intently on Coruscant, was fast dying. "Daluba," C-3PO went on. "And, of course, there was Ichnya." Leia started to turn to the droid, hoping to politely but firmly shut him up, but Jaina's cry stopped her abruptly and swung her back to face the screen. "Incoming ships," Jaina announced, her voice full of surprise. The telltale blips had appeared on her sensor viewer as if from nowhere. "4 of them," Mara confirmed. Even as she spoke, the warning buzzers began to go off. "From Osirian." She turned her curious expression up to Leia. "They know who we are?" Leia nodded. "And they know why I've come." "Then they should know to leave us alone," Jaina reasoned. Leia nodded again, but understood better. She had come to the system not to meet with the Osirians, not at first, at least, but their principal rival, Nom Anor, the cult figure stirring up trouble on Romamul. "Tell them to back off," she instructed Mara. "Politely?" Mara asked, smiling, and with that dangerous twinkle in her eyes. "New Republic shuttle," a halting voice crackled over the comm. "This is Captain Grappa of Osirian First Force." With a flick of a switch, Mara put an image of the captain on the view screen, and Leia sighed as the green skin, spiny head ridge, and taper-like snout came into view. "Wonderful," she remarked sarcastically. "The Osirians have hired Rhodians?" Jaina asked. "Nothing like a few mercenaries to quiet things down," Leia replied dryly. "Oh, dear me," C-3PO remarked, and he shuffled aside nervously. "You come with us," Grappa insisted, his multifaceted eyes sparkling eagerly. "To Osa Prime." "Seems the Osirians want to talk with you first," Mara said. "They're afraid that my meeting with Nom Anor will only heighten his stature, both among the Romamulians and throughout the sector," Leia reasoned, a notion not without credence, and one that she had debated endlessly before making the decision to come here. "Whatever the reason, they're closing fast," Mara replied. Both she and Jaina looked to Leia for instructions, for while the Jade Saber was Mara's ship, this was Leia's mission. "Princess Leia?" an obviously alarmed C-3PO asked. Leia sat down in the chair behind Mara, intently studying the screen, which Jaina had switched back to a normal space view. The 4 approaching fighters were clearly visible. "Lose them," she said determinedly, a request that neither of the pilots needed to hear twice. Indeed, Mara had been eager to put the shuttle, with its powerful twin engines and state-of-the-art maneuvering systems, through a real test. Green eyes sparkling, smile wide, Mara reached for the controls, but then retracted her hands and put them on her lap. "You heard her, Jaina," she said. Jaina's mouth dropped open. So did Leia's. "You mean it?" Jaina asked. Mara's only reply was an almost bored expression, along with a slight yawn, as if this whole thing was no big deal, and certainly nothing that Jaina couldn't easily handle. "Yes," Jaina whispered, clenching her fists, wearing a smile nearly wide enough to take in her ears. She rubbed her hands together, then reached out to the right, rolling her fingers over the floating ball control of the inertial compensator. "Strap in," she ordered, and she dialed it down to 95%, as fighter pilots often did, so that they could gain a tactile feel to the movements of their ships. Reading the G's, Jaina had heard it called, and she always preferred flying that way, where fast turns and mighty acceleration could push her back in her seat. "Not too much," Leia said with concern. But her daughter was in her element now, Leia knew, and she'd pushed the shuttle to its limits. Leia felt the lean as Jaina veered right, angling away from the approaching ships. "If you run, we shoot you down," came the uneven voice of Grappa. "Z-95 headhunters," Mara said derisively of the closing craft, an antiquated starfighter, and she flipped off the comm switch and looked back at Leia. "Can't shoot what you can't catch," she explained. "Kick them in," she added to Jaina, motioning to the primary thrusters, thinking that a burst of the powerful engines would shoot the Jade Saber right past the befuddled Rhodians and their outdated starfighters. Even as she spoke, though, two more blips appeared on the sensors, streaking out from the shadows around Romamul, angling right in line with the Jade Saber. "Mara," Leia said with concern. At that, Mara did reach for the controls, but only for a moment, and then she looked Jaina right in the eye and nodded for the young woman to proceed. Leia lurched forward in her seat, held back only by the belt, as Jaina reversed throttle and kicked the etheric rudder right. There came a metallic thump behind them, C-3PO hitting the wall, Leia guessed. Even as the Jade Saber came to a sudden halt, nose turned starboard, Jaina pumped it out to full throttle and kicked the rudder back to the left, then hard right, fishtailing the ship about in a brutal 180, then working the rudder hard and somewhat choppy in straightening out her direct retreat. As they turned, a laser cannon blast cut across their bow. "All right, the first four are on our tail," Mara instructed calmly. The Jade Saber jolted, hit aft, a blow the shields easily held back. "Try Mara started to say, but she lost the words and nearly her lunch as Jaina pulled a snap roll right and then another right behind it. "Oh, we'll be killed," came C-3PO's cry from the doorway, and Leia managed to turn her head to see the droid leaning in against the metal jamb, and then to see him fly away with a pitiful cry as Jaina kicked the etheric rudder again, putting the ship into another sudden fishtail. A pair of headhunters streaked past the view screen, but just for a split second, for Jaina vectored away at a different angle and at single-engine full throttle, pressing Leia back in her seat. Leia wanted to say something to Jaina then, some words of encouragement or advice, but found her words stuck in her throat. And not for any G-forces. It was the sight of Jaina, the fire in her brown eyes, the determined set of her jaw, the sheer concentration. At that moment, Leia knew. Her daughter was a woman now, and with all the grit of her father and mother combined. Mara glanced over her right shoulder between Jaina and Leia, and both followed her lead long enough to see that two of the initial four had altered course accordingly and were fast closing, laser cannons blasting away. "Hold on," a confident Jaina warned, and she pulled back the stick, lifting the Jade Saber's nose, then shoved it forward, dropping the shuttle into a sudden inverted loop. "We're doomed," C-3PO cried from the hallway. The hallway ceiling, Leia knew. Halfway around, Jaina broke the loop with a snap roll, then kicked her into a fishtail and a barrel roll, bringing her about to nearly their original course, but with the initial four behind them. Now she did kick in both ion drives, as if to use sheer speed to split the gap between the two incoming fighters. Both angled out suddenly, then turned back in, widening that escape route but giving them a longer shooting angle at the shuttle and an easier turn to pursue. "They're good," Mara warned, but like Leia, she found her words lost in her throat as Jaina, teeth gritted to fight back the G's, reversed throttle. "Princess!" The plaintive cry from the corridor ended abruptly in a loud crash. "Coming in hot," Mara cried, noting the fighter fast approaching to port. Jaina couldn't even hear her. She had turned inward now, was feeling the force coursing through her, was registering every movement of her enemies and reacting instinctively, playing the game 3 moves ahead. Before Mara had even begun to speak, Jaina had hit the forward attitude adjustment jets, lifting the nose. Then she pumped the throttle and kicked the rudder, lifting the jade saber and bringing her nose about to starboard to directly face the other incoming headhunter. And that eager Rhodian did come in at them, and hard, and the jade saber's defensive array screeched and lit up, warning of a lock-on. "Jaina!" Leia cried. "He's got us," Mara added. But then the closer ship, coming from port, passed right under the jade saber, and Jaina fired the repulsor lifts, bouncing the jade saber up and sending the poor headhunter into a wild, spinning roll. The closing ship from starboard let fly its concussion missile, but it and the headhunter zipped right underneath the elevated jade saber. Before the 3 women could even begin to catch their breath, another ship streaked in, an X-Wing, the new XJ version of the Starfighter, its own laser cannons blasting away from its wingtips. Not at the jade saber, though, but at the headhunter that had just gone past. "Who is that?" Leia asked, and Jaina, equally curious, brought the jade saber about hard. The headhunter snap-rolled left and dived, but the far superior X-Wing stayed on her, lasers scoring hit after hit, depleting her shields, and then blasting her apart into a million pieces. "A Jedi," Mara and Jaina said together, and Leia, when she paused to collect the force sensations about her, concurred. "Fast to the mediator," Leia instructed her daughter, and Jaina swung the jade saber about yet again. "I didn't know there were any Jedi in the sector," Leia said to Mara, who could only shrug, equally at a loss. "Another one's out," Jaina informed them, watching the blips on her sensor screen, "and 2 others are vectoring away." "They want no part of a Jedi showing a willingness to shoot back," Mara remarked. "Maybe Rhodians are smarter than I thought," Leia said dryly. "Smooth it out," she instructed her daughter, unbuckling and climbing unsteadily to her feet. Jaina reluctantly dialed the inertial compensator back to full. "Only 1 pursuing," Jaina informed them as Leia made her way to the door. "The X-Wing," Mara added, and Leia nodded. In the hallway outside the bridge, Leia found C-3PO inverted and against the wall, his feet sticking up in the air, his head crunched forward so that his chin was tight against his chest. "You have to learn to hold on," Leia said to him, helping him upright. She glanced across the way to Bolfer as she spoke to find the Nogri still standing calmly in the exact spot she had assigned him. Somehow, she wasn't amazed. Jaina took the jade saber at a swift but steady pace toward the distant mediator. She checked often for pursuit, but it quickly became obvious that the Rhodians and their outdated headhunters wanted no part of this fight. Leia rejoined them a short while later to find Jaina in complete control and Mara resting back in her seat, eyes closed. Even when Jaina asked her aunt a question about docking procedures, the woman didn't respond, didn't even open her eyes. "They'll guide you in," Leia interjected, and sure enough, a voice from the mediator crackled over the opened comm, giving explicit directions for entry vector. Jaina took her in, and Jaina took her down easily, and after the display of flying she had just given them out with the headhunters, Leia wasn't the least bit surprised by her ability to so smoothly tight-dock a ship as large as the Jade Saber. That final shudder as Jaina eased off the repulsor lifts and settled the shuttle onto the docking bay floor stirred Mara from her rest. She opened her eyes and, seeing where they were, rose quickly, and then she swayed and seemed as if she would fall. Leia and Jaina were there in an instant, catching and steadying her. She regained her balance and took a deep breath. Maybe next time you can dial down the inertial compensator to 97 instead of 95, she said jokingly, straining a smile. Jaina laughed, but Leia's face showed her deep concern. "Are you all right?" she asked. Mara eyed her directly. "Perhaps we should find a place where you can rest," Leia said. "Where we all can rest," Mara corrected, and her tone told Leia to back off, a reminder that Leia was intruding on a private place for Mara, a place she had explicitly instructed all of her friends, even her husband, not to go. This disease was Mara's fight alone, to Mara's thinking, a battle that had forced her to reconsider everything she thought about her life, past, present, and future, and everything she thought about death. Leia held her stare for a moment longer, but replaced her own concerned expression with one of acceptance. Mara did not want to be coddled or cuddled. She was determined to live on in an existence that did not name her disease as the most pressing and important facet of her entire life, to live on as she had before, with the illness being relegated to the position of nuisance and nothing more. Of course, Leia understood it to be much more than that, an internal churning that required Mara to spend hours and tremendous force energy merely holding it in check. But that was Mara's business. "I hope to meet with Nom Anor tomorrow," Leia explained, as the three, with C-3PO and Bolfer in tow, headed for the lower hatch, then moved down to the landing bay. A contingent of New Republic honor guards stood waiting there, along with Commander Akdul, a Mon Calamarian with large, probing eyes, a fish-like face, and salmon-colored skin. "By all reports, we should all be rested before dealing with him." "Believe those reports," Mara said. "And first, it seems I get to meet with our savior Jedi," Leia added dryly, looking back behind the jade saber to see the X-Wing gliding in to rest. "Worth Skidder," Jaina remarked, recognizing the markings under the canopy on the starfighter. "Why am I not surprised?" Leia asked, and she blew a sigh. Akdul came over to them then and extended his formal greetings to the distinguished guests, but Leia's reaction set him back on his heels. Indeed, it raised more than a few eyebrows among the members of the Mediator's honor guard. "Why did you send him out?" Leia snapped, motioning toward the docking X-Wing. Commander Akdul started to answer, but Leia continued. "If we had needed assistance, we would have called for it." "Of course, Princess Leia," Commander Akdul said with a polite bow. "Then why send him out?" "Why do you assume that Worth Skidder flew out at my command?" the cool Commander Akdul dared to respond. "Why would you assume that Worth Skidder heeds any order I might give?" "Couple of Ridgehead parachutes floating over Osarian, if those Rhodians had any luck," came the sing-song voice of Worth Skidder. The cocky young man was fast approaching, pulling off his helmet and giving his shock of blonde hair a tousle as he walked. Leia stepped out to intercept him, and took another quick step for no better reason than to make the Jedi stop short. "Worth Skidder," she said. "Princess," the man replied with a bow. "Did you have a little fun out there?" "More than a little," the Jedi said, with a wide grin and a sniffle. And he always seemed to be sniffling. And his hair always looked as if he had just walked in from a Tatooine sandstorm. "Fun for me, I mean, and not for the Rhodians." "And the cost of your fun?" Leia asked. That took the smile from Worth Skidder's face, and he looked at Leia curiously, obviously not understanding. "The cost," Leia explained. "What did your little excursion cost?" "A couple of proton torpedoes," Worth replied with a shrug. "A little fuel." "And a year of diplomatic missions to calm down the Osarians," Leia retorted. "But they shot first," Worth protested. "Do you even understand that your stupidity likely escalated an already impossible situation?" Leia's voice was as firm and cold as anyone present had ever heard it. So cold, in fact, that the always overprotective Bolfer, fearing trouble, glided closer to her, hanging back just behind her left shoulder, within fast striking distance of the Jedi. "They were attacking you," Worth Skidder retorted. "6 of them." They were trying to bring us down to Osirian, Leia harshly explained. A not so unexpected response, given my announced intentions here. And so we planned to avoid them. Avoid. Do you understand that word? Worth Skitter said nothing. Avoid them and thus cause no further problems or hard feelings, Leia went on. And so we would have, as we would have asked for no explanations from Shunta Osirian Darg, all of us pretending that nothing had ever happened. But, and our graciousness in not mentioning this unfortunate incident, would have brought me the bargaining capital I need to bring some kind of conciliation from Osirian toward Romamul. Leia continued, anger creeping in thicker with each word. But now we can't do that, can we? Now, so that Worth Skitter could paint another skull on the side of his X-Wing, I'll have to deal with an incident. They shot first, Worth Skitter reiterated when it became apparent that Leia was done. And better that they had shot last, Leia replied. And if Shunta Osirian Darg demands reparations, we'll agree with all apologies, and any monies to be paid will come from Worth Skitter's private funds. The Jedi squared his shoulders at the suggestion, but then Leia hit him with a sudden and devastating shot. My brother will see to it. Worth Skitter bowed again, glared at Leia and all around, then turned on his heel and walked briskly away. My apologies, Princess Leia, Akdul said, but I have no real authority over Jedi Skitter. I had thought it a blessing when he arrived 2 weeks ago. His Jedi skills should certainly come in handy against any terrorist attempts, and we have heard rumors of many against the Mediator. And you are indeed within striking distance of surface missiles, C-3PO added, but he stopped short, this time catching on to the many disapproving looks that came his way. I did not know that Jedi Skitter would prove so... Akdul paused, searching for the right word. Intractable. Stubborn, you mean, Leia said. As they all started away, Leia did manage a bit of a smile when she heard Mara behind her tell Jaina, maybe Nom Anor has met his match. C-9PO, a protocol droid, its copper coloring tinged red from the constantly blowing dusts of Romamul, skittered down an alley to the side of the main avenue of Red Haven and peeked out cautiously at the tumult beyond. The fanatical followers of Nom Anor, the Red Knights of Life, had gone on the rampage again, riding throughout the city in an apparent purge of land speeders on their Tutakans, 8-legged lizards with enormous tusks that climbed right up past their black eyes and curled in like white eyebrows. Ride the beasts given by life, one Red Knight screamed at a poor civilian as the wrinkled Dracelian merchant was dragged from the cockpit and punched and pushed to the ground. Perversion, several other Red Knights cried in unison. Life pretender. And they set upon the land speeder with their tubal iron pommel staves, smashing the windshield, bashing in the side moldings, crushing the steering wheel and other controls, even knocking out the rear drive's cylindrical engines from its mounts. Satisfied that the craft was wrecked beyond repair, they pulled the Dracelian to his feet and shoved him to and fro, warning him to ride creatures, not machines, or better still, to use the legs that nature had provided and walk. Then they beat him back down to the ground and moved on, some climbing back atop the Tutakans, others running beside. The land speeder continued to hover, though it had only a couple of repulsors still firing. It looked more like a twisted lump of beaten metal than a vehicle, tilting to one side because of the unequal weight distribution and the weakened lift capacity. "Oh, dear me," the protocol droid said, ducking low as the contingent stormed past. Tap, tap, tap came the ringing of metal on metal against the top of the droid's head. C-9PO slowly turned about and saw the fringe of the telltale black capes and the red-dyed hides. With a screech, the droid stood up and tried to run away, but a pommel stave smashed into the side of his leg and he went face down in the red dust. He lifted his head, but rising up on his arms only gave the two Red Knights a better handhold as they walked past, each scooping the droid under one shoulder and dragging him along. Got a 9 P.O., one of the pair called out to his lizard-riding buddies, and a cheer went up. The doomed droid knew the destination, the square of hopeful redemption. C-9PO was glad that he wasn't programmed to experience pain. It was a stupid thing to do, Leia said firmly. Worth thought he was helping us, Jaina reminded, but Leia wasn't buying that argument. Worth was trying to find his own thrills, she corrected. And that hotshot attitude of his will reinforce the ring of truth to Nom Anor's diatribes against the Jedi, Mara said. He's not without followers on Osarian. As she finished, she looked down at the table, at the pile of leaflets Commander Ocdul had given them, colorful propaganda railing against the New Republic, against the Jedi, and against anything mechanical and technological, and somehow tying all of these supposed ills to the cultural disease that engulfed the society of the planet Osarian. Why does Nom Anor hate the Jedi? Jaina asked. What do we have to do with the struggle between Osarian and Romamul? I never even heard of these planets until you mentioned that we'd be coming here. The Jedi have nothing to do with this struggle, Leia replied. Or at least they didn't until Worth Skitter's antics. Nom Anor hates the New Republic, Mara added, and he hates the Jedi as symbols of the New Republic. Is there anything Nom Anor doesn't hate? Leia asked dryly. Don't take him lightly, Mara warned yet again. His religious cry to abandon technology and machines, to look for truth in the natural elements and life of the universe, and to resist the joining of planets in false confederations, resonates deeply in many people, particularly those who have been the victims of such planetary alliances, like the miners of Romamul. Leia didn't disagree. She had spent many hours before and during the journey here reading the history of the two planets, and she knew that the situation on Romamul was much more complicated than that. While many of the miners had traveled to the inhospitable Red Planet voluntarily, there were quite a number who were the descendants of the original colonists, involuntary immigrants sent there to work the mines because of high crimes they had committed. Whatever the truth of the situation, though, Leia couldn't deny that Romamul was the perfect breeding ground for zealots like Nom Anor. Life there was tough. Even basics like water could be hard to come by, while the prosperous Osarians lived in comfort on white sandy beaches and crystal-clear lakes. I still don't understand how any of that concerns the Jedi, Jaina remarked. Nom Anor was stirring up anger against the Jedi long before he ever came to Romamul, Mara explained. Here he's just found a convenient receptacle for his wrath. And with the Jedi Knights scattered throughout the galaxy, and so many of them following their own agendas, Nom Anor might just find plenty of ammunition to add to his arguments, Leia added grimly. I'm glad that my brother is thinking of reestablishing the Jedi Council. Mara nodded, but Jaina seemed less convinced. Jason doesn't think that's such a good idea, she reminded her mother. Leia shrugged. Her oldest son, Jaina's twin, had indeed expressed serious doubts about the course of the Jedi Knights. If we can't bring some sense of order to the galaxy, particularly to isolated planets like Osarian and Romamul, then we're no better than the Empire, Mara remarked. We're better than the Empire, Leia insisted. Not in Nom Anor's eyes, Jaina said. And Mara reiterated her warning to Leia not to take the man lightly. He's the strangest man I ever met, she explained, and given her past exploits with notorious sorts like Jabba the Hutt and Talon Karrde, that was quite a statement. Even when I tried to use the Force to gain a better perspective on him, I drew... Mara paused, as if looking for some way to properly express the feeling. A blank, she decided, as if the Force had nothing to do with him. Leia and Jaina looked at her curiously. No, Mara corrected. More like he had nothing to do with the Force. The perfect disconnected ideologue, Leia thought, and she expressed her feelings with a single sarcastic word. Wonderful. He stood on the platform surrounded by his fanatical red knights. Before him, 10,000 Romamulians crowded into every open space of the great public square of Red Haven, once the primary trading spaceport of the planet. But those facilities had been leveled in the early days of the uprising, with the Romamulians declaring their independence from Osirian, and more recently, since the coming of Nom Anor as spearhead of the revolution, the place had been renamed the Square of Hopeful Redemption. Here, the citizens came to declare freedom from Osirian. Here, the followers came to renounce the new republic. Here, the believers came to renounce the Jedi. And here, the fanatics came to discredit progress and technology, to cry out for a simpler time, when the strength of a being's legs, and not the weight of his purse, determined how far he could travel, and the strength of his hands, and not the weight of his purse, allowed him to harvest the gifts of nature. Nom Anor loved it all, the adulation and the fanatical, bordering on suicidal devotion. He cared nothing for Romamul or its inhabitants, cared nothing for the foolish cries for some ridiculous, simpler time. But how he loved the chaos his words and followers inflicted upon the order of the galaxy! How he loved the brooding undercurrent of resentment toward the new republic, and the simmering anger aimed at the Jedi Knights, these super creatures of the galaxy. Wouldn't his superiors be pleased? Nom Anor flipped his shiny black cape back from his shoulder and held his fist upraised into the air, drawing shrieks of appreciation. In the center of the square, where once had stood the portmaster's pavilion, now was a huge pit, 30 meters in diameter and 10 deep. Whistles and whines emanated from that pit, along with cries for mercy and pitifully polite words of protest. The voices of droids collected by the folk of Romamul and dropped into the hole. Great cheers erupted from all corners of the square as a pair of the Red Knights entered from one avenue, dragging a 9PO protocol droid between them. They went to the edge of the pit, took up the poor 9PO by the arms and the legs, and on a 3 count launched him onto the pile of metal consisting of the astromech and mine-sniffer droids, the Red Haven street cleaner droids, and the personal butler droids of the wealthier Romamulian citizens. When the hooting and cheering died down, Nom Anor opened his hands, revealing a single small stone. Then he clenched his fist again, squeezing with tremendous power, crushing the stone in his grasp so that dust and flecks of rock splinters slipped out the sides. The signal to begin. As one, the crowd surged forward, lifting great chunks of stone, the debris from the wreckage of the pavilion. They came to the edge of the pit one after another and hurled their heavy missiles at the pile of droids. The stoning went on for the rest of the afternoon, until the red glare of the sun thinned to a brilliant crimson line along the horizon, until the dozens and dozens of droids were no more than scrap metal and sparking wires. And Nom Anor, silent and dignified, watched it all somberly, accepting this great tribute his followers had paid to him, this public execution of the hated droids. 2. Intergalactic Eyes. Danny Quee looked out from the western Terra Tower of Exgal 4, a solitary outpost on the outer rim planet of Belkadon in the Dalanbian sector. Danny came here often at this time of day, late afternoon, to watch the Belkadon sunset filtering through the 30-meter Dalarala trees. Of late, those sunsets had been more spectacular for some reason, with tinges of orange and green edging the typical pinks and crimsons. She had been on Belkadon for 3 years, an original member of Exgal 4, and traced her roots to the always underfunded Exgal Society back another 3 years before that, to when she was only 15. Her homeworld, a core planet, was badly overcrowded, and for independent Danny, even trips to other nearby worlds didn't seem to alleviate the feeling of being squeezed by too many people. She wasn't a fan of the government, be it the Empire or the New Republic. She wasn't a fan of anything bureaucratic. In fact, she considered the ordering of the galaxy a terrible thing, robbing people of excitement and adventures, burying cultures beneath the blanket of common civilization. Thus the notion that there might be life beyond the galaxy, the thought of something undiscovered, excited the young woman, or once had. Now standing there, staring at the same landscape of towering trees and unbroken green canopy, the young woman wondered again if she had chosen her life's path correctly. At 21, she was one of the youngest members of the 15 stationed on X-Gal 4, and one of only 4 women. She had developed into a very attractive young woman, small of frame, with long curly blonde hair and green eyes that always seemed to be asking questions of everything they surveyed, and of late it seemed as if she had spent more time resisting the advances of several young men than in staring out at the galactic rim. In truth, Danny didn't blame the young men, though. They had all come out here full of hope and adventure, pioneers on the edge of the galaxy. In short order, they had established a base, a walled fort actually, to hold out the savage wildlife of Belcodden, and had set up their listening and looking equipment, great dishes and telescopes, including orbiting scopes. That first year had been full of dreams and hard work and danger. 2 of the original members had been seriously wounded when a red-crested cougar had leapt over the wall from a nearby tree. And so the work had continued, clearing the trees back 30 meters, further securing the outpost. All that work was done now, with X-Gal 4 secured and self-contained, with an abundant clear-water well right below them and multiple gardens, a smoothly functioning scientific outpost. Danny missed the old days. Even the faces of those around her had become stale, though half the members were not original colonists, but had rotated in from other X-Gal satellite stations or from the independent X-Gal Society's home base. The bottom rim of the sun dipped below the distant horizon, and the orange and green tints spread wide from north to south. Somewhere unseen in the jungle, a red-crested cougar gave a long and low growl, heralding the onset of twilight. Danny took it all in and tried to dream, but given the reality of her current tedium, the endless listening for signals that never came, the endless staring at the same intergalactic haze, she wasn't quite sure of what she should dream about. Behind her, from one of the windows of the station's center structure, Yeoman Carr watched the young woman's every move. He was new to the station, the most recent to join the crew, and it hadn't taken him long to recognize that many of the others looked up to Danny Quee, and that many of the men were obviously attracted to her. Yeoman Carr didn't understand that sentiment at all. He found Danny, as he did all humans, quite repulsive. For while Yeoman Carr's people, the Yuuzhan Vong, resembled humans in form, though they were on average a dozen or so centimeters taller and quite a bit heavier, and had less hair on their heads, both face and scalp, their ways were hardly similar. Even if Yeoman Carr might admit that Danny was somewhat attractive physically, though how could she be, with not a single scar or tattoo to mark her rise toward godhood? Those tenet differences, attitude differences, made him consider any union with her with disgust. He was Yuuzhan Vong, not human, and a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. How ironic, then, that the pitiful humans thought him one of them. Despite his revulsion, he did watch Danny, and often, for she, above all others, was the leader of this democratic group. According to the others, she had been the one to kill the cougar that had slipped into the compound that first year. She had been the one to take the creaking old space caster shuttle into orbit to repair the damaged orbiting telescope only a couple of months earlier, and she had been the one to figure out how that scope might be repaired in the first place. They all looked up to her. She was the one Yeoman Carr could not ignore. Early again came a voice behind Yeoman Carr. He turned to regard the speaker, though he knew from the voice, particularly the teasing tone, that it was Benson Tomry. "Or is it that you're still here from last night?" Tomry went on, and he gave a chuckle. Yeoman Carr smiled, but did not reply. No answer was needed, he understood, for these people often wasted words merely to hear the sound of their own voice. Besides, there was more truth to the words than Benson Tomry could ever guess. Yeoman Carr had not been in here straight through since his shift the previous night, but he had been present more often than not. The others of the station thought it was simply newbie excitement, the feeling they had all shared when they had first arrived, that the elusive extragalactic signal could happen at any time. In their eyes, Yeoman Carr had taken that excitement to the extreme, perhaps, but he had done nothing, he was confident, to arouse any real suspicion. "He'll get bored with it soon enough," Garth Bryce said, another of the night shift controllers, sitting up on the wide room's higher level, where the comfortable chairs, the gaming table, and the food could be found. The room was elliptical, with a wide view screen on the front wall, 7 control pods in a 3-1-3 pattern before it, and the raised galley area taking up the rear quarter. Yeoman Carr forced another smile at the remark and made his way down toward the front of the room, to his usual position at Pod 3, the left-hand one of the first row. He heard Garth and Benson whispering some remarks about him from above, but he ignored them, taking the attack on his pride, normally a call for a death duel, in stride with the knowledge that soon enough they would know better. Danny Quee entered next, moving down to Pod 4, the central pod, the one whose viewing scan overlapped the quadrants scanned by all 6 of the others. Then came the last member of the night shift, Tiubo Dool, the Twi'lek woman, the only non-human, as far as the others knew, among the 15 at the station. Tiubo gave Yeoman Carr a sly look, almost a wink, and stretched languidly and shifted her leku, the twin tentacles that grew out of the back of a Twi'lek's head. She had made no secret of her interest in the newcomer, which amused Yeoman Carr greatly, for he was coming to understand these people and their constant insecurities. Normally a Twi'lek woman, with her exotic leku and greenish skin and typically scarce clothing, would be the center of male attention anywhere outside her home planet of Ryloth, and Twi'lek women were known to enjoy such attention greatly, but Tiubo had found more than her match in Danny. Still looking at Yeoman Carr, the Twi'lek held up a small vial and gave it a shake. Rill, Yeoman Carr knew, a recreational intoxicant that several of the compound members used to alleviate the boredom. He noted, too, that Danny crinkled her nose in disgust at the sight and even shook her head in disapproval. For a long while, Danny had forbidden Tiubo from bringing the stuff anywhere near the control room, but even the resolute Danny had relented, though her motion to Tiubo made it clear that she wanted the intoxicant off the main floor. Both Benson and Garth were more than happy with that request. Tiubo was running low of the rill now and had become stingy about handing any out. They weren't expecting any cargo shuttles for several months, and despite the Twi'lek's best efforts, there was no guarantee that any of the illicit drug would even make it aboard the next shuttle. They settled in then to their usual positions. After a quick check of all systems from the central pod, and setting the forward screen to cycle through the smaller viewers of each individual pod, Danny joined the others, who were done with the rill and were all laughing in the galley area. On her suggestion, they began a 4-way game of Dejeric, a board game where holographic monsters of varying strength traveled specified paths along the rows of squares, vying for tactical advantages against their opponents. At his post, Yeoman Carr, as he did every night and most days, when he could inconspicuously hang out about the pod, dialed down the volume so that only he would hear any telltale signals, and covertly locked his dish on Sector L-30, the location he knew to be the entry point, Vector Prime. "You want to play?" came Benson Tomry's call an hour later, his tone making it clear to Yeoman Carr that Tomry was not faring well in the strategic battle. A part of Yeoman Carr wanted to go up there and engage in the game, particularly waging against Danny, who was a strong strategist. Such competitions were good. They kept the warrior mind sharp and focused. "No," he answered, as he had for every night in the last few weeks. "Work to do." "Work?" Benson Tomry scoffed. "Like the greatest scientific discovery of the last millennium will happen at any second, to your waiting eyes." "If you feel truth to that, on the next shuttle you should go?" Yeoman Carr politely returned, and he saw by their curious expressions that he had mixed up his sentence structure again. He made a mental note to review with his teasel worms later on. "Newbie," Benson muttered sarcastically under his breath. "He's got a point," Danny said, and Benson threw up his hands and turned away from the table. "Are you sure?" Danny asked Yeoman Carr. "I enjoy this," he replied haltingly, paying careful attention to every word, then settling comfortably into the pod's chair. Danny didn't argue. In fact, Yeoman Carr understood that she respected his dedication, that she wished some of the others would follow his example. And so it went as the night lengthened. Benson Tomry was soon snoring contentedly, while Tiubo and Garth Bryce argued and tittered about everything and nothing at all, and Danny continued to play Dejeric, but against 3 computer opponents. Then it happened. Yeoman Carr caught the slight blip on the very edge of the pod's view screen out of the corner of his eye. He froze, staring intently, and dialed up the volume just a bit. It came again, accompanied by the rhythmic signal that could only emanate from a ship. Yeoman Carr could hardly find his breath after all the years of preparation. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior shook such distracting thoughts from his head. He waited a moment longer to confirm the positioning, Vector Prime, the predetermined entry point into the galaxy. Then he quickly shifted his dish all the way over to Sector L1. That would buy him a couple of hours on this screen. He looked up at the main viewer, repeating the image of the central pod, and breathed a sigh of relief to see that it had already cycled past Pod 3 and wouldn't be back for at least an hour. And even then, it would not overlap past L25, and the signal would be long past that point. With the dish angle changed, Yeoman Carr dialed his volume back up to normal, then stood up and stretched, his movement attracting Danny's attention. "Walk, he started to explain and realized that he was confusing the sentence structure once more. "I need to take a walk," he corrected. The woman nodded. "It's quiet enough," she replied. "You can knock off for the rest of the shift if you want." "No," he answered. "I need just only to stretch out a bit." Danny nodded and went back to her game, and Yeoman Carr walked out of the room. As soon as the control room's door was closed behind him, he removed his hard boots and broke into a dead run. He had to pause for a long while he got into his private quarters, forcing himself to steady his breathing. It would not do for the executor to see him so obviously rattled. Nor would it do for the executor to see him in this horrid human disguise, he reminded himself. Never mind that humans did not typically appropriately paint their skins or mutilate any part of their bodies to show their worship to a worthy pantheon. Human eyes did not droop with the appealing bluish sacs beneath them, as did Yuuzhan Vong eyes, and the human forehead was flat, not enticingly sloped as were those of the Yuuzhan Vong. No, even after these months as an advance agent of the Preterite Vong, Yeoman Carr could hardly stand the sight of the infidels. He stripped off his clothing and moved to the full-length mirror at the side of his room. He liked to watch this, to use the visual stimulation to heighten the sensation of exquisite agony. He moved his hand up beside his nose to the little crease beside his nostril, his fingers working at the obscure seam at the side of his left nostril, the contact point for the Ooglith masker. Sensitive to his touch and well-trained, the creature immediately responded. And Yeoman Carr clenched his teeth and fought hard to steady his trembling as the thousands of tiny grappling tendrils pulled free of his pores, the Ooglith masker rolling back over his nose and separating across his cheeks. The seam widened down his chin and neck and the front of his torso, his fake skin peeling back, rolling down until he merely stepped out of it. The Ooglith masker shuffled across the floor toward the dark closet, making slurping, sucking sounds as it moved, and Yeoman Carr stood at the mirror, regarding his true form admiringly, his taut, strong muscles, his tattoo pattern, nearly complete upon his body, a sign of high rank in the warrior class, and mostly his intentional disfigurements, the oft-broken nose, the extended tear to his lip, the split eyelid. And now, showing his ornamental disfigurements and tattoos, he was ready to address the executor on this most important matter. He moved to the side of the room, to his locker, and he was trembling so badly that he could hardly work the combination. He finally did manage to open it, though, and as the top rolled back, the platform inside raised up, showing a brown cloth covering a pair of ball-like lumps. Gently, Yeoman Carr removed the cloth and considered the lumps, his villips. He almost went to the one on the left, the one joined with Prefect Dagara's villip, but he knew the protocol and wouldn't dare disobey. So he went to the one on the right and gently stroked its ridged top until the single break in the membranous tissue, a hole that resembled an eye socket, puckered to life. Yeoman Carr continued to stroke the creature to awaken the consciousness-joined villip more than halfway across the galaxy. He felt the pull of that creature a moment later and knew the sensation to mean that the executor had heard his call and was likewise awakening his own villip. Yeoman Carr moved his hand back fast as that central hole puckered and then opened wide and then rolled back over itself, the villip inverting to assume the appearance of the head of the executor. Yeoman Carr bowed respectfully. "It is time," he said, glad to be using his native language once more. "You have silenced the station?" the executor asked. "I go now," Yeoman Carr explained. "Then go," the executor said, and with typical discipline, not even inquiring about the details of the incoming signal, he broke communication. In response, Yeoman Carr's villip rolled back in on itself to once again appear as a nondescript, ridged, membranous ball. Again, the warrior resisted the urge to utilize the other villip, reminding himself that he had to move fast, that the executor would not tolerate any failure from him at this critical juncture. He rushed across the room, back to his closet, and took out a small coffer. He kissed it twice and muttered a swift prayer before opening it. Inside sat a small statue of a creature, the most beautiful creature of all to Yeoman Carr and to all the warriors of the Yuuzhan Vong. Its mass resembled a brain, with a single huge eye and a puckered maw. Many tentacles extended from that bulk, some thick and short, others fine and long. This was Yun Yamka, the Slayer, the Yuuzhan Vong god of war. Yeoman Carr prayed again, the entire litany of Yun Yamka, then kissed the statue gently and replaced the coffer in his closet. He wore only a skin loincloth, as it had been in the purer days of his warrior people's dawn, showing all of his remarkable tattoos and his rippling muscles, and he carried only his kalfi, a crude but ultimately effective large double-edged knife, again a ceremonial throwback to the early days of the warrior Yuuzhan Vong. Yeoman Carr thought all ceremony appropriate for this particular mission, the linking salvo between the advance force and the actual invasion. He poked his head out into the hall, then moved through the complex, his bare feet making not a whisper of sound. He knew that getting out of the place without his human disguise might be difficult, but realized also that if he was discovered without the masker, no one would recognize him as their associate. Besides, he figured, if he was discovered, that would only be an excuse to kill someone, an appropriate sacrifice to Yun Yamka on this momentous night. The night was chill, but that only invigorated Yeoman Carr. His blood pumped furiously from the excitement, from the danger of this mission, to the understanding that the great doctrine was at last underway. He ran to the wall and sprinted up a ladder, scrambling over the top and dropping, with hardly a thought, to the cleared ground outside. The distant roar of a red-crested cougar gave him no pause. He was in that creature's element now, but he too was a hunter. Perhaps one of those 140-kilogram animals with 10-centimeter fangs, huge claws, and a tail that ended in a lump of bone as solid as any crafted cudgel, would provide him good sport this night. And Yeoman Carr was ready for such a challenge. His blood pounding, his strong heart racing, a terrific fight would be a wonderful release. But not now, he reminded himself, for he was indeed drifting toward the thick jungle canopy in anticipation of meeting a red-crested cougar. He straightened his line and ran flat out to the tall girder work tower, the only structure outside the compound. He considered the thick cable that crawled out from the compound to the base of the metalwork and almost started for it with his kalfi. Too easy to repair, he realized, and his gaze drifted up, up. Fortunately, the gridwork pattern of the girders was not wide-spaced, so up Yeoman Carr went, hand over hand, his strong, toned muscles working furiously, propelling him fast to the top of the 100-meter tower. He didn't look down, was not afraid, was never afraid, and focused solely on the junction box and the cable. Chill winds buffeted him, giving him an idea, so he went to work on the connection between cable and box gently, easing out one rivet, turning open one screw. The others, if they ever managed to get this far along in their repairs, would think this damage to be the result of the constant wind and the often harsh Belcodden weather. Secure that the connection was broken, Yeoman Carr started down the tall tower, again working fast, reminding himself that the incoming signal was likely nearing L10, and that he had a long way yet to go. He dropped the last few meters, landing in a roll and coming up right beside the cable. This time he couldn't resist. He knew that these were just communication wires and nothing carrying substantial power. He brought the cable to his mouth and chewed it viciously, taking perverted pleasure in the tingle of pain as he got through the insulation and sparks erupted all about his mouth and face. Let them find this break and repair it, he thought, and then return inside to learn that the system still would not function. Mouth, cheeks, and chin bloody, his nose, already permanently misshapen and flattened to one side, torn along both nostrils, the warrior started back for the compound, but he stopped fast, noting a movement along the ground not far away. He hustled over and fell to his knees, and then smiled widely as he held up a reddish-brown beetle with hooked mandibles and a single protruding tubular tongue. "My pet," he whispered, for he had not seen any of the beetles since coming to Belcodden, since bringing them to Belcodden, and he was glad to learn that they had already traveled this far across the planet's surface. Danny Quee would soon learn the reason that her precious sunsets were becoming somewhat tinted. Yeoman Carr set the dweebit down again, and, reminding himself of the dangers of delay, sprinted back for the compound, catching the top of the 3-meter wall in one great leap, then running on, back into the main structure, padding quietly along darkened, silent halls. In his own room he went to the closet, bidding the Ooglith masker back to him. The pain as the creature enveloped him, thousands of tiny tendrils boring into his skin, was perfectly exquisite, bringing shudder after shudder of edgy pleasure to Yeoman Carr. A quick trip to the mirror showed him that the disguise was complete. Then he took out another small coffer and carefully removed the top. Inside was a single wriggling creature, a small worm. Yeoman Carr eased the coffer up near to his ear and tilted it, and the worm responded, crawling forth and burrowing right into the Yuuzhan Vong's ear cavity. Yeoman Carr put his finger up there a moment later to ensure that the Tizo worm had crawled all the way in, and also to signal the creature to begin its work. He felt the low vibrations a moment later. Tizo worms were decoders, a creature bred by the Yuuzhan Vong alchemists to translate other languages. Despite their diminutive size, they could store enormous amounts of information and could emit that information subliminally. Thus, as Yeoman Carr left his room, he was getting yet another lesson in the language most commonly used in this galaxy. A few minutes later he was back in the control room to find T-Ubo and a very unsteady Garth huddled about Pod 3, with Danny working to reposition Pod 4 to the same alignment. "Yeoman," Danny called, noting his return. "Come here quick. I can't believe you missed this." "Missed?" Yeoman Carr echoed. "A signal," Danny explained breathlessly. "Static," Yeoman Carr offered, running to her side. And there it was, on the screen and through the audio lead, the clear signal of something very large, crossing through the galactic rim into the galaxy. "Extragalactic," Danny said seriously. Yeoman Carr bent low over the instruments, studying the data, calculating the vector, though he knew, of course, that Danny's description had been accurate. He looked up at her solemnly and nodded. Benson Tomry burst into the room then, along with several other members of the team, and soon enough all 15 were present, angling the pod viewers, computer-enhancing the signals, running comparisons of this signal to all the millions of others in their databanks, trying to gain as many perspectives as possible on whatever had just streaked into their galaxy. Then, predictably, the debate began. It never ceased to amaze Yeoman Carr how endlessly these humans could debate and argue about practically anything, an observation that merely reinforced his belief in the strict hierarchical structure of his own society. He would never question a prefect. A prefect would never question a high prefect, as these fools were arguing with Danny now. Never. And that, he believed, was the weakness his masters would come to exploit. At first, the debate centered on the composition of the incoming asteroid. As it was transmitting no apparent technological signals, there was little argument for its being a vessel. An asteroid, then, somehow finding its way through the great emptiness between galaxies, somehow penetrating the turbulence some scientists theorized existed beyond the small band of empty space surrounding the galaxy, and obviously getting some sort of a boost in speed, perhaps from crossing too near a tremendous gravity field in the process. That belief that this was merely an extragalactic lump of rock, perhaps even a lump of rock from their own galaxy that had somehow escaped and then got pulled back in, did little to temper the excitement, though. Before this moment, no one had ever witnessed evidence of, let alone the actual event of, an extragalactic breach. Many scientists argued that such a breach could not even be accomplished. Certainly several brave explorers and a couple of desperate outlaws being chased by the authorities had gone into the turbulence of the galactic rim over the last few decades, but none had ever been heard from again. Here might be the answer. And the questions. What materials might this asteroid contain? What signs of life? Would this asteroid, once they caught up to it and examined it, provide new answers to the questions of the universe, perhaps even to the creation of the universe? Or would it simply raise many, many more questions, perhaps some that went to the very root of their understanding of physics? And then the debate shifted to a less profound, though certainly no less contested matter. It started when Benson Tomry remarked that he would put together the announcement to be broadcast back to Ex-Gal Command. Not yet, another of the scientists strongly argued. We have to tell them, Benson replied. We have to get some ships out here fast enough to catch the thing for study. Where's it going? The other man came back sarcastically. It's in our galaxy now, and we can track it to the other rim if necessary, another added. We're not an autonomous unit, a woman, Lysira reminded. Aren't we? Another argued. But do we really know what we're tracking? Yeoman Carr asked, and all eyes turned toward him, most expressions incredulous. Do we? He asked again, in all seriousness. Something extragalactic, another answered. Never did I agree to that, Yeoman Carr said, and again the curious expressions turned his way. We don't know that, Danny put in, apparently taking Yeoman Carr's side. We've already agreed that it's just as likely an asteroid from our own galaxy that escaped, or nearly escaped, and was pulled back in. It could indeed be something from our own galaxy, Yeoman Carr went on, smiling inwardly at the irony of that statement, at the secret double meaning of our own galaxy. In fact, I think it very likely that it is just that. Then what's your point? Benson Tomry asked rather indignantly. My point? Yeoman Carr echoed, mostly because it bought him the time to figure out the meaning, with help from the teazo-worm, of that curious expression. My point is that we do not even know if it was ever extragalactic, Yeoman Carr answered. You saw the vector, Benson argued. I did indeed, Yeoman Carr said. A vector that could reflect a rebound. That's absurd, Benson retorted. How come we didn't track it out there then? Another asked. We do not know that we didn't, Yeoman Carr said. He held up his hands to deflate any further attacks. All that I am saying is that we should be absolutely certain before alerting the rest of the galaxy. And any call we make will be public information before it ever gets to Ex-Gal Command, Danny agreed. Yes, Yeoman Carr said. And then we may discover the signal to be no more than a failure of one of our tracking systems, or a piece of useless space debris bouncing back in from our own galaxy. and how intelligent we shall look in the eyes of the judging X-Gal commanders." "This is bigger than us," Benson Tomry replied. "It is," Danny agreed. "But we were put out here to function independently. Maybe Yeoman Carr's right. If we go prematurely alerting the whole galaxy, we could look like fools. And any such error, rousing half the fleet, could hurt the funding of X-Gal," T. Ubo added with a nod. "Even if we are correct, if this is something that escaped and returned, or even something from another galaxy, or from the supposed emptiness between galaxies, are you ready to announce it?" Yeoman Carr asked Benson directly. Benson looked at him as if he did not understand. "Do you want a host of New Republic scientists, and perhaps even a couple of Jedi Knights to show up?" Yeoman Carr asked sarcastically. Some of the expressions coming back at him showed that others hardly saw any connection between this and the Jedi, but Yeoman Carr didn't let that slow him. "This is our moment. This is what we have earned from our sacrifice of months, for most of you even years, of our lives, toiling in this wretched place. At the very least, we owe it to ourselves to prevent embarrassment, or to ensure our proper credit if it does show to be extragalactic. To begin the first formal study, to chart where it came from, to make sure it's not a rebound, to chart its current path, and to try to gain as many insights as possible." "Way to go, newbie," Garth Bryce remarked with a grin. The debate ended as abruptly as it had begun. Danny backed Yeoman's argument completely, and even Benson didn't disagree. Yeoman Carr smiled inwardly once again. If practical arguments didn't work against these often stubborn, inferior heretics, then appealing to their overblown sense of pride always did. He looked about at the working scientists, at their excitement and sense of relief and accomplishment. If only they knew. More than halfway across the galaxy, Nom Anor sat quietly in front of his Villip, considering the words of his agent, Yeoman Carr. It had begun. 3. The role of politics. With a hesitation in his step that betrayed his uncomfortable feelings, Jacen Solo followed his Uncle Luke into the council chamber. Jacen knew the new chief of state and his 6 counselors, of course, but his dealings with them had been primarily restricted to social events. This was business, serious business, judging from the tense nature of Luke Skywalker's stride. They had come to Coruscant so that Luke could accept an invitation to address the New Republic Advisory Council concerning his plans to re-establish the Jedi Council, but there was no doubt in Luke's mind that he would face some tough opposition on that matter, even from some counselors he considered his friends. What made it all the worse for Jacen was the fact that he hoped his Uncle Luke's opponents proved victorious in this matter. The 6 counselors, Chief of State Borsk Falia in the middle, sat at a semicircular table facing the doorway. 2 chairs had been set before the long table. Down lower, Jacen noted, and it seemed to him a rather thinly veiled attempt to elevate the stature of the counselors above their invited guests. In this particular instance, that seemed utterly ridiculous, especially in the case of Borsk Falia. Jacen had been with his Uncle Luke and his mother, Leia, when the news had come through that Borsk, as the longest-serving member of the Council, the elder statesman of the New Republic, had been elected Chief of State, a position the conniving Bothan no doubt relished. Just a few years before, Borsk had escaped a lengthy prison sentence only through a generous pardon. Ever was he the consummate politician who leaked information to weaken his opponents, once nearly unseating Leia as Chief of State with damaging and ultimately untrue allegations. Despite getting caught in such an unseemly situation, Borsk, as always, found a way to land on his own political feet. He had climbed within a handbreadth of the top, serving the Council as Chief of State, Mon Mothma's trusted advisor, and then he had crashed to the bottom, facing charges that could have landed him in prison, or even, if the charge of treason had been pushed, a sentence of permanent exile. And yet here he was again, lingering on like the Findrus flew, seated between a new generation of counselors who looked upon him as an age-wizened statesman and hero of the new republic. On the day when the news of his latest ascension had come down, Jason's mother had honestly wondered if she had done right in resigning as chief of state. Leia had even openly remarked she might go back into politics. It was Luke who had dissuaded her, reminding her that more than the mood of the government had changed greatly in the years since she had resigned, that familiar and friendly faces had walked away. Even respected and dutiful Admirals Drayson and Akbar had taken the apparent firming of the new republic as their signal to retire, and neither had shown any inclination to remain politically active. As Borsk called the meeting to order, offering a polite recitation of the agenda and a welcome to their guests, Jason looked around at the members, viewing their respective expressions in light of the information his Uncle Luke had given him regarding their positions toward Luke and the proposed Jedi Council. At the far end, to Jason's right, sat Niuk Niuv of Sullust. With his Sullustan features, the oversized rounded ears and ample jowls, Niuk Niuv appeared more like a child's cuddle toy than a counselor, but Jason knew Sullustans better than that, knew that they could be steadfast allies and dangerous foes. Niuk Niuv, according to Luke, would be among his most vocal detractors. Next to Niuk Niuv sat Cal Omus of Alderaan, a man sympathetic to Luke's plans, possibly Luke's strongest ally on the council. After his homeworld had been destroyed by the Empire, Cal Omus had fought with the Rebel Alliance through all the trials, and he knew well the value of the Jedi. The Wookiee Trebok, another potential ally for Luke, sat between Cal and Borsk, but the squid-headed creature on Borsk's other side, the Quarren, Pwo, was perhaps Luke's greatest enemy of the group. Dour, like most of his water-dwelling brethren of Mon Calamari, Pwo was the first Quarren ever to serve on the Advisory Council, and certainly an unexpected choice. The planet of Mon Calamari would, of course, always hold a seat, since their star cruisers and their support had proven so valuable in overthrowing the Empire and establishing the new Republic, but always before, and it was commonly assumed that the tradition would continue in perpetuity, it had been a Mon Calamarian and not a Quarren to serve on the council. Indeed, Admiral Akbar had seen the logical choice to represent Mon Calamari on the Advisory Council, as he had done back when the first Provisional Council was formed. But when the push for Pwo, a push Luke suspected orchestrated by Borsk, had become serious, Akbar had waved away all thoughts of rejoining the council and had retired. The remaining two members were both human, Fjor Rodan of Nom Anor and Chelch Dravid of Corellia. It was Fjor Rodan who had requested Luke at council, Jason knew, and according to his uncle, Rodan was no friend and not to be trusted. With all of that in mind, with all the insights Luke had given him about these counselors, Jason sat back and observed very carefully. After the somewhat hypocritical pleasantries and formalities that seemed to Jason to go on and on, Borsk Felia looked Luke right in the eye and asked in the gravest of tones, "You have heard the initial reports from the mediator?" "Leia will be meeting with Nom Anor soon, I am told," Luke replied, avoiding the obvious. "A meeting complicated already," Borsk said. "Would all counselors who are surprised please raise their hands?" Fjor Rodan put in. And even to 16-year-old Jason, his sarcasm seemed rather juvenile and certainly out of place in the somber hall. "I heard of the intervention," Luke admitted. "The Osarians were wrong to try to intercept a new Republic envoy," Cal Omus remarked. "A convenient excuse for our Jedi hero to rush to the rescue," Fjor Rodan shot back. "Quick to the trigger they are," Pwo said, his accusing stare falling over Luke. Jason could hardly believe the lack of respect and the obvious thinly masked intentions behind it all. The New Republic was having growing pains, with minor squabbles erupting throughout the galaxy, many of them age-old conflicts that had been buried under the blanket of the Empire for years and years, but now, with the new freedoms afforded to individual planets and species, rising up once again. So, of course, the New Republic and its counselors and representatives had been taking many verbal hits of late, as had the Jedi Knights, and thus the finger-pointing between the two groups had escalated. On it went, one recounting after another of a civil war here, a vendetta there, grievances from one agriculture planet, and a workers' strike that had spread to several mining planets, with even the Wookiee Trebok howling out some complaints at Quo about a failure in one of the nav systems on the newest Mon Calamari battlecruisers. It all seemed like so much nonsense to Jason, a bunch of talking heads full of complaints and short on solutions, and yet another reminder of his fears concerning his uncle's schemes for enacting some control over the Jedi. He tuned right out of the meeting for many minutes, falling into some silent meditative techniques he had been trying to perfect, until Borsk again looked Luke in the eye and bluntly asked him his plans concerning the Jedi Council. Luke paused for a long while. "I haven't made any final decision," he replied, which took Jason somewhat by surprise, since his uncle had seemed fairly certain that he would indeed re-establish the Council. "Whether with Council or by yourself, you must rein in these wandering Jedi," Counselor Niyuk said with uncustomary passion. Trebok howled in protest, and Cal Omus gave words to the sentiment. "Rein in?" he echoed incredulously. "Need I remind you that you speak of the Jedi Knights?" "A dangerous group," Counselor Poe remarked gravely, the watery essence of his voice only adding weight to the statement. "Causing disturbances throughout the galaxy," Fior Rodan was quick to add. Jason noted that his uncle was watching the quietest member of the council, Chelch of Corellia, one he believed might be the swing vote on any resolutions concerning the Jedi, and one who was now giving no outward hint whatsoever of his intentions. "Why, I have heard of battles along the Outer Rim as far out as the Anger system," Fior Rodan went on, standing up and waving his fist. "Jedi swooping in, torpedoes flying, against innocent citizens." "Smugglers, you mean," Cal Omus retorted. "Many who aided in the overthrow of the Empire," Fior Rodan shot back. "And you take that as an excuse for their current illegal activities?" "The Jedi Knights are not the law," Niyuv pointed out. "So they should be told," Fior Rodan said. "Chief Failure, perhaps we should consider a resolution against the Jedi. A strong statement from this council demanding that they end all policing efforts that have not been explicitly authorized by this council or by regional ambassadors." Borsk Failure turned to meet Luke's stern gaze, blanched, and rubbed his hairy face. "Let us not be premature," he said. Jason did not miss how the Bothan seemed to shrink back from his Uncle Luke's powerful presence. "Premature?" Fior Rodan echoed with a laugh. "These wild ones have become a bit inflated concerning the policy-making role of the New Republic. Are we to tolerate that? Are we to deny their help in those areas where they are best qualified?" Cal Omas retorted angrily, bringing a derisive snort from Fior Rodan, a shout of agreement from Trebok, a groan from Quo, and a stream of retorts from the ever-more impassioned Niyuv. And so the shouting began again at new heights, and Jason quickly backed away from it all. The Jedi, it seemed, were to be judged on every move, and by people who, in Jason's estimation, had no right to judge them. He and Luke left the council chamber a short while later, the war of words, about nothing and everything all at once, raging behind them. To Jason's surprise, Luke was wearing a satisfied smile. Both Fior Rodan and Niyuv tipped their hands in the last part of the exchange, he explained to the obviously confused Jason. "With the smugglers?" Luke nodded and smiled. "You think they're tied to smugglers?" Jason asked incredulously. "It's not so uncommon," Luke said. "Ask your father," he added with a grin that set Jason back on his heels. The roots of Han Solo were no secret to the young man. "So you think their complaints about the Jedi have to do with their own profits?" Jason asked. "You think some of the counselors are working with smugglers, that some Jedi are giving a hard time?" Luke shrugged. "I don't know that," he admitted, "but it seems to fit." "And what are you going to do about it?" Luke stopped. Jason did too, the pair turning to face each other directly. "We have 100 Jedi Knights setting their own agendas throughout the galaxy," Luke explained. "That is the problem." "You don't think these Jedi at the Outer Rim are justified in going after smugglers?" Jason asked. "That's not the point," Luke replied. "Not at all. The point is that the scattering of Jedi Knights prevents any cohesive movements." Jason's gaze seemed distant, as if Luke had just lost him. "We have Worth Skidder acting foolishly defending Mara's shuttle, and the Osarians over here. Other Jedi apparently going after smugglers with a vengeance at the Outer Rim, and I've heard stories of still other problems in other sectors," Luke explained. "It's hard to keep up with it all, and sometimes it feels like I'm fixing symptoms without ever getting to the real disease." His choice of words gave Jason pause, and Luke too, when he thought about them in the context of his wife. "That's why we need the Jedi Council," Luke pressed on a moment later. "A singular purpose and direction." "Is that what it means to be a Jedi Knight?" Jason asked bluntly, a question Luke had been hearing many times in the last few months. From Jason, and not from his other apprentice, Jason's younger brother Anakin. "Why do you care what the counselors think?" Jason asked, as much to change the subject as out of true curiosity. "You don't need them to re-establish a Jedi Council. Why would you want anything from them and their foolish arguing?" "I don't need them," Luke admitted. "The Jedi, despite what Fjord Rodan and Niuk Niyuv and even Borsk Failure might think, don't answer to the Council. But if I don't have their agreement in this matter, my plans, as I develop them, both for the Academy and for the Jedi Council, might prove more difficult to implement, at least in the Public Relations Department. You learn to play along, Jason. That's the game called diplomacy." But that was just the point, Jason thought, though he kept it to himself. Any formalities concerning the Jedi, from the Academy to any new councils, seemed to him to be layers of bureaucracy added to something spiritual and personal, something that should not be governed. In Jason's idealistic 16-year-old eyes, the individual Jedi Knights, by their mere acceptance of the philosophy necessary to sustain their force powers, should be self-governing. A properly trained Jedi Knight, who had been taught to avoid the dark side, who proved he could resist the temptations associated with such power, needed no bureaucrats to guide his actions, and putting that governing layer there, he feared, would steal the mystery. "We know that Rodan and Niuk Niyuv are against us," Luke went on, walking again as he spoke. "I doubt that Poe will be receptive to anything that he feels will threaten the power of his position. The Quarrens have waited a long time for a seat on the Council. Trebak will be with me on whatever I decide, as will Cal Omis, who learned long ago to trust me and the Jedi. That makes Chelch Dravid the key vote, and I think I'll have him if I can answer the concerns of some of these problems that Rodan and Niuk Niyuv are pushing." "What about Counselor Failure?" Jason asked. Luke waved his hand as if the Bothan was irrelevant. "Borsk wants whatever is best for Borsk," he explained. "If Chelch goes over to side with Rodan and his group, making it 4-2 against me, then Borsk will back them. But if the others are split 3-3, Borsk will lead them either to inaction, not wanting to risk a fight with me and Leia, or he'll back us, hoping we'll return the favor." "Mom would never back Borsk for anything," Jason said dryly, and Luke didn't disagree. "Borsk Failure would be a fool to think that she would." "He lives in a world where alliances shift by the moment," Luke explained. "Borsk does what Borsk needs to do at any given moment to benefit Borsk. and he's so jaded by that personal philosophy that he thinks everyone else plays by the same rules. Now it was Jason's turn to come to an abrupt halt. "And these are the people you want to please?" he asked skeptically. "These are the people you seek to emulate with your own counsel?" "Of course not," Luke replied, taken aback. "But that's what will happen," Jason argued. Luke stared at him long and hard, and Jason more than met that stare. They had been around this route so many times of late, without resolution. The paradoxes within Jason's own mind kept him somewhat impotent against his uncle. Jason had been trained as a Jedi Knight at the Academy, yet he had become convinced that the Academy was not a good thing, that it was too formal and structured, and that growth within the Force was a much more personal experience. Actually, though the Academy remained, Luke had come to somewhat agree with that perspective. He felt that the Academy had been a necessary stepping stone back to the old ways, where Jedi Knights in training worked with masters one-on-one, as Jaina was with Mara, and Jason and Anakin were with him. This arrangement would not have been possible before now, for Luke had long been the only Jedi close to attaining the status of master. Now there were others, and the old ways were being rediscovered, a process that Luke understood would take some time. Still, Jason had begged his uncle to go further and faster, to bring the Jedi back to the one master, one student model of old, but to improve even upon that model. Instead of finding Force-strong youngsters to train in the ways of the Jedi, Jason wanted such promising students to find their way to the Jedi. Luke thought his arguments a play of semantics, but to Jason they went much deeper. They went to the core of what it was to be a Jedi Knight. "I have not even put my ideas on solid footing yet," Luke said. And Jason knew that to be as polite a reply, and as much a concession, as he would ever get. He knew what it was that his uncle feared. The Force-strong potential Jedi Knights might be ensnared by the dark side before they ever found their way to the Jedi Masters. But still, to Jason, this internal strength in the Force remained a personal thing, and ultimately a personal choice. They said no more as they left the Senate building, making their way down to the docks where Han, Anakin, and Chewbacca were working on the Millennium Falcon. 4. Seeds planted. "The Jade Saber has made orbit," Shock Tenoctin informed Nom Anor that night. "Leia Organa Solo is aboard her, along with her daughter and Mara Jade Skywalker." "And a Noghri," Nom Anor added. "Always at least one Noghri if Leia Solo is about." "The Noghri are worthy adversaries," Tenoctin agreed, "but I fear the others more. So should you." Nom Anor turned to glare upon the man, reminding him of who was the boss here, and who the mere attendant. And Shock Tenoctin did shrink back, the blood draining from his face. He had been around Nom Anor long enough to fear that glare as much as, perhaps even more than, he feared death itself. "They are Jedi," he stammered, trying to clarify his warning, trying to make certain that Nom Anor did not note any lack of confidence in him. Speaking doubts about Nom Anor had proven a fatal flaw for several previous advisers. "Leia is not true Jedi, or at least she has not embraced her Jedi powers, from what I have been told," Nom Anor replied with a sly grin, one that allowed Shock to relax a bit. "Nor is her daughter a proven Jedi." "But Mara Jade is counted among the strongest of the Jedi Knights," Shock Tenoctin pointed out. "Mara Jade has her own problems to consider," Nom Anor reminded. Shock Tenoctin didn't take comfort in that. In fact, the reminder of Mara's disease only heightened his trepidation about letting her see Nom Anor at this time. "She should be long dead," he dared to say. Nom Anor smiled again and scratched his head. He had been wearing his Ooglith masker for a long while, and was literally itching to take the thing off. But he hadn't the time, of course, and in truth he didn't want even the trusted stooge Tenoctin to see his true self-disfigured face, with its strange eye, a reflection of Nom Anor's highest show of devotion, on the day he was awarded the position of executor among the Yuuzhan Vong, and the first advance scout for the Preterite Vong invasion force. He had taken the eye out with the sharpened end of a burning stick. Of course, he had filled that hole in his face with yet another marvelous organic innovation, a player-in bowl, a creature that looked much like a normal Yuuzhan Vong eyeball, but its pupil was really a mouth, and one that could spit a venomous glob accurately across 10 meters at the command of its host by a simple twitch of Nom Anor's eyelid. "I am impressed with Mara Jade's ability to resist the spores," he admitted. "Everyone else you tested them on was dead or dying within a few weeks," shocked Tenoctin replied. "Most within a few days." Nom Anor nodded. His Coom spore formula had indeed proven wonderfully effective, breaking down the victim's molecular structure and causing horrible death in short order. If only he could find a way to make the not-so-subtle shift from simple poison to disease, where the spores could become self-propagating, spreading on their own from being to being, and thus infecting large populations. Nom Anor sighed and scratched his head yet again. The spores, Coom, Brallop, Tegnest, and a dozen other varieties, were but a hobby, one that he had been able to insert into his official duties in attempting to develop some method for easily killing the super creatures, the Jedi Knights. Also, such alchemical work, if successful, could prove critical in Nom Anor's ascension to the rank of High Prefect. But in those endeavors and aspirations, to date at least, it appeared as if he had failed, for Mara Jade Skywalker had somehow defeated the spores, or at least had held them at bay. "Do you have a Schlecko-Newt?" he asked. Shock Tenoctin nodded and reached into his pocket, producing a small brown-orange lizard. "Make certain that it gets near to Mara Jade's mouth," Nom Anor explained, and Shock Tenoctin, who had heard the explicit instructions several times already, nodded. The Coom spores Nom Anor had used in his lethal blend were the favored delicacy of the Schlecko-Newt, and if there was any trace of them at all on Mara Jade's breath, the little creature would surely detect it. "I shall escort them in," Shock Tenoctin offered, and after a confirming nod from Nom Anor, the man turned on his heel and walked from the room. Nom Anor rested back in his chair, considering the upcoming meeting and the potential gains he might find. He thought it quite humorous that Romamul's enemies on Osirian were so fearful of the meeting that they thought Leia's recognition of Nom Anor in such a manner would strengthen his prestige and, therefore, power. For, in truth, Nom Anor hardly cared for any such gains in prestige at this time. In fact, his thinking went to quite the opposite. He carried all the emotional weight and influence he needed to control the weak people of Romamul or of any other planets on which he planned to stir up trouble. But beyond that immediate sphere of influence, Nom Anor preferred anonymity. For now. No, Nom Anor was looking forward to this meeting simply so that he could gauge the effect of his infection upon Mara Jade, and so that he might learn more of the Jedi in general, including Leia, a woman he knew would prove pivotal in the upcoming events, and Jaina, who might prove to be a weak link to get to Leia Solo, perhaps even to Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade. That was one of his missions here, to identify those most dangerous foes and to find some way to minimize their effectiveness. Occasions such as the Osirian-Romamul conflict, where Nom Anor could also further the effects of the internal squabbles among the humans and their allies, could brook Tuken Nom Canbin too, or weaken the hinges of the enemy's fort, as went the common saying in his native tongue, were then all the better. There were other agents doing that very same thing, after all, though in Nom Anor's estimation it wasn't even a critical component of the Yuuzhan Vong's overall plan. These humans and their pitiful allies would propagate their own problems by their very nature, he knew. They had no sense of structure and order, not in terms of the regiment and hierarchical code to which his own people adhered, at least. He had witnessed disinformation campaigns waged against political enemies, even one that had basically accused Leia Organa Solo of treason. He had witnessed coup attempts on many, many worlds, and had seen supposed authorities profiting many times from the activities of less than legitimate business contacts. These infidels did not understand the law or the need for unbending adherence to it. That would make it all the easier for the disciplined Preterite Vong, he knew, and all the more justifiable. Nom Anor noticed on one of his many security holocams then that Shock Tenoctin was returning, with Tomactus Breatha, the former mayor of Red Haven and now a member of Nom Anor's independent senate, and Leia, Jaina, and Mara. He noted the movements of two others as well, a golden droid, and he would have to remember to punish Shock Tenoctin for allowing a droid into his complex, and a ghostly gray creature seeming almost to float behind the others, hanging close to Leia, as if it was nothing more substantial than the woman's shadow. The expected Noghri bodyguard, Nom Anor knew. He nodded at the sight and made a mental note to keep careful watch on that one. In many ways, Nom Anor held much more respect for the Noghri, those deadly warriors, than for any humans, even Jedi. Then he let his gaze shift back to Mara, studying her every movement, trying to discern some hint of instability, some hint that the infection was fighting on. He did see Shock Tenoctin's Schlecko-newt on the man's shoulder, eyeing Mara directly, its eyes wide, its tongue darting, and its head a brilliant shade of crimson, a clear sign of excitement. So, he mused, the Coom spores, at least, continued their assault on the woman, and Nom Anor's respect for Mara heightened even more. He went to his closet then, and took out his great black cape, throwing it about his shoulders, pulling the hood up over his head, cowl low and concealing, then reaching in and lifting the black screen he used to completely cover his already masked face. Though this was his usual public dress, Nom Anor chuckled as he completed the outfit. He knew the history of his guests, and understood that the sight of him dressed like this might play interestingly upon them, particularly upon Leia, for it was hard to miss the likeness of Nom Anor to another foe Leia had once battled. In a box on a shelf hidden deep in that closet, Nom Anor kept his remaining infectious agents, and it occurred to him, though only briefly, that he might use this opportunity to infect the other two as well. How crippled might the New Republic become if Leia Organa Solo suddenly succumbed to the same disease Mara Jade Skywalker was fighting? How debilitated might Leia and Luke, Mara, and the always dangerous Han Solo become if Jaina Solo fell ill and died? Pleasant thoughts, no doubt, but Nom Anor couldn't take the chance of linking himself so obviously to the deadly infection. Along that same line of thinking, particularly given the sensory powers of the Jedi and the evasive nature of Noghri, Nom Anor realized that it would be a mistake to allow Leia and the others into these private quarters. He hustled to his door and pushed out into the hall, arriving just as Shock Tenoctin led the group around a bend in the corridor. He saw the spark of recognition on Mara's face, and he knew as she turned quickly to Leia that she was informing the other woman of his identity. In the back, Tomactus Breatha bowed and held his position. Nom Anor nodded to Shock Tenoctin, and the man moved out of the way, allowing Leia a clear path to Nom Anor. She sucked in her breath. Nom Anor saw the recognition, the surprise, even horror upon her face. He looked like Darth Vader. "I bring greetings from the Council of the New Republic," Leia said in formal greeting, and the fact that she spoke so quickly and with her voice controlled and even offered Nom Anor a bit of insight into the strength of this woman. She was one to respect. "You bring interference where it is not wanted," he countered. Tomactus Breatha gasped, and even Shock Tenoctin was a bit taken aback at Nom Anor's sudden surliness and brusque attitude. "We have come as arranged," Leia said. "An agreement between you and Borsk Failya, I believe." "I agreed that an emissary could come," Nom Anor admitted. "To what end I do not know. What can you contribute, Leia Organa Solo, to the dispute between Romamul and Osirian? What flame of hope can you light within the Romamulians that their desperate cry for independence shall not be ignored by the new republic, who speak of freedom as the greatest of all virtues? Perhaps we should retire to more private chambers, Leia suggested. Tamactus Breatha seemed about to agree, but a look from Nom Anor cured him of that suicidal urge. "What have you to hide?" Nom Anor mocked her. "More comfortable quarters, then," the woman persisted. "Will a chair make you more comfortable?" Nom Anor asked. "Physically, perhaps, but will it make you more comfortable with the truth?" Leia looked at him incredulously. "For that is all that I have to offer you," Nom Anor rolled on. "The truth that Osirian has no claim over the people of Romamul. The truth of the frailties and failings of your new republic. The truth of the false heroes, the Jedi Knights." "Your truth," Mara interjected, and Leia glanced back at her. Glad of the confirmation that his little tirade was wearing thin on them, Nom Anor didn't even try to hide his smile, though it was hardly visible through the black-face screen. "There is only one truth," he said calmly. "It is when one does not like to hear it that one concocts other, more palatable versions." "If I may, Princess Leia," C-3PO began, moving forward, "there is ample history of the Jedi Knights to show them as true—" "Silence!" Nom Anor growled at the droid, and the powerful being trembled visibly, as if he was about to explode into murderous action against poor C-3PO, who was also trembling, though hardly in a threatening manner. "Are we to discuss the situation between Osirian and Romamul?" Leia asked, her tone diplomatic and soothing. She moved, as she spoke, to gently push C-3PO back, and nodded to Jaina to collect the droid and to keep him quiet. "I thought we were doing just that," Nom Anor said, under complete control once more, as Leia turned back to him. "This is not a meeting," Leia countered. "It is a lecture in a hallway." "And even that is more than Borsk Felia deserves," Nom Anor was quick to answer. "Would you not agree, former Counselor Solo?" "This is not about Borsk Felia," Leia retorted, keeping her calm, though Nom Anor saw the fringes at the edge of that calm beginning to unravel. "This is about the fate of two worlds." "Who need nothing from the hypocritical New Republic," Nom Anor added. "The New Republic that speaks of peace and prosperity when it means peace in terms of the lower classes having no power to gain wealth or power, and prosperity only for elite friends of the New Republic." Leia shook her head and sputtered a few undecipherable words. "Order your battle cruiser to destroy the Osirians' ability to attack Romamul," Nom Anor said in all seriousness. "Shoot down their star fighters and cripple their missile pads, and forbid them to rebuild such offensive weapons." Leia stared at him hard, and the depth of her expression, he knew, carried more than the frustration of the immediate circumstances, carried in it the remembered weight of long-ago enemies. "And when they leave us alone, the conflict will be at its end," Nom Anor went on. "Peace will prevail, and so will prosperity." He paused and brought a hand up to his black masked face and struck a pensive pose. "Ah, yes, then prosperity will prevail, but it will be prosperity for Romamul and not Osirian, not the favored elite of the New Republic." "You can't believe what you're saying," Leia returned dryly. "Can't I?" Nom Anor asked, his voice dripping sarcasm. "A plausible read of the situation. Go out yourself among the streets of Red Haven and ask." "If you cared for the people of Romamul, you'd sit down and negotiate away this budding war," Leia said bluntly. "I thought that was what we just did," Nom Anor said. Leia's expression again turned incredulous. "I told you how to stop it," Nom Anor went on. "A simple call to the commander of your intervening terror weapon." Leia looked back at Mara and Jaina and shook her head. "Not what you expected," came Nom Anor's sarcastic, taunting reply. "But more than you or the New Republic deserved. I think our positions are clear, and so I bid you turn about, back to your silly little flying box and away from Romamul. I am afraid that I have lost patience with your foolishness." Leia stared at him long and hard, then turned on her heel and stormed away, sweeping up Jaina and Mara in her wake. Bolfer, too, turned about, but not until he had given a long and threatening stare at Nom Anor, who merely smiled widely in reply. C-3PO, too, turned to leave, but he lingered there a moment, wilting under Nom Anor's glare, perhaps the coldest stare he had ever felt. "Excuse me, sir, but may I inquire if there is a problem?" the droid gingerly asked. "One I could easily rectify," Nom Anor answered ominously, coming forward a step, his stance threatening. "Have I somehow offended you?" the droid politely asked, although he was quaking with fear. "Your mere existence offends me," Nom Anor growled, and C-3PO, having heard enough, too much actually, wheeled about and hustled away, calling for Princess Leia. "I did not expect such an encounter," Tamactus Bretha dared to say, moving to stand beside Nom Anor. "Nor did I," Nom Anor replied. "I had thought the meeting would be boring and hardly that much fun." He looked at his former mayor and recognized the doubts on the man's face. "Speak your mind," Nom Anor bade him. "Your questions will only strengthen me." "Romamul will indeed need the help of the New Republic," Tamactus Bretha said after a long pause. Nom Anor chuckled. The man didn't understand. This wasn't about Romamul. Nom Anor would hardly care if he left the place and then later learned that Osarian had completely obliterated it. Of course, he would never go on record making such a statement. "Our cause is bigger than the civil war between a pair of planets," he told Tamactus. "It is about the basic freedoms of citizens of the New Republic and basic fairness to the exploited masses everywhere. When that truth comes out, then Romamul will find all the allies it needs to crush the thief lords of Osarian." The former mayor squared his shoulders as Nom Anor spoke, taking pride in the cause, the greater, if impractical, cause. "I will see that our guests depart promptly," he said, dipping a bow, and after Nom Anor motioned for him to proceed, starting away. Nom Anor went to Shak Tanakton and gently patted the head of the still excited Schlecko-Newt. "The scent of the coom spore was strong in her breath," Shak Tanakton remarked. "And she wasn't as strong," Nom Anor added. "I could see it in the way she walked and held herself." Supremely pleased with himself, the executor headed for his private quarters, Shak Tanakton moving to follow. "Make sure that their course away leads them past the square," Nom Anor said to him on sudden insight. "I want them to witness the devotion." Shak Tanakton bowed and turned away. Nom Anor went into his room. He started for the 2 Phillips he had concealed in his closet, but changed his mind and went to his view-screen instead, staring up at the images of the stars that were just beginning to peek out as the sun disappeared. Had they made contact, he wondered? Had the Yamsk set up the controlling base? "He looked like Darth," Jaina started to say. "Don't even talk about it," Leia cut her off, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Try to keep up, 3PO, she said, more sharply than she had intended, when the droid came bounding around a rounded corner in full flight, nearly crashing into one of the metal support girders that lined the hallway like a giant rib cage. "And try not to get lost." "Oh, never that, Princess Leia," C-3PO said, as sincere as he had ever been, and he glued himself to Leia's side. They continued along the winding maze of corridors, up stairwells and through heavy doors, and it occurred to all of them how defensible this place truly was, a bunker more than a statehouse. Also, given the number of stairs they climbed and where they eventually came out, they realized that Nom Anor's private chambers were quite far below ground, something that had been lost on them in their trip down, a journey that had followed a more meandering route, along corridors they now understood to be gently, almost imperceptibly, sloping. They arrived at the Jade Saber without incident, and the guard standing before the shuttle's hatch briskly stepped aside. "I wish that it could have gone better," Temactus Breatha remarked to Leia after Jaina, Mara, and C-3PO went aboard to begin departure preparations. "Perhaps you should tell that to Nom Anor," Leia replied, and the gentle-eyed old man bowed. "You must understand that Osirian has been ruling us as a virtual slave colony for decades," Temactus began. "I know the history and the current standing," Leia replied. "Your intractable leader does not help the situation." Temactus, obviously unconvinced, didn't respond. Leia shook her head and moved into the ship, Bolfer gliding in behind her, the Noghri never taking his wary gaze from Temactus or the two sentries. "We've got a course change," Mara informed Leia as soon as she joined the others on the bridge, taking her customary seat behind Jaina. "They want us to fly low across the city, then vector out from the west," Jaina explained. "A trap?" the wary Leia asked. "I don't see the point," Mara said. "They could have taken out the shuttle while we were with Nom Anor, and could have easily captured us inside the complex." "Unless they're trying to make it look like an accident," Jaina put in. Leia nodded, reflecting her similar concerns. "They haven't got a thing that will take us out of the air once we're up and fully powered," Mara said firmly. "Nothing that we know about," Leia added, and that truth gave Mara pause. "We could signal the mediator for an escort," Jaina offered. Leia shook her head. "Just follow their course," she offered. "But be ready to blast out of here at the slightest sign of trouble." They heard Bolfer give a low hiss in the hallway, apparently not pleased with that choice. "Maybe your Noghri noticed Nom Anor's resemblance to Darth Vader as well," Mara said, with a tension-breaking grin. But Leia shuddered visibly at the awful thought. The Jade Saber lifted off and skimmed across the city, barely above the rooftops, as the departure controller ordered. A few moments later, Leia understood the design of this course change as the great square of Red Haven came into view, where a celebration was in full swing, great bonfires burning. "What is that?" Jaina asked, pointing down at the huge pit, and Mara, equally curious, brought the Jade Saber in for a low flyby. C-3PO wailed, and the three women crinkled their faces when the truth of that pit became apparent, when they saw the battered, pitiful droids, some still moving or sparking, and every motion invariably drawing a new volley of stones from the crazed crowd that ringed the pit. "Barbaric!" C-3PO cried. "The inhumanity!" "Get us out of here," a disgusted Leia instructed, but Mara was already spinning the Jade Saber up on end and punching full throttle, the roar of the twin engines making many of the fanatics in the square dive for cover. A squawk of protest came over the comm, but Mara just clicked it off. "Well," she said as they soared far, far away, "I warned you about Nom Anor. Still think I was exaggerating?" "He is about as infuriating as any being I've ever met," Leia agreed. "And once again, my sensitivity to the Force revealed nothing about him," Mara added. "Nothing. I even tried to silently call to him, just to get a reaction, but he didn't respond at all. I don't even know that he heard it, and so completely did he ignore me that there was little I could learn about him." "Same with me," Jaina admitted. "It's like he was totally devoid of the Force. I didn't like the feel of that other one, Shock Tenoctin, either." Mara nodded. "But I don't have the feeling that there was any hint of a bluff in Nom Anor's rebuttal," she said. "He brought us here for no better reason than to snub us, and even if Osirian puts the pressure on, I doubt that one will ever negotiate." Leia got up and rubbed her eyes, shook her head in utter frustration, and gave a helpless sigh. "I admire you," she said to Mara. "Truly. You met him once, and agreed to do so again. You're a braver person than I." Luke and Jason found the Millennium Falcon right where they left it, docking bay 3733, and judging from the sounds coming from the bay, the clank of metal wrenches, the hum of turbo drivers, and the stream of muttered curses, they figured that Han and Chewie were still trying to figure out how to fix the thing. On the way to Coruscant, Han had given the controls over to Anakin, who was more than a bit jealous that Mara often let Jaina fly the Jade Saber, and the 15-year-old, predictably, pulled a few hot-dogging maneuvers on the way down. But while the Millennium Falcon was surprisingly agile for a ship that looked more like an old garbage scow than a starfighter, she was also much, much more powerful. The Falcon had the agility to pull the turns Anakin put her through, though with his inertial compensator dialed down only 2%, everyone on board had nearly passed out from the G's. But the boy had apparently throttled up a bit too hard coming out of more than one. By the time Han had managed to take back the controls for the last remnant of the flight to dock, the Falcon was listing badly, with one engine and several repulsor lifts firing intermittently and unpredictably. Even now, secured in the bay, one of those repulsors popped off now and again, jolting the ship's edge up a few degrees, to bounce back down as the repulsors sputtered back out. Luke and Jason exchanged a smile as the Falcon went up yet again, higher this time, nearly onto its side, then dropped fast to horizontal, slamming down against the floor. "Weow!" came the screech of R2-D2. "Chewie!" Han cried, from somewhere above the open lower landing ramp, followed by a thud, a swear or two, and a wrench bouncing down the ramp to clang out into the docking bay. Han staggered down behind, covered in grease and sweat, muttering every step of the way. He bent to retrieve the wrench, but stopped and glanced up at his returning son and brother-in-law. "Teenagers," he muttered. "I thought you'd have it fixed by now," Luke replied. "All but that number 7 repulsor," Han explained. "Something crossed and shorted in one of the kids' rocker rolls. Keeps firing off and on, even if we power her down. R2 got a bit of a shock when he plugged into the nav computer." Luke smiled widely. Ever since he had met Han and set eyes on the Falcon, he considered the two, pilot and ship, to be almost spiritually linked. Both were a patchwork of seemingly unrelated skills, and both were far more formidable than they appeared, and both, Luke thought now, always seemed to be breaking down and defying logic in the repair mode. "Try it now," came Anakin's voice from within, answered by a Wookiee wail. The Falcon hummed to life, repulsor lifts firing in testing sequence. 110, 29, 38, 4, 7. And 7 fired beautifully. "Kid's got talent," Han remarked, but even as he said it, something inside the Falcon exploded, and thick smoke poured down the landing ramp, accompanied by another R2-D2 "Weow!" Chewie wailed again. "You pushed it too fast," Anakin yelled at the Wookiee, and Chewie's wail became a growl, and a moment later Anakin came running down the ramp, waving the smoke from his face, as filthy as if he had just dived face first into a Tenuvian tar pit. He skidded to a stop before his glowering father. "He pushed it too fast," Anakin sheepishly tried to explain. "You pushed it too fast," Han countered, anger rising. "You said I said you could fly it," Han interrupted, poking his finger at the boy. "I didn't say you could try to outdo your sister, because you can't, you know. And you can't turn the Falcon the way you turn a land speeder." "But—" Anakin paused and looked to his uncle and brother for support, but while the two weren't smiling any longer, neither did they have anything to offer against Han's assessment. With a sigh that sounded more like a snarl, Anakin waved his hands in frustration and stormed back up the landing ramp. "Teenagers!" Han cried. Now Luke did smile again, for he could envision a young Han Solo in exactly the same situation, hearing the exasperated cry of "teenagers" from every adult around him. There were many differences between Anakin and Han, with the son seeming far more introspective. But concerning many matters, like flying the Falcon apparently, Anakin Solo had his father's unbridled spirit. In cases like this, It almost scared Luke how much Anakin was like Han, in appearance and in temperament. Chewie greeted the returning Anakin with a disapproving growl. "We'll fix it," the boy replied with a sigh. "It's just a stupid ship." Even before those last words had left his mouth, Anakin found himself up in the air, his head uncomfortably close to the myriad of wires in the Falcon's main power grid. The powerful Wookiee held him there easily, with just one hand, while his other hand reached down to Anakin's belt and pulled free his lightsaber. "What?" Anakin started to ask, but then his surprise multiplied many times over, and he yelled out, "Hey!" as Chewie brought the lightsaber into his mouth and made a move as if he meant to bite the thing. Aside from the risk of blowing his head off if he released the energy within that hilt, Chewie's threats to scratch or damage Anakin's precious instrument unsettled the boy profoundly. He yelled at Chewie again and reached up for the lightsaber, but the Wookiee elbowed his hand away and scolded him profoundly. "Okay, I get it," Anakin replied, head down, for the Wookiee's comparisons between Anakin's feelings for the lightsaber and Chewie's own for the Falcon certainly hit the point. "I get it," he said again. Chewie howled, hardly seeming satisfied. "We'll fix it," an exasperated Anakin assured him. For a few moments, Luke continued to envision the problems a younger Han might have caused to those adults around him. Han cocked his head at Luke, apparently noting his expression, and smirked. "How'd your meeting go?" "Wonderful," Luke answered sarcastically. "How else could any meeting chaired by Borsk Failure go?" "They've got their problems," Han said. "Borsk and his friends are finding that managing a galaxy isn't as easy as they believed." "So they find scapegoats," Luke said. "Such as?" Han prompted. "A problem along the Outer Rim," Luke explained. "Someone's banging blasters with smugglers. Jedi, they believe, and that's not to the liking of Fjord Rodan or Nyuk Nyuv." "Probably costing them a fortune," Han reasoned with a wry grin. "Whatever the reason, the Council's not happy about it." "Which means they're laying it on you," Han said. "Well, what are we to do about it?" Han's tone made it pretty clear that he didn't think highly of intervening. "Didn't you tell me that Lando was out there, mining asteroids or something?" Luke asked, and Han's expression soured. "He's out there," Han replied. "Pair of planets called Dubrillion and Destrillion, near an asteroid system he modestly named Lando's Folly." "I need a thread to hang on to," Luke explained. "Maybe a little insider information." "That'd be Lando," Han agreed. He didn't sound particularly enamored of the idea. Luke understood the man's apparent reticence and recognized it for pure bluster. Han and Lando were friends, dear friends, but there always seemed to be a reluctance from both to publicly admit it. "Maybe," Luke said. "Lando always seems to know what's going on, and if I find out the inside story, I might be able to use it to persuade a couple of counselors to see things my way." Han started to nod, then blinked and stared at Luke curiously. "You've been hanging around me too long," he remarked. "What are you smiling at?" he asked Jason, who was beaming at Luke's side. "The belt," Jason said. "Jane is going to be pretty happy about this." "The belt?" Luke asked. "Running the belt," Jason explained, but Luke's expression remained curious. "Lando's got an operation going on the side," Han explained. "Calls it Running the Belt. It's a game, and there's probably more than a little betting going on around it, where pilots test their skills by zipping around the asteroids, seeing how long they can stay in the place before getting bumped away." "Blasted away, you mean," Luke said, "into little pieces. Doesn't sound like a promising career." "Only one pilot's been hurt," Jason interjected, drawing a surprised look from Luke. "Jaina told me," he explained. "Lando modified some TIE fighters with walls of repulsor shields so that they can take a hit or 2 or 10 and just bounce away." It's supposed to be one of the highlights of the galaxy, Han replied, but I'm betting there's more to it than just a game. Luke nodded and didn't have to ask for clarification. He had heard a couple of reports of smugglers diving into asteroid belts to evade pursuit. Perhaps Lando's game was providing some interesting training. "You want to go and visit him?" Han asked. "He's not on especially good terms with the New Republic these days." "Is he ever?" "He's likely running a few side businesses the New Republic would see as less than legitimate," Han added. "Isn't he always?" That brought a chuckle from Han, but just for a moment. "What about Mara?" he asked seriously. "They'll be back soon, and from what I hear, things didn't go very well." That hit home to Luke, a reminder, as everything seemed to be a reminder, that his beloved wife was not well. The best doctors in the galaxy were shaking their heads helplessly, able to do nothing but watch as something inside Mara continually altered her molecular structure. No medicine, no therapy had come close to treating the rare disease, and only her own internal strength, her use of the Force, was somewhat keeping it in check. Those others who had contracted the disease had not been so fortunate. So what would a trek across the galaxy do to her? Luke had to wonder. Would it be too much? Would it put her in a dangerous position? "Aunt Mara just went to Romamul," Jason reminded. "That's 3 days' travel, and she didn't find any vacation once she got there." "True enough," Han said. "Maybe a run to the Outer Rim, far away from the Council, will do her, and my wife, good." Luke shrugged and nodded, and so it seemed settled. They heard R2-D2 beeping wildly, then Chewie wailed, and the No. 7 repulsor lift coil fired to life. And then there came another explosion from inside the Falcon, and the lift coil sputtered out. Anakin came storming down the landing ramp. "That's it," he grumbled. "I'm done." Before Han could even begin to yell at him, though, a huge hairy paw landed on the boy's shoulder and yanked him back inside, and Anakin's feeble attempt at any protest was blasted away by a tremendous Wookiee roar. Han blew a sigh and tossed his wrench over his shoulder to clang on the metal floor. "Teenagers," Luke remarked, tossing a wink at Jason. 5. The War Coordinator. Danny Quee pored over the charts again and again, checking coordinates and vectors. She was in the control room. Most of the scientists were spending the whole of their waking hours and some of their sleeping ones in there, now that they had something interesting to watch. 9 of the 15 were in the room now. "In the Helska system," Garth Bryce said to her. "The 4th planet." Danny nodded. It did indeed seem as if their incoming asteroid, racing along faster than any natural object they had ever witnessed, would soon enough sail into the Helska system. There, given its present course and speed, and there seemed to be no reason to expect either to change, it would collide with the 4th planet. "What do we know of that planet?" Danny asked. Garth Bryce shrugged. "There isn't much in the databanks about the Helska system. There's not an easily inhabitable planet among the 7, and no one's taken the time or trouble to build one up. None of them even have names. Just Helska 1 to 7. "Point the orbiting scopes toward that 4th planet, then," Danny instructed. "Let's find out what it's made of." "Ice," Yeoman Carr said from Pod 7, the one now showing the clearest tracking of the asteroid. The other scientists in the room turned to regard him. "I did some research and some personal viewing," Yeoman Carr explained. "Once we determined that the asteroid would make a close pass or a hit, I took some shots from our orbiting scope." "So it's just a frozen ball of rock?" Garth asked. "Or a ball of frozen water," Yeoman Carr replied. "I could detect nothing more substantial than ice and vapor. No sign of minerals at all." Of course, Yeoman Carr knew much more about that planet, the 4th in the Helska system. He had been there. He had studied it. He had left the Villip beacons out by the galactic rim to steer the incoming Brethren, the glory of the Preterite Vong, to it. "And you're sure it's going to hit it?" Tiubo asked. "Looks like it," Danny replied. "How big's that planet?" Tiubo asked. "Not big," Yeoman Carr replied. "A few thousand kilometers in diameter." "If it's nothing but ice, then that asteroid will disintegrate it," Benson Tomry remarked, and a grin widened on his face. All of them had been excited when they discovered that the incoming asteroid was on a path for a collision, for none had ever witnessed that rare event. Now, if Yeoman Carr was right about the composition of the planet, the show might be amazing indeed. "Let's try to get a better reading on that planet," Danny suggested. "And I think it's time we send out the word so that X-Gal and the New Republic can get some scientists out there." "And fast," Benson Tomry added. "They've only got a few days before—" He paused and smiled widely, then threw his hands out wide as he finished suddenly. Boom! Tiubo went right to the transmitter in the raised section of the chamber and clicked open the normal channel for accessing the galactic net and contacting X-Gal. It didn't work. "Have the Dovin Basils tightened their lock on the planet," the huge and powerful prefect Dagara told his crew. His crew on the asteroid, which wasn't an asteroid at all, but rather a huge 10-kilometer chunk of yorick coral, a living world ship. "You wish more speed, Prefect?" another of the tattooed warriors asked. Dagara, not used to being questioned, looked at him curiously. "Bellic Tew," the other said, snapping his fists against opposite shoulders, the reply and signal for both apology and permission to continue. Dagara nodded. This one, Tu Shulb, had proven resourceful and cunning in their trip across the galaxies. "A change in speed might alert all those watching," Tu Shulb explained, "for natural bodies would not so obviously accelerate." "Those watching?" Dagara questioned. "Do you doubt that Yeoman Carr has performed?" "No, Prefect," Tu Shulb said, and he signaled his respect again and reiterated, "Bellic Tew." Dagara motioned him off on his task to the Dovin Basils, the organisms that propelled the world ship. Possessed of the ability to lock onto specific gravity fields, to the exclusion of all others, even to gravity fields millions of kilometers away, the adult 3-meter spherical Dovin Basils worked like perpetual thrusters, and the more they focused their line, the greater the pull. Now they were locked on a planet, the one the inhabitants of this galaxy called Helska 4, as per the instructions of Yeoman Carr's Villet beacon, which had been left out at Vector Prime, the breach point of the galactic rim, with specific directions. Dagara almost reconsidered his order to Tu Shulb then, for the instructions of Yeoman Carr had called for a steady run to the 4th planet, but the Prefect was anxious, and if Carr had done his job correctly, no one would be the wiser. Of course, the acceleration might force some last-minute course corrections to properly intercept the planet, but so be it, for the Prefect wanted to be on with it. He had been back to the main holding compartment to communicate with the great Yamsk, the war coordinator, and the gigantic creature, its bulbous head glowing red with eagerness, its many tentacles, some thick and others filament-thin but 100 kilometers long, coiled and twitching, had clearly revealed to him its desire to begin. Dagara was a prefect, no minor title, and this was his ship to command. But the greater mission was the province of the war coordinator, a creature, a tool, genetically engineered over centuries to serve his people in just this conquering capacity. The Yamsk was eager. So was Dagara. "A tail," one of the scientists at X-Gal 4 announced, and he stood up and slapped the edge of the console. "I knew it." Danny, Benson, and several others rushed over to the Pod 7 viewer, nodding as they acknowledged the visible tail of the asteroid. "Not much of one," another remarked, but a trailing line of something was indeed visible. "A comet, then," Benson Tomry mused, and several conversations erupted all at once, mostly concerning the apparent lack of heat beyond the galactic rim. For if there was indeed sun-like heat and energy out there, as many scientists had theorized, then no comet could have come through with any ice intact. Danny and Benson exchanged sincere smiles. This had been a day of unexpected discoveries, always a delight to the scientific mind. First, they had noted that the streaking asteroid was significantly accelerating, though they hadn't yet determined whether that was due to some galactic rim rebound or some gravitational force they had not yet discerned. And now they learned that it wasn't an asteroid at all, but a comet, trailing a small but undeniable tail. "Has Garth got that comm system fixed yet?" Danny asked. "He's working on it," Benson Tomry replied. "Something chewed right through the cables, and he's got to build a connector big enough to sort them all." Across the room, Yeoman Carr watched it all with amusement. That was no comet coming in, and no tail behind it. The trailing tendrils of the world ship were huge membranous creatures anchored at the end by piloted coral skippers, smaller starfighter versions of Yorick coral. At times of weak gravitational pull fields, those membranes would be extended wide as cosmic sails, riding interstellar winds. Garth Bryce entered the room then, lugging a large metal box. 2 days, he said to Danny. "Make it tomorrow," she answered. "We want to give them time to get on the spot." Garth sighed, but nodded and hustled away. Yeoman Carr only smiled, knowing the futility of it all. Garth Bryce would fix the cables, only to find that the system wouldn't work anyway. How long would it take them, the Yuuzhan Vong warrior wondered, to find out the next problem, the subtly disconnected cables at the top of the tower? Yes, these foolish beings were in for many surprises over the next few days, and they'd never get the word out to their fellows, and then their planet would burn down around them. The sunset that night was thick with green and orange, a clear sign that Yeoman Carr's little dweebits were working their deadly magic. Dagara sat in his multicolored compartment and felt the vibrations and the less subtle movements about him. It was all in place now, for he had ordered the slowdown to intercept the fourth planet, the place he and the Yamsk would make their base of operations. Out behind the world ship, dozens of single-piloted coral skippers fanned out, carrying with them the huge membranous sail. They inverted that sail into a semicircle, with the world ship at its apex. The Dovan Basils, at the commands of the helmsman, released their grip on the planet's gravity and focused instead on opposing fields, slowing the huge living vessel. The coral skippers brought it in, and it contacted with the planet, not with the great explosion those watching from afar had expected, but with a dull splat, the membranes shielding and buffeting the impact like a giant mattress. Dagara, like the other 5,000 Yuuzhan Vong aboard, moved to his locker and coaxed out a fleshy membranous creature, a variation of the Ooglith masker called an Ooglith cloaker. With help from the prefect, the creature rolled up over his legs and enveloped him, and then began the stinging ecstasy of the joining, its millions of connecting tendrils slipping into Dagara's pores. Unlike the masker, the cloaker's facial mask was transparent, showing the glory of its host's disfigurements. After a short pause to fully experience the connection, Dagara scooped a soft star-shaped creature from the water tank beside him and held it up to his face, where it latched on. The prefect gagged a bit as the central tendril of the Nulith snaked down his throat, and he had to put a finger to either side of his nose to keep the pincers there from closing off his air supply. But then the connection was complete, and the creature understood. Now it breathed from the water within Dagara's body while he pulled in needed oxygen through his nose. The prefect made his way along the rough-walled corridors to the lowest level, where his many soldiers and the great Yamsk waited. The Yamsk led the way out of the world ship, its thicker tentacles spreading wide to get a solid grip on the icy surface. Then the creature exposed its huge central tooth and, with the force of an ion cannon, drove it down into the ice, battering repeatedly, digging down, and secreting a liquid from that single fang to further erode the crust. After nearly an hour, the tooth broke through, and the Yamsk wasted no time in contorting its huge and boneless body, sliding down into the watery world below. Dagara and his crew went next, fast down the long slide to slip under the water, where the newlith they had latched upon their faces would do the breathing for them, and the ooglith cloakers would protect them from the freezing temperatures. Soon enough, the Yamsk's secretions wore away, and the ice fast covered the hole. But not before another gigantic creature, a brownish tubular worm, had slipped one end out from the world ship, down the hollowed chute, and into the water. The air inside the tubular creature was too warm for the ice to reform, making it the lifeline and communications line for Dagara and the others back to their vessel. The pilots of the coral skippers went to work next, carefully overlapping the membrane and then releasing it. They flew to the higher docking bay on the ship, and there they awaited the orders of the war coordinator. "The gravity of the planet got it anyway," Benson Tomry announced excitedly. All 15 were in the control room then, hoping for just such an event, hoping that the acceleration of the comet would not allow it to get past the fourth planet. They all watched intently as the small blip approached the planet, and then nothing. Not an explosion, not the vaporization of the ice planet. Nothing. "What the heck?" more than one confused scientist asked, and every one of them was scratching his or her head. All the data coming back from this comet had been inconclusive, showing them no signs of anything familiar in its composition, and now this. "Did you get that communications tower fixed?" Danny asked Garth rather sharply. "The only thing I haven't tried yet is climbing up the thing to check the connections on that end," the man replied in the same frustrated tone. Danny's look showed no compromise. I'll do it, he said, throwing his hands up in defeat, and he stormed out of the room. "Does anyone have any idea of what we just saw?" the frustrated Danny asked, turning her attention back to the view screen. No answers came back at her. "We've got to contact X-Gal," Benson remarked, "either with the tower or from space." "You want to take the spacecaster up?" another asked doubtfully. "That's just what we'll do," Danny interjected. "We'll take it up and all the way to the planet, and we'll give a call out to the galactic net on the way." There came no arguments, but neither did anyone in the room seem overly thrilled with that prospect. The last time the aging spacecaster had been used, it had barely made orbit, and the prospect of flying it all the way to the Helska system was more than a bit intimidating. Except to Yeoman Carr, who thought the whole scene of bumbling, undisciplined scientists rather enlightening. 6. Take me far, far away. The Jade Saber came out of hyperspace for the last leg of its journey to Coruscant. Jaina handled all the plotting, engaging and disengaging the hyperdrive, with Mara watching over her, and now, back at Sublight, Mara was so confident in the girl that she gave her the bridge alone. Leia was surprised when she entered to see her daughter sitting comfortably at the controls, with Mara nowhere in sight. "Where's your aunt?" she asked. Jaina turned, her smile wide. "She said she was tired." Leia moved to take the seat beside Jaina. "How long to Coruscant?" she asked. 2 hours, Jaina replied. "Mara told me to come out of light speed early because of the heavy traffic in the region. She wants me to wake her up before the final approach." Leia nodded and sat back. She, too, was tired of it all. Over the last years, she kept resigning her posts and then allowing herself to be dragged back in, often poignantly reminded, or reminding herself, that a million lives could hang in the balance. Leia was considered among the finest diplomats in the New Republic hierarchy, the one person whose heroic reputation, negotiating skills, and true empathy would allow her to intervene in pending crises. She closed her eyes and gave a self-deprecating chuckle, reminding herself that all those skills and reputation had done absolutely nothing to help the Osirian Romamul situation. The Romamulians had many legitimate complaints against Osirian. The Osirians lived much better than their Romamulian counterparts, relaxing in luxury off the labors of the miners, and it was no secret that the Romamulians were greatly underrepresented in the Osirian government. Now, though, those complaints had been compounded and exploited, turned into something zealous and religious in nature, and what should have been a workers' arbitration was in danger of becoming a holy war. In great danger, Leia now understood, for in all her years she had rarely dealt with anyone as intractable as Nom Anor, or at least as intractable as Nom Anor, given the fact that the man and the people he was supposedly representing were likely going to get annihilated in a war they could not win. After the disastrous meeting, Leia had made many calls to him from her post on the Mediator, and he had answered every one, usually just to tell her that he had no time to speak with her. With those annoying thoughts in mind, Leia drifted off to sleep. "Wow," Jaina breathed, and Leia popped open her eyes, thinking there might be trouble. "What is it?" she asked with obvious alarm. "Mon Calamari Star Defender," Jaina answered, pointing toward the upper left quadrant of the screen. With a flick of her other hand, she angled the viewer to bring the beautiful ship into complete view. And it was spectacular. Like all the Mon Calamari ships, this one was unique, an artwork, sleek and flowing and ultimately deadly. It was the largest ship ever produced on that watery world, nearly twice the size of the battle cruiser they had left behind between Osirian and Romamul, and the first Mon Calamari Star Defender produced for the New Republic fleet. "The Viscount," Leia remarked, "just commissioned 2 weeks ago. It must be making a flyby for the approval of the Council." "Wow!" Jaina breathed again, those brown eyes sparkling. Leia silently laughed at herself. When she had heard Jaina's gasp, she had immediately assumed there was trouble, and she had worried that Jaina couldn't handle it. She examined her apparent lack of confidence in her daughter then, and for a moment believed she must be a terrible mother to think so little of the proven girl. No, not girl, Leia reminded herself. Young woman. When she had first come in, after finishing the report of the brewing disaster on Romamul, and seen Jaina alone, her heart had skipped a beat. Yet Mara, as competent a pilot and responsible an adult as Leia had ever known, had seen fit to leave Jaina on her own. Why couldn't Leia hold that same confidence in her own child? She studied Jaina carefully, the sureness of her movements, the calm expression on her face. "How close now?" she asked. Jaina shrugged. "You were asleep for over an hour," she explained. "We've got another half-hour, maybe, depending on the course they tell us to follow." "I'll go get Mara," Leia offered, climbing out of her chair and stretching away the last remnants of sleep. "You could let her rest," Jaina suggested. "I can bring the jade saber down." Leia thought it over for a moment. Yes, Jaina could land the shuttle with no problems, and Leia was an experienced pilot and could watch over her all the way, and Mara could certainly use all the rest she could find. She almost agreed. Almost. And again came those nagging doubts about the way she mothered Jaina. "It's Mara's ship," she said. "To land it without her explicit permission would be a slight against her." Glad for the etiquette dodge, Leia smiled and patted Jaina's shoulder. "I know you'd put it down so softly that Mara wouldn't even shift in her bed," she said, and she winked at Jaina when the young woman looked up at her. That brought a smile to Jaina's face, and Leia patted her shoulder again and left the bridge, heading for Mara's room. She paused outside the door and lifted her hand to knock, but then hesitated, hearing quiet sounds coming from within. Leia put her ear to the door and listened carefully. She heard only an occasional sniffle, and Leia understood that Mara was crying. "Mara?" She called softly and knocked on the door. No reply, and Leia pushed the button and let the door slide away. Mara sat on her bed, her back to Leia, her shoulders hunched slightly, as if she had just gotten control of her emotions. "Are you all right?" Leia asked. Mara nodded. Leia moved over and sat on the bed beside her, draping her arm across Mara's shoulders, as soon as she recognized the moistness rimming the woman's eyes. "What is it?" she asked softly. Mara sat up straighter and took a deep breath, ending in a forced smile. "Nothing at all," she answered. Leia stared at her skeptically. "A dream," Mara clarified. "And when I woke up, I was just being foolish." "Do you want to talk about it?" Mara shrugged. Leia waited a moment longer, but the other woman apparently would not offer anything more. "We're nearing Coruscant," Leia explained. "Would you like me to help Jaina bring her in?" "I can do it," Mara assured her. She rose and started for the door, a step full of stiffness that brought a wince to her face. Leia was up in an instant, hooking Mara under the arm for support. "I just slept in a twisted position," Mara tried to explain, but Leia, not buying that for a moment, didn't let go. She came around Mara's side and gently forced her to sit back on the edge of the bed. "It's not the way you slept," she said. "It's the disease, isn't it?" Mara looked up at her, successfully fighting back any trace of tears. "It came on again a little while ago," she admitted. Leia sighed and shook her head, wishing there was something, anything, she could do to help her sister-in-law, her dear friend. "That's fairly common, you said," she prompted. "Is there something different about the attack this time?" Mara looked away. "You have to tell me," Leia said, more sternly than she had intended, and the look Mara returned to her, not of anger or violation, but more of incredulity, set Leia back. Why did Mara have to tell her after all? It wasn't as if she could do anything to help the woman. All of the others who had come down with this disease had told their doctors, and had subsequently been referred to the best physicians in the New Republic. All of them had detailed every twinge, every ache, and had begged for any help at all. They were all dead, or soon would be. "I'm sorry," Leia said, that disturbing thought hanging thick in her mind. "You don't have to tell me anything." She leaned forward and kissed Mara on the cheek, then rose to leave, offering the woman her hand. Mara took that hand, but instead of getting up, she pulled Leia back down to the bed beside her. Then she stared long and hard into Leia's eyes. "My womb, this time," she said. Leia crinkled her face, not understanding. "This illness," Mara explained. "It came to me again while I slept, this time attacking my womb." Leia's eyes widened with fear. "Did you defeat it?" Mara nodded and managed a slight smile. "It won't kill me yet," she replied, with a less than comforting chuckle. Leia nodded, full of admiration for this strong and stoic woman. Every time the disease had cropped up, Mara had focused her strength, had focused the force inward and beat it back. "But it was more difficult this time," Leia remarked, thinking she had the answer to Mara's uncharacteristic, tearful reaction. The woman shook her head. "Not so bad an attack," she replied. "Then what?" Leia asked. Mara took another deep breath. "My womb," she said solemnly. Then it hit Leia fully. "You're afraid you might not be able to have any children," she said. "I'm not so young anymore," Mara answered with a self-deprecating chuckle. It was true enough. Mara, like Leia and Luke, was past 40, but except for the disease, she was very healthy and, as far as Leia knew, still able to have kids. Leia surely understood the woman's concerns, though, given the disease's attack on her very core of womanhood. "When I married your brother, we talked about having kids," Mara explained. "He had watched your three grow so strong and wonderful, and more than anything in the world, we both wanted our own." "You can still have them," Leia assured her. "Perhaps," Mara answered. "But who knows, Leia? I'm growing tired of fighting, and this disease shows no signs of letting up." "Nor is it gaining any ground," Leia reminded. "I haven't given up," Mara assured her. "But I can't have kids now. I don't even know if I'd pass this along to them, or if they'd be killed by it inside of me. And who knows when it will be over, or if it will have caused too much damage for me to ever have them." Leia wanted to say something reassuring, but how could she possibly dismiss Mara's obviously well-grounded logic? She put her arm on the woman's shoulder. "You have to keep hoping," she said. Mara managed a smile. "I will," she promised. "Besides, I've got Jaina under my wing now, and that's almost as good." A quick flash across Leia's face betrayed her. "What?" Mara asked with concern. Leia blushed and laughed out loud. "What?" "There have been times when I've been so jealous of you and Jaina," Leia admitted, smiling with every word. "I see the bond between you, and I feel both wonderful that Jaina has found so inspiring a friend and mentor, and awful. When I see the two of you working together, I want to rush over and hug you and choke you all at once." Mara's expression revealed true concern until Leia fell over her, wrapping her in a tight hug. "Oh, you'll beat this," Leia said. "You will, and you'll have babies, and maybe soon after you, Jaina will have her own." She pushed Mara back to arm's length. "And won't that be fun?" she asked. "The three of us sitting around, trading stories, while Luke gets to babysit them all." It was the perfect thing to say at that moment, and the edges of Mara's lips turned up just a bit into a smile, and a flash of hope crossed her vivid green eyes. Leia knew, though, as she and Mara headed back to the bridge, that it might well be a fleeting hope, and an image of herself and Jaina sitting and talking to Jaina's babies about their brave, deceased great-aunt Mara nearly broke her down at that moment. Nearly, but she held back the tears. She had to. They all had to. For Mara's sake. Jason heard the telltale hiss and electric snapping as he approached the main chamber of the Millennium Falcon. Anakin was in there, he realized, and practicing with his lightsaber again. Always practicing. Normally, Jason would leave his little brother alone, knowing that the two of them simply couldn't come to any philosophical agreements in their present states of mind. This time, though, after the spectacle of the council meeting, Jason was in the mood for a good argument, and so he moved through the hatch. There was Anakin, soaked in sweat, dodging and turning, his lightsaber flashing to parry each of the many energy zaps of the small remote as it floated all about him, seeking a hole in his defenses. His little brother was getting good, Jason had to admit, as Anakin brought the glowing blade down and across to the left, up high to the left, and back over to the right in a flashing sequence, each movement neatly picking off an energy missile. The sequence ended, and Anakin clicked his blade off and stood breathing heavily. Jason started a slow, almost mocking clap. "Could you do as well?" Anakin asked, before he had even turned around to face his brother. "Does it matter?" Jason replied. Anakin crinkled his face in disdain and snorted. "You spend half your life dancing around with that thing," Jason commented. "We're Jedi Knights, or soon to be," Anakin replied. "And all the Jedi should spend all their waking hours alone, dancing about with remotes," Jason said sarcastically. "You practice," Anakin retorted. "And I spend more time alone than you do," Jason agreed. Anakin looked at him skeptically, as if to ask, given that admission, what the problem might be. "There is a reason for the solitude and the practice," Jason tried to explain. "To hone our skills," Anakin replied. Jason was shaking his head before his little brother had even finished that expected response. "To deepen our understanding," he said. "That again?" "That always," Jason said firmly. "When you are practicing, what are you thinking about?" Again, the skeptical expression. "Are you fantasizing that you're hunting outlaw Gamorreans?" Jason asked, "saving the galaxy as Dad once did?" "When I'm in the practice regimen, my mind is clear of clutter," Anakin replied. But again, Jason shook his head, unsatisfied with the answer. "Right before you fall fully into the Force," he clarified, "and right after. What are you thinking about?" Anakin's expression turned to one of anger. "What are you thinking at those times?" Jason pressed. "What fantasy battles do you wage in these sessions?" "Why does it matter?" Anakin snapped. "Because that's not the truth of the Force," Jason answered just as sharply. "You keep thinking of it as a tool, a weapon in your war against everything you see as bad. But that is such a limiting philosophy." "It is a weapon," Anakin replied slowly. "A powerful weapon, and a great responsibility." Jason shook his head. "Those are the minor truths of the Force," he said, "the ones that so many like you focus on to satisfy your personal hunger for glory." Anakin seemed as if he was about to spit. "The Force is a method of serenity and truth, not an outward-projecting tool to be used to further any single person's perception of good," Jason lectured. "Do you think the New Republic is evil?" Anakin scoffed. "Neither good nor evil," Jason explained, taking no offense. "But I don't agree with all of their actions. Certainly individual communities have suffered at their hands, just like during the reign of the Emperor. But this time, in actions taken for the greater good," Anakin argued vehemently, obviously not pleased with hearing any comparison between the New Republic and the Old Empire. Jason merely chuckled, the simple, mocking reaction having the effect of turning Anakin's words around so that the younger brother had to recognize the subtle truth in them. "I'm getting sick of hearing all of this," Anakin remarked. "You'll hear it until you learn the truth," Jason replied immediately. "That is my responsibility." "Uncle Luke told you that?" "This isn't about him," Jason replied. "It's about you and me." "He's going to put the Jedi Council back together," Anakin said, as if those words gave him a victory. "He has to," Jason said, his tone making it clear that he wasn't happy about the admission. "Or risk disaster because of the other Jedi Knights like you running through the galaxy, righting every wrong." He waved his hands dismissively at his brother and turned to leave, but before he had gone 2 steps, Anakin grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him about. Anakin held up the pommel of his lightsaber. "This," he said emphatically, "is an instrument of law." "No," Jason snarled in his face. "That is a tool through which a Jedi might look inside himself and find his inner peace, a measuring stick for his acceptance of the Force." Anakin's expression revealed clearly that he didn't get the point at all. "To deny full entrance of the Force during such a practice session will weaken your parries and get you stung, and often," Jason replied. "It's not about waging war, Anakin. It's about finding peace and your place in the galaxy." "Pretty words that mean nothing when the fighting starts," Anakin retorted. "A Jedi at peace is a better warrior by far," Jason said. "Prove it." Anakin accentuated his challenge by turning on the blade, causing it to flash and hum to life right before Jason's face. "If I must, to get the point through your thick skull," Jason answered, calmly walking by. He turned to face Anakin and brought his own lightsaber to glowing life before him. Anakin closed the hatch. Uncle Luke wouldn't be happy to find them sparring in here, nor would their father, and turned back to face his brother, who was already moving in closer with deliberate, measured steps. "Maybe you'll admit the truth when I beat you," Anakin said. But it was apparent that Jason wasn't listening, was already falling into the levels of deepest concentration, the preface to the conscious emptiness that was pure Force acceptance. Both paused for a long while, and then suddenly Anakin came rushing ahead, lightsaber twirling up and around, slicing down for Jason's shoulder, and when Jason easily parried, Anakin sent it around the other way, diving along the opposite angle. Jason parried that too, catching Anakin's weapon with his own and bringing both around and down, back out to Jason's left, and then around some more. When the blades were each out straight between the brothers, Jason rolled his wrist, looping his blade further about Anakin's. But Anakin was up to the measure, and he snapped his blade straight downward to break it free of the dangerous tangle. then brought it up again fast enough to knock Jason's blade aside before his brother could put it point in at his throat and score a quick victory. Anakin brought his blade back past one shoulder and slapped it out, sparks flying as it connected with Jason's parry. Again Anakin attacked, and then again, as if he meant to beat his brother back right through a wall. "Anger betrays you," Jason said, and the words sent a chill through Anakin, words that spoke of the truth of the moment and of the dark side of the Force, a place no Jedi could ever afford to visit. Anakin's attack mellowed, went more to finesse, subtle thrusts and slashes, and deceptively slight movements to parry Jason's every attack. And so they went for many minutes, back and forth across the room, each seeming to gain a momentary edge only to lose it again through the other's quick response. They had to trust in themselves and in each other, for there were no practice modes on their lightsabers. The slightest miss or wrong deflection or too far thrust could bring serious harm. But they went on anyway, their philosophical differences playing themselves out through sword fighting, and before long, Jason's warning notwithstanding, both were into it viciously, swiping and dodging, thrusting low and high, and more than parrying, batting each other's blade aside. Jason came out of that fit first, mellowing his parries to those subtle and beautiful shifts and turns, and offering few offensive routines at all. That sudden passivity only spurred Anakin on to greater intensity. His lightsaber slashed once, twice, and thrice from the left, then he spun about a complete circuit, reversing his grip as he went, and slashed once, twice, thrice from the right. Jason parried the first three from his left, then parried again and again from the right, and then ducked, and Anakin, so into the flow, thinking to take the third parry and spin back the other way, swooshed his blade right over his ducking brother and overbalanced as the weapon hit nothing but air. Up Jason came behind it, a sudden subtle stab that sent Anakin's lightsaber flying away and made the younger boy leap back and grab his stung hand. Jason clicked off his blade. "The Force is a power within, for the good of within," he said. "We're not a galactic patrol." Anakin stared at his brother long and hard, clearly surprised that Jason, who practiced far less than he, had so cleanly beaten him. "Uncle Luke used the Force to destroy the Death Star," Anakin reminded. "And Mara uses it now to battle her disease," Jason replied. "Only when we are at peace within can we think of acting properly upon battles in the wider galaxy." Anakin didn't reply, just stood clutching his hand and staring at his brother as a long, quiet moment slipped past. "You're getting better," Jason offered, and he winked at Anakin and headed for the door. "I'll beat you next time," came Anakin's predictable call behind him, and Jason smiled all the wider as he stepped out into the corridor leading to the ladder. Down below, he heard a clank of metal and a few more curses from his frustrated father, who was still hard at work. "You're going to cross the lines," Han yelled. Chewbacca howled, and there came a sharp, sparking retort, followed by Han's "Yow!" Chewie's head popped up through the open service panel. "Get back here, hairball!" Han cried. Chewbacca came out of the hold in a single graceful spring, or at least it seemed that way to Jason until he noticed his father's arm sticking out of the hole behind the Wookiee, a sparking cable in hand, and the wisps of smoke wafting off of Chewie's bottom. He couldn't help but chuckle, but he tried very hard to suppress it when the Wookiee stormed up to him, rubbing his bottom. "Ah-ya!" Chewie scolded. "I didn't do it," Jason exclaimed. "It was Anakin." Chewie howled again. "No, we're not all the same," Jason protested. The Wookiee threw his arms out wide, covering about a 3-meter expanse, fingertip to fingertip, and shook his huge hairy head, growling and roaring. "I never said you could snap-turn the Falcon," Jason argued, "and I never did snap-turn the Falcon. Talk to Anakin." Ah. "You think you might wander over and help me with this compensator?" Han asked dryly, turning the Wookiee about. He held a pair of cables in his hand, one of them throwing the occasional spark, and his face was covered in grease so that his eyes and teeth shone brightly in contrast. Jason laughed again, or started to, until Chewie spun back around and glowered at him. Nothing like a Wookiee glare to sap the mirth. "Well?" Han asked, and with a resigned roar, Chewie turned about and headed back for the opened service panel. A short time later, Mara, Jaina, and C-3PO found their friends at work on the Falcon, while Leia headed off to issue her full report to the Council. Jaina wasted no time in pulling her brothers aside and dazzling them with her tale of evading the Z-95 headhunters. Anakin puffed up with satisfaction as she recounted the story, taking it as proof of his understanding of the Force. Jason didn't bother to start up the argument again. Similarly, C-3PO rushed to R2-D2 and began spewing every detail of the adventure with Nom Anor. A most disagreeable person. R2-D2 clicked and whistled, seeming impressed, especially when C-3PO told of his final encounter with the Romulan leader, one in which he had faced down the mighty Nom Anor. Mara, meanwhile, filled in Luke about the deadly intervention by Worth Skidder. "He's a hair-trigger," she explained. "You're sure he wasn't just trying to help?" "We didn't need his help," Mara answered resolutely. "And he knew it, too. The Jade-Saber's got more than enough firepower to blast a few headhunters. Besides, by the time he got near to us, we were breaking clear. No, Worth just wanted some kicks, and to add a couple of kill markers under his canopy." Luke shrugged, feeling more than a little helpless. 100 Jedi Knights roam the galaxy now. How could he keep them all under wraps? "One at a time," Mara said, and when Luke looked at her curiously, she merely returned a wistful smile. "You're hearing all the problems, and they seem like they'll overwhelm you, but that only means you have to deal with them one at a time. Your sister put Worth in his place, for now at least, so I don't think you need to worry about him for a while." "How do you feel about a trip to the Outer Rim?" Luke asked her, and now it was Mara's turn to offer a curious expression, and Luke's to give a wry grin. He fell over her then in a great hug and a heartfelt laugh. He always felt so much better when his wife was around. Chewie stood quietly outside the council chamber, leaning back against the wall, his hands behind his head. When Mara and Jaina had come to the Falcon, Han had sent the Wookiee here to escort Leia, but Chewbacca understood that he had really been sent here just to get him away from Han and the Falcon. The repairs weren't going so well, and Han and Chewie had spent the bulk of their last hour together just howling at each other. They both needed a break, and Chewie was glad for it. But when one of the counselors, Fior Rodan of Nom came out of the room unexpectedly and began wagging his finger at Chewie and grumbling about some intractable argument over certain trade privileges with Chewie's home planet of Kashyyyk, the Wookiee realized that he hadn't been away from the yelling Han for long enough. Leia came out of the council chamber a few moments later and dropped her head in her hands. There, across the hall and in a closet, hung Fior Rodan, his collar hooked on a coat rack. "Let me compliment you on your choice of friends," the counselor said dryly. "Chewie, take him down," Leia instructed. Chewbacca growled and shook his head. "Counselor Trebak will hear of this," Fior Rodan threatened. "You know Trebak, don't you?" he taunted Chewie. Chewie closed the closet door. "You can't go around treating counselors like that," Leia scolded, coming forward. But then she stopped, considering the meeting she had just walked out of, the unending squabbling over minor details, the open disdain two of the counselors had shown to her concerning her failure at Osirian Romamul, the obvious posturing for political reasons. "Let's go," she said, turning down the corridor, Bolfer gliding behind her. "Ah?" Chewie asked, and when Leia turned back, the Wookiee motioned for the door. "With any luck, they won't find him until after we've left," Leia explained. Chewie gave an assenting howl, and off they went. Leia's mood improved immediately and greatly when they finally reached the Falcon, when she saw again that glimmer in her husband's eye. After all these years, the fire remained between Leia and Han, a deep and honest love and respect. "Chewie found you," Han remarked, moving to give Leia a big hug. probably heard you yelling from 6 levels away."
"Mara told you about Nom Anor," Leia reasoned.
"And about Worth Skidder," Luke added, coming down the landing ramp. Leia sighed and shook her head.
"You've got to do something about that one," she replied.
"One problem at a time," Luke explained.
"What now?" the exasperated Leia asked.
"Well, we're going on a little trip," Han told her.
"Far away, I hope," Leia added.
Han laughed. "About as far as you can get."
"And it still won't be far enough for me," Leia said, turning back to glower in the general direction of the Senate building. "Could anyone do enough to satisfy that group?"
Luke chuckled, knowing the answer.
"No one point of view would ever satisfy, so—" He paused, looking for just the right word. "Eclectic a group."
"How diplomatically put," Leia said.
"So what's the problem now?"
"I'll fill you in on the way."
"Jedi?"
Han's chuckle told Leia that she had guessed correctly, and in light of that, she was even more eager to go. A big part of her wanted a vacation from all the turmoil, but after the incident with Worth Skidder, Leia was beginning to take these Jedi problems personally. She hadn't given much thought to Luke's plans about reforming the Jedi Council, hadn't really considered it her problem, given all the responsibilities the formal authorities of the New Republic kept laying on her. But now she was beginning to see the whole picture, and better that image would be if Luke could put the Jedi Knights in order. "We'll get to see an old friend," Han offered, and Leia looked at him curiously. "Lando," Han explained. So much for any thoughts of vacation, Leia realized. For any time Lando was involved, even peripherally, situations seemed to get very complicated and usually dangerous. In truth, she wasn't particularly thrilled with her husband having any dealings with Lando. The man always seemed to pull Han into something on the very edge of disaster. Of course, that only strengthened her resolve to go along.
"What about Mara?" she asked Luke, working hard to keep the signs of her deep concern only minimally on her expression.
"She's coming," Luke replied.
"She and Jaina are plotting the course even now, assuming we can get the Falcon flying again."
Leia looked at Han. "Anakin," he explained, and somehow Leia wasn't surprised.
"Are you sure Mara's up to it?" Leia asked Luke.
"Try to stop her," Luke replied. Leia managed a smile. For all the pain and the impending threat of death, Mara was determined to live her life fully, to live without this unknown disease being the center of her existence. That truth only made Leia even more glad to have Mara as Jaina's mentor. 7. Launch. "Was there ever any doubt?" Benson Tomry asked sarcastically when Danny announced that she would go on the Spacecaster shuttle to the frozen 4th planet of the Helska system.
"You're not going alone," T. Ubo put in,
and Danny didn't disagree. In the end, they decided that 3 should go, including someone with a geological background, and with Danny captaining the mission and piloting the rickety old ship. A short while later, Yeoman Carr answered the knock on his door to find Danny standing in the hall, her smile coy.
"You have come to ask me to volunteer," Yeoman Carr reasoned.
"I thought you should be rewarded for your diligence and hard work," Danny replied.
"You should have been the one to spot the comet." "So now you offer me the scientific chance of a lifetime?" Yeoman Carr asked in all seriousness.
Danny nodded and smiled at him, as though he should be pleased.
"I am afraid that I must refuse," the Yuuzhan Vong warrior went on.
Inside his ear, the little Tizo worm continued its vibrations, and Yeoman Carr fell into them for a moment, recognizing that it might be time for a bit of levity.
"You're asking me because no one else is crazy enough to go along on that broken-down garbage scow you call a shuttle,"
he said, and forced a grin. Now Danny was laughing and not disagreeing.
"But that would not be proper,"
Yeoman Carr said a moment later, again in all seriousness. He understood the implications here. According to his instructions, under no circumstances was he to go anywhere near the base planet. On pain of death, and a dishonorable death at that, Yeoman Carr was to have no physical connection to the war coordinator and no contact at all other than the secure Villip talk. "I am not long in Exgal," Yeoman Carr elaborated. "Most of the others have been on Belcodden longer than I have been in the organization. I could not usurp their opportunity." "You already said it," Danny replied. "Most of the others don't even want to go." "Ah, but they do," Yeoman Carr assured her. "They are afraid of the craft, as am I, and as you should be. But in truth, any scientist would be eager for this opportunity." "Any scientist other than Yeoman Carr," Danny said sarcastically. "I believe in propriety," Yeoman Carr answered, and he took some satisfaction in the fact that Danny, based on all of his actions since he had arrived on Belcodden, could not dispute the claim. Yeoman Carr was always on time for his shift. Yeoman Carr stayed true to his post, hour after hour, day after day, week after week, while all of the others, including to a lesser extent Danny, had eased around the edges of their responsibilities. "Find your crew among those who have better earned the right," Yeoman Carr said. They were both all smiles when Danny left him, accepting his polite refusal, but as soon as she had gone, as soon as he had closed the door of his private room, Yeoman Carr's expression turned to a concerned scowl. He wondered then if he should just kill them all in their sleep and end the potential threat of discovery. He fell to his knees and bent over quickly, smacking his forehead against the floor, calling out to Yun Harla, the cloaked goddess, and Yun Yamka, the slayer, for guidance. His fingers whitened from the press he put on the floor, playing out his warrior urges against the unyielding surface. And then Yeoman Carr was calm once more and in control of his thoughts. He had to weigh the threat against the potential disaster and to help the scales balance. He went and retrieved the small coffer, for the Tizo worm had been in too long and was getting dangerously close to exhaustion. If the creature was left in too long, it would literally vibrate itself to death. The warrior went out from his room soon after, again in the dark of night, stealthily to the small spacecaster. Truly this was the most distasteful part of Yeoman Carr's extensive training, this working with machines, abandoning the living tools his own people employed. He reminded himself of the importance to the greater good, stoically accepting his role, as he had during those years of training, and indeed he did take some pride in the fact that, among the entire force of Preterite Vong, Yeoman Carr was probably the finest technician. He set up shop openly. Too many were about for him to hope to accomplish his tasks without discovery, hanging lights and making no effort to conceal the clanking of metallic tools. Sure enough, Danny Quee came out to him within the hour to find him hard at work on the spacecaster's inertial compensator. The gasket on the pressure pump had wriggled out of place, Yeoman Carr honestly explained, and indeed the Yuuzhan Vong warrior was working to the benefit of the shuttle at that time. Had Danny come out here earlier, when Yeoman Carr had been disconnecting the final signal initiator on the communications port, she might have figured that something was amiss. "I'm leaving in 3 hours," she informed him. "Just checking the vital systems," Yeoman Carr replied. "The hyperdrive is not up to standards, but it will get you there, though it will not be a fast journey. The ion drive is running efficiently." Danny nodded, for she had just done the same checks. "What about that compensator?" she asked. "It was only the gasket," Yeoman Carr replied, and he ran a laser sealer along the outside of the ring and pronounced the problem solved. Danny came over and inspected the work, then nodded her approval. "You're sure you don't want to come along?" she asked. "I've got Benson Tomry and Choba Delig coming, but we'll make room for you." "Excellent choices," Yeoman Carr said. "But no, putting another in the spacecaster would jeopardize the success of the mission. You will desire some time at the planet for close study, but you will not have enough supplies to take 4 out there and back.
especially if that hyperdrive is not performing well. "I smell a Baldavian pocket hare," Danny replied, referring to the skittish creature that was often held up as a symbol of cowardice. Yeoman Carr merely laughed, understanding that she had just kiddingly insulted him, but not getting the reference at all. "Go get your sleep," he instructed, and he turned back to his controls. Danny put her hand on his shoulder. "I appreciate this," she said. Yeoman Carr nodded and kept his smile in check. If she only understood the irony of that statement. A short time later, Yeoman Carr clicked on the distance communicator and gave a call to the nearby X-Gal 4 station. All the signals on his screens offered confirmation that the signal had been sent. But, of course, thanks to Yeoman Carr's efforts, it had not. They would go out into space properly muted. That only half satisfied the cautious Yuuzhan Vong agent, though, for what dangers might occur if Danny and the others happened upon another vehicle on their way to the War Coordinator's base. There wasn't much traffic out here, but it was possible, especially since others might have tracked the incoming world ship. With that in mind, Yeoman Carr went straight to his Phillips when he returned to his room, and lifted the blanket on the connection to Prefect Dagara. When Dagara's Phillip inverted, Yeoman Carr recognized the nulith attached to the prefect's face, their symbiosis so complete that the Phillip considered it a part of its host, and appropriately reflected it in its imaging. "Let them come to us," Dagara answered after Yeoman Carr informed him of the mission. "And you did well to quiet them." "Take heed of the woman called Danny Quee," Yeoman Carr explained. "She is formidable." A smile erupted on the face of the prefect impersonating Phillip, one so wide that the edges of the prefect's lips showed around the nulith. "One to convert?" Yeoman Carr considered that possibility for a long moment. Truly, Danny would make a good Yuuzhan Vong warrior, but that very trait likely damned her, for he doubted that her strong will could be so bent against her own people. His expression, reflected perfectly by his Phillip before Prefect Dagara, showed his range of feelings and doubts clearly. "A worthy sacrifice, then," Dagara answered. "She will be killed honorably and at the proper time." "You honor me by accepting my words, Prefect," Yeoman Carr replied. And Dagara had indeed done so, considering that this was an issue of sacrifice, as important a rite as could be found among the Yuuzhan Vong. While nearly all reasoning species understood that death was inevitable, the Yuuzhan Vong culture embraced it, nearly to the point of seeing life itself as preparation for death. Everyone would die, they understood, so how one died was the important factor. Normally, they reserved the most dishonorable deaths for their enemies. "How long will Belkadon survive in its present state?" the prefect asked. "Not long," Yeoman Carr promised. He had taken some readings that morning and had done the calculations. "The gases will reach critical mass within a couple of days. The storms should come on strong soon after." "You have your Uglith cloaker?" Dagara asked. It would not do to have one who has performed as well as Yeoman Carr die uneventfully on a distant world. "I am prepared, Prefect," Yeoman Carr answered, standing straight in light of yet another high compliment. His duties were almost at their end, sadly so, for after the transformation of Belkadon, he was merely to remain on the planet and ride out the greenhouse storms while the conquest was underway. "I only hope that you will find some use for me while I wait." "It may well be," Dagara answered. "Perhaps we will use the data from your station to facilitate the arrival of the next group of world ships. More likely, Executor Nom Anor will hear of your fine work and gather you to help with his espionage." There came a knock on Yeoman Carr's door then, and he quickly covered the Phillip and replaced it in his closet, then pulled off his shirt and ran to the door, rubbing his eyes all the way to make it look as if he had been sleeping. Garth Bryce stood in the hallway, coils of rope looped about his shoulder. "You ready?" he asked. "It is still dark," Yeoman Carr remarked. "I'd rather face the dangers of the forest night than the wrath of Danny Quee," Garth Bryce replied. Yeoman Carr ran to retrieve his shirt. It was all going so very well. The early morning air was chill but not crisp, and thick with a strange sulphuric smell. Garth Bryce twitched his nose repeatedly but made no comment. Yeoman Carr noted with some relief. He reminded himself that he would be more sensitive to the odor because he knew what it portended. Likely Garth Bryce hardly noticed it. "Do you want to see them off first?" Yeoman Carr asked, motioning toward the bay, where Danny and the others were preparing to leave. "I already said my goodbyes," Garth replied. "I just want to get this stupid work over with." "The tower is only 100 meters high," Yeoman Carr remarked. "Only," the sullen Garth echoed sarcastically. "And cold and windy up at the top." "We may be fortunate enough to find a red-crested cougar waiting for us at the base," Yeoman Carr went on, but Garth Bryce wasn't smiling. "It would save us the climb." That disturbing notion in mind, Garth Bryce paused at the outer perimeter control tower and redirected the nearby spotlights to brighten all the area around the base of the tower. Then he took a blaster from the weapons locker, securing it on his belt, and pulled out another one, offering it to Yeoman Carr, who politely declined. They exited the compound, closing the door behind them, and started for the tower. As they approached, both noticed movement around the base of the tower, almost as if the very ground had come writhing to life. "What the heck are these?" Garth Bryce asked, bending low to inspect the source of the strange movement. A swarm of reddish-brown beetles. "Perhaps the cause of our transmitter problems," Yeoman Carr offered. "The cable was chewed by something bigger than beetles." "But if some of them climbed inside after it was broken," Yeoman Carr said, and he left the thought to Garth's imagination. He knew that wasn't the case, of course, or at least not the only source of the comm trouble, but Garth did not. And if some of the beetles actually had crawled inside, the damage to the cable could be complete. "I didn't see any out here when I found the break," Garth said. Yeoman Carr looked up. "Do you still think it worth the climb?" he asked. "Or should you first inspect the length of cable?" Garth paused a long while before answering, and Yeoman Carr thought he had convinced the man to abandon the climb. "Up," Garth said, pulling the coil from his shoulder. "Let's get it over with." Yeoman Carr started to argue, then stopped. It might indeed be better for the mission to dissuade Garth from going up now, but personally Yeoman Carr was growing more agitated, more eager for action by the minute. He wanted to make this climb. And so they did, hand over hand, securing each foothold, securing each length of rope, and then climbing on to the next level. It was still dark when they made the top, Garth Bryce leading the way. "There you have it," he announced, grabbing the disconnected junction box. "The wind." Yeoman Carr stepped up beside him. "Perhaps," he agreed. A thunderous roar from behind signaled that Danny and the other two were on their way, and the pair looked about to see the spacecaster soaring into the dark sky, her fiery plumes blotting out the stars. "I'd rather be up here than up there," Garth noted. "But a threat up here are you," Yeoman Carr said. "What?" Garth asked, turning about, his expression curious. Yeoman Carr stole that look and stole the man's breath by stiffening two fingers and stabbing them hard into Garth's windpipe. The man gasped and grabbed at his throat with one hand, and Yeoman Carr, with those same two fingers, struck him a blow on the wrist that broke his grasp on the tower. Garth flailed wildly, trying to catch a hold, but Yeoman Carr's hands were always in the way, deflecting him, keeping him at bay. And then, out of nowhere it seemed, the Yuuzhan Vong warrior produced a small shining blade and thrust it menacingly at Garth's face. That was only to pull the man's arms in, though, for Yeoman Carr fast reversed his attack, slashing the sharp blade upward, catching the taut rope right where it looped over one of the tower cross-poles. Garth's arms worked in wild circles as he tried desperately to hold his balance. "Why?" he gasped. Yeoman Carr could have finished the task with a simple push, but he held back, thoroughly enjoying the look of the sheerest horror on the man's face, the frantic and futile efforts. And then the scream as Garth Bryce tumbled over backward, plummeting down the side of the tower, striking one cross pole and launching into a somersaulting fall. Yeoman Carr was glad that Garth had redirected all the floodlights. They gave him a better view of the final descent and the bone-smashing impact. "Because you gave me an excuse," the Yuuzhan Vong silently answered desperate Garth's last question. He had one moment of regret, when he considered that Garth might have crushed some of his pet dweebits. Already far, far away, Danny Quee looked out her rear viewer at the receding Belcodden, and her expression fast changed from wistful to curious. "Bring us about," she instructed Benson Tomry, who was at the controls. "The straighter the line to Helska, the better," Benson replied, obviously unsure of the craft's condition. "I was about to make the jump to hyperspace." "No, you have to see this," Danny replied. The third member of the team, a short, dark man with hair the consistency of wool, Cho Badelig, came up beside her. "Heck of a storm," he remarked, seeing, as Danny had, the roiling clouds on the edge of Belcodden's rim. Benson Tomry gasped when he brought the spacecaster about. Then all three stared in horror when they noted the scope of the storm and the greenish-yellow tint of it, something that reminded Danny of the sunsets she had been witnessing of late. "Call the compound and tell them to secure everything," she instructed. "The tower's not likely fixed yet," Chobadelig reminded her. Danny pulled out her portable communicator. "Bring us in close," she instructed. And Benson Tomry agreed, though they all experienced some second thoughts when he skipped off the edge of Belcodden's atmosphere, and the spacecaster shook so violently that it seemed as if it would fall apart. "Tiubo," Danny called, and she winced at the amount of static on the normally clear communicator. "Can you hear me?" "Danny?" came a broken reply, and then Tiubo said something. The three thought they heard mention of Garth Bryce, but they couldn't make it out. "There's a storm south of you," Danny said slowly and distinctly. "A big one. Did you hear?" She repeated it several times, and Tiubo replied as much as she could, though only single words, sometimes only single syllables, came through the increasing static. "Probably from the storm," Chobadelig remarked, and Danny gave up and clicked off the communicator. Danny let her questioning gaze fall over each of the other two. "You want to go back," Chobadelig reasoned. "If we go back down there, we probably aren't coming back up any time soon," Benson Tomry put in, "especially if that storm rolls in. We're lucky this thing broke orbit in the first place." Chobadelig spent a long moment staring out at the spectacle of the storm. "It doesn't seem well developed," he noted. "No noticeable swirl, no defined eye." "You think they'll be all right?" Danny asked. "Once we get away from this static, we can relay the information with the ship's communicator," Benson Tomry offered. "You've got to make the decision. Do we go on or go back?" Danny thought long and hard on that one. In the end, though, she was a devoted scientist, and certainly it seemed to her as if she and the other two were taking a greater risk than any of those they had left behind. "Tiubo said something about Garth," she reasoned. "He's probably got the tower fixed." "On we go, then," Benson Tomry said, and he turned the spacecaster about and started again to make his calculations for the jump to light speed. As they left the planet far behind, Danny went to the ship's communicator and gave a detailed report of the storm in the west, then waited a moment to see if a reply would be forthcoming. When no call came back, she hoped that they had heard her, and that the repairs on the tower simply hadn't been completed to the point where they could respond. Nom Anor's eyes twinkled with reflections of the plumes trailing the missiles launched toward the enemy city of Osa Prime, an extraplanetary attack he'd been planning for weeks. Tamactus Bretha had opposed the strike, knowing it would lead to open warfare between the planets. But when several high-ranking Romamulian officials had been found murdered, the former mayor had found little support for his arguments.
Nom Anor hoped that the Mediator wouldn't detect the launch in time to get its starfighters away to intercept the missiles, but that, too, had not been left to chance. For hours and hours, the Executor and Shock Tenakten had studied planetary courses and the positioning of the New Republic ship, and had launched the missiles from a point where the initial explosive liftoff and subsequent burn would be most difficult to detect. Once they broke orbit, the missiles would all but shut down, seeming as insignificant specks, and by the time their rockets fired again, entering Osirion's atmosphere, it would be too late for the Mediator to get at them. To further the probability of success, Nom Anor had spent hours that morning talking to Commander Akdul, acting conciliatory and explaining that, now that the meddlesome Leia Solo was gone, he and the commander might strike a deal to bring an end to the conflict. They had even scheduled a meeting on the Mediator between Nom Anor and his delegates and a diplomatic party from Osirion. Commander Akdul liked the thought of scoring such an unexpected diplomatic victory, Nom Anor knew. It was said that Akdul had been given the ship primarily because he was a Mon Calamarian, who, with the retirement of Akbar, were underrepresented among the fleet. Akdul had heard the quiet murmurs of discontent concerning his appointment, of course, and that would make him all the more eager. Furthermore, the commander was so secure about the overwhelming power of his ship compared to the meager power of the people on the 2 planets that he would never suspect the ruse. Of course, the fallout from this attack would be great and would likely force Nom Anor to flee Romamul altogether. But that was fine with him, for his mission here was nearly complete, and if those missiles hit Osa Prime and brought the war to full conflagration, then he would happily move on. His job now was distraction, to keep the New Republic so concerned with the explosions near to the core that they didn't get a chance to turn their eyes outward. The longer Prefect Dagara could operate in obscurity, the more entrenched Nom Anor's people would become, and the more world ships they could get into place. 3 hours later, Nom Anor received the outraged call from Commander Akdul. Missile plumes had been detected in Osirion's atmosphere. Nom Anor took full responsibility, justifying the attack in response to the assassinations of several officials he had secretly ordered killed. Then he curtly cut Akdul off. He and Shock Tenakten focused on the video screen, tuned to an Osirion broadcast channel. They heard the frantic reporter in Osa Prime detailing the confusion and panic, and then, after a pause, solemnly reporting the sight of the missile trails. The holocam turned up in time to catch the descending lines of fire streaking through the night sky. Other missiles and scores of starfighters went up to meet them, but they couldn't get them all. Moments later, Osa Prime was in flames. Nom Anor thought it a particularly glorious day. 8. Layers. "You fought with Anakin again?" Luke remarked to Jason when he found his older apprentice sitting on the wall surrounding the Millennium Falcon's current dock, an open courtyard on the planet Risi. Han and Chewie had flown here from Coruscant, explaining to their passengers, Jason, Anakin, C-3PO, and Leia, only that they needed to make one stop before bouncing out to the Outer Rim. Leia had managed to elude Bolfer on Coruscant, leaving the Nogri behind in a den with his kin. She didn't want his overprotectiveness, especially now, when she honestly felt that she needed a break from the layers of intrigue and bureaucracy that her standing had forced upon her. Bolfer, despite his good intentions, and the good intentions of the Nogri in general, toward her, could be more than a bit smothering. Getting away from Bolfer was a small personal victory for her, a symbol that she was breaking free of her station and responsibility, if only for a little while. The Jade Saber, with Mara and Luke aboard, had just put down in the bay next to the Falcon, and all of them were now awaiting the arrival of Jaina, who, to her absolute delight, was flying Luke's personal X-Wing, along with R2-D2. "I found him practicing with his lightsaber," Jason replied honestly. "He wanted to see how far he's come, and so did I." "I'm not talking about the sword fight," Luke explained, "though I don't think that your father would be happy to hear that
You two were wrestling with lightsabers in the main compartment of his ship? I'm talking about your war of words." That caught Jason by surprise, and he stared at his uncle, his mentor, looking for some sign concerning Luke's feelings on the subject. He couldn't read the man at all. "An honest difference of opinion," Jason said, turning away. "That's all." "Concerning the role of the Jedi," Luke said. "Concerning the role of the Force," Jason corrected, turning back to face him. "Do you think you could enlighten me?" Luke asked. There was no trace of sarcasm in his voice, nothing mocking at all about the way he phrased the question. But Jason, too awed by his uncle's seeming omnipotence, didn't see it that way. He sighed and shook his head and turned away yet again. Luke hopped up to take a seat on the wall beside him. "You know the decision I face," he said. "I thought you had already made up your mind," Jason replied. Luke conceded that with a nod. "Almost," he said. "But if you've got something to tell me, some insight about why I shouldn't reconvene the Jedi Council, then now is the time to speak." Jason looked long and hard at his uncle and was surprised to find honest respect staring back at him. He was a 16-year-old kid, so often at odds with the adults around him that he wasn't used to being valued by them. Even Luke, whom he admired so much, was in place in the role of teacher, and a teacher of often harsh lessons. "I don't know how to tell you," Jason tried to explain. "Just speak what is in your heart," Luke prompted. "It's just that—" Jason paused and sighed again. He stared at Luke intently then, seeing the calm contentment on the man's boyish face, the wistful smile. Above all else, Uncle Luke, with all of those harrowing experiences behind him, and despite the obvious trials ahead of him, seemed to Jason to be in a place of spiritual comfort, a place of harmony. Here was this man, the epitome of what it was to be a Jedi Knight, and Jason, though he recognized that truth, meant to argue that very philosophy against him. "The Force seems so pure a thing to me, a clean truth of who I am, of who we all are," he began tentatively. "I don't know, putting a governing bureaucracy in place for the Jedi seems kind of like putting a blue-spotted preaky bird in a cage, or even like killing one and stuffing it to keep it safe so that you can continue to enjoy it." Luke spent a long while mulling over those words. "I'm not sure you're wrong," he said. "Those are the same fears I've had. I think we feel pretty much the same way about the Force. But," he said, raising a finger to quiet Jason before the young man could enthusiastically jump in, "the Jedi are possessed of powers beyond the understanding and control of those people around them. And with those powers come responsibilities." "To people like Borsk Failure?" Jason asked sarcastically. "Yes," Luke answered simply, "to the people making the decisions that affect the lives of so many others." "Borsk Failure is not deserving of your time," Jason spat, but Luke's reaction surprised him. "I'm afraid of your words and the way you speak them," Luke said in all seriousness, eyeing his nephew with an expression that reflected his sincere concern. Jason didn't understand. "Pride," Luke explained, shaking his head. Jason echoed the word aloud, and as he said it, in more of a questioning manner than a statement, he began to understand. Pride? By diminishing Borsk Failure, he was, in effect, elevating himself above the Bothan. "A dangerous flaw," Luke warned. "We've all got it, too much of it usually, and we've all got to work hard to keep it from constantly holding us back. I just fear—" Jason started to say. "Control," Luke finished for him. "The regimen. You don't even like the academy any longer, according to your brother." "My brother's got a big mouth," Jason replied. Luke laughed and certainly didn't disagree. "I don't like the academy," Jason admitted. "It gave you much of what you have today," Luke reminded. "Did it?" the young man questioned. "I was strong in the Force. It's in my blood. And how much purer might it run if I had been trained as you were trained, one-on-one with Yoda." Luke didn't argue the point, just looked at Jacen with admiration. It was good for a Jedi to question, he knew. Discipline was necessary, but unquestioning obedience was a limiting thing, not a growing one. And Jacen's point about the one-on-one training had hit home to Luke. Even he felt that the Academy had gone too far away from that, thus leaving too many potential Jedi Knights without the necessary guidance to find their full power, and, even more importantly, to resist the tempting dark side. That's why they had gone back to the master-apprentice system, and Luke right now was one of only a few masters with more than one student. "I'm not even going to tell you that you're wrong," Luke said, putting a hand on Jacen's shoulder. "But I will assure you that, as you grow older, you'll come to see things a bit differently." "The more complete picture?" Jacen asked, a bit of sarcasm evident in his tone. "You think I like dealing with Borsk failure?" Luke asked with a tension-breaking burst of laughter. He patted Jacen's shoulder and started to walk away then, but as he neared the Falcon's lowered landing ramp, Jacen's voice stopped him. "Uncle Luke." And when Luke turned about, Jacen added in all seriousness, "Choose right." "Oh, do be careful, Lady Vader," C-3PO said, his tone, if not his words, mimicking that of Bolfer, and mimicking, too, the title many of the Noghri used for her. Leia turned to the droid and scowled fiercely, and even more so when she heard Mara laughing behind her. "You call me that again, and I'll send you into an oil bath with an open flame," she promised C-3PO quietly. "But you informed me that I was to be your Noghri bodyguard on this journey," C-3PO protested in all seriousness. "Only to keep you quiet before you let Bolfer in on my plans to get away from him," Leia returned. And the droid, though he really couldn't change the metallic expression on his face, truly seemed perplexed. Leia couldn't help but laugh at it all. Sometimes, no, all the time, C-3PO took her words far too literally. Across the room, the bridge of the Jade Saber, Mara surely understood. "Feeling a bit trapped by the attention?" she asked. Leia turned and nodded. "I don't know," she said, with a shake of her head. "Maybe I've reached a point in my life where I want to think of myself as Leia. Not Princess Leia, not Counselor Leia, not Chief of State Leia, and not," she finished, turning to stare pointedly at C-3PO, "Lady Vader. Just Leia." When she turned back to Mara, she found the woman nodding her agreement. "Do you think that selfish?" Leia asked Mara. Mara smiled all the wider. "I think it human," she answered. "Once we're past saving the galaxy, we have to spend some time saving ourselves." Coming from Mara, the woman so obviously balancing on the precipice between life and death, that statement carried even more weight. "But you're my age," Leia dared to remark, "yet you want children now. I can't imagine doing that again." "Because you've already done it," Mara replied. "Physical age and stages of life are two different things, I've come to believe." Leia paused a moment to consider the truth of those words, to consider her own perspective of the universe around her, how she had willingly, eagerly run away from her expected responsibilities at the core, even leaving her bodyguard far behind, of how she wanted, truly desired, to turn down the dial of her life's work, to sit back for a while and enjoy all the prosperity that her actions and sacrifices had helped bring about in the galaxy. Then she contrasted her desires against those of Mara, who wanted to begin the adventure of children, who wanted to remain vibrant and in the middle of things, tutoring Jaina, living through Jaina. Leia felt no jealousy at all in that moment of revelation, just sadness, wishing there was some way she could help Mara rid herself of the dreaded disease and get all that she desired and deserved. "You'll get it," Leia said quietly. Mara stared at her curiously. "All that you want," Leia clarified. "That disease, or whatever it is afflicting you, won't slow you down." Mara's smile showed contentment and courage. "I know,"
"Watch my back," Han said to Chewie as they entered Rebold's Foam and Sizzle, a notorious drinking hole known for murder, mischief, and mayhem. The place was loud and rowdy, with thugs from several worlds. Human, Bothan, Rhodian, Turvig, Vuvrian, Snivian, milling about, cutting deals and cutting each other. If you killed a rival in the Foam and Sizzle bloodlessly and disposed of the body, nobody noticed or cared. If you made a mess in the process, you had to flip over a few coins to cover the cost of cleaning. Han glanced up at his Wookiee friend as he spoke, and took comfort in that old fire in Chewie's eyes, the eager light that he and his hairy friend had shared so many times in their earlier years. He and Chewie weren't strangers to places such as this, certainly, but it had been a while, and they were getting older. A drunken Gamorrean staggered over and bumped the pair, rebounding off Han to slam against Chewie, who didn't budge a centimeter. The Wookiee looked down at the porcine creature and growled, and the Gamorrean stumbled away, tripping to the floor, and not even bothering to try to get back up, just crawling away from the huge and imposing Wookiee with all speed. Han liked having a Wookiee beside him. Chewie looked down at him and issued a series of protesting grunts and groans. I know, Han conceded, for he didn't like being in this place any more than his big hairy friend. But I'm not going out to see Lando without learning a bit more about what he's got going on out there. It's got to be more than mining. With his connections, he could get mining rights to 1,000 lucrative sites near the core. No, he's up to something, and before I come bouncing in on him with my family along, I want to know what it is. Han snapped his fingers, ending with a wide smile. Baggy, he said, pointing to a Sullustan across the way. Chewie recognized the target, a notorious con artist named Dugo Baggy, and gave another less than enthusiastic groan. The pair bumped their way through the establishment, through the crowd, and when they finally had a straight line of sight to Dugo Baggy, and Dugo Baggy to them, the Sullustan scoffed down his drink and started to move away. Han signaled left, and Chewie circled that way, while Han went right. Dugo Baggy, apparently focusing on Han, started right, but then skidded to a stop and darted back to the left, to thud into Chewie. Dugo Baggy's face barely reaching the Wookiee's belly, and the Sullustan's momentum not budging huge and powerful Chewie a centimeter. "Ah, Han Solo," Dugo Baggy said, when Han moved up behind him. "So good to see you." "Sit down, Dugo," Han replied, pulling a chair out from a nearby table. "You be buying, I be sitting," Dugo Baggy said with an obviously nervous chuckle, and he moved to the seat even as he spoke, Han taking a chair on one side of him, Chewie on the other. "Why are you so nervous?" Han asked, after all three were in place. "Nervous?" Dugo Baggy echoed skeptically. Han shot him the stare, as his kids had come to call it, that look of complete disregard for the obvious lie coming out of Dugo Baggy's mouth that shut up the Sullustan and made him glance around nervously for a waitress. "Hey," Han prompted, pulling him back around. "Forgive me," Dugo Baggy said somewhat calmly. "I am surprised to see you in here, as many others are. Just to talk with you makes me suspect." "I haven't gone that far over," Han assured the smuggler, "and I haven't been giving any of these guys any trouble at all. In fact, I've gone out of my way to intervene on behalf of a few over the last couple of years." He said the last part loudly, a reminder that he wanted all the nefarious characters who knew him to clearly hear. "And I'm not in here to give you any trouble either," he said seriously. "I just want a little information about an old friend." Dugo Baggy perked up his ears and leaned forward, his suddenly interested look telling Han beyond doubt that the Sullustan was expecting some reward for his cooperation. "I'll owe you one," Han, who had little money with him, said. Dugo Baggy leaned back and held up his hands helplessly. "A businessman, I am," he explained. But then Chewie leaned over him and growled. "Owing is good," Dugo Baggy readily agreed. "I'm going to see Lando," Han explained. "I just want to know what he's doing out there." Dugo Baggy visibly relaxed. An easy question. "Mining asteroids," he replied. Han gave him the stare again. "He is," Dugobagi insisted. "And?" Han prompted. "Why more would there be?" Dugobagi asked. "Very profitable." "And?" Han said again. With a sigh, Dugobagi leaned in, and Han and Chewie did likewise, the three going into an informal huddle. "Lando seeks new techniques," Dugobagi explained. "There's a lot to be taken, if they can only figure out how." "What do you mean?" "Karain's folly," Dugobagi said. "The asteroid?" Han asked. "In the Hoth system," Dugobagi confirmed. "Platinum pure, but too many other asteroids contacting to get to it. Many have died in trying. Lando will see the way." "I thought they just couldn't find the thing anymore," Han remarked. Dugobagi smiled wryly. "So Lando's just using his operation way out there as a testing ground, coming up with better ways and tools to mine the asteroids so that he can franchise them out across the galaxy," Han reasoned, and that made sense, sounding more like the entrepreneurial Lando he knew. "Other things, too," Dugobagi said with a wink, a too-cute expression on the face of the Sullustan. "Running the belt?" Han asked. "Some game, right?" "To some a game," Dugobagi corrected. "To others?" "Training," Han finished, catching on. "So Lando's working with the smugglers, letting them use his running-the-belt game to perfect their skills at getting away from hunters." "Hunters trained by Luke," Dugobagi said, and his tone revealed clearly to Han why he had been so nervous when first confronted. The smugglers were obviously getting a bit edgy about the problems at the Outer Rim concerning these predatory Jedi, and Han's connection to the Jedi and the Academy via his brother-in-law, his wife, and even his kids was undeniable. "Who is it?" he asked. "Kip Duran," Dugobagi replied. "And his do-gooder buddies." "The 12 Avengers," he said dramatically, rolling his eyes. "Problems they cause, money they cost." Han nodded. He knew all about Kip, and now it made sense to him. Kip had always been a bit of a loose ion cannon, and to make matters even worse, Kip's parents had been killed due, in part, to the actions of a notorious smuggler, Maruth Duel. "Why are you going to see Lando?" Dugobagi asked. "A vacation," Han answered dryly, and he rose, and Chewie did too, and when Dugobagi started to get up, Chewie put a huge paw on his shoulder and pushed him back down into his seat. "Well, this should be fun," Han said to Chewie as they exited Rebold's Foam and Sizzle. Chewie gave a great howl in reply, as if to remind Han, "Wasn't it always?" 9. The Honor of Dying. With a heavy pack strapped across her back, what she wouldn't have given for a simple transporter disc, Tiubo led a team of 4 out of the compound. Normally, they wouldn't have left X-Gal 4, for the sturdy station could handle almost any weather Belkadon could throw at it. Danny's call had made it clear that this storm was exceptional, though, and one needing some investigation. Also, though none of the 4 spoke of it openly, having a mission now helped them get through their grief over the accidental death of Garth Bryce. They had all known the risks when they had come out here, of course, into a wild and unexplored land, but still, losing one of the team had hit many of them hard, especially Tiubo. She knew that Benson Tomry would be devastated by the news if they could find some way to relay it to the now-distant spacecaster. The Twi'lek kept her blaster holstered, but the other 3 did not. They moved with weapons out and ready. With Luther Diono, a rugged man in his mid-20s, with coal-black hair and dark eyes, diligently guarding the left flank. Bandoti Ballo Reese, the oldest member of X-Gal 4 at 53, but a former Barnstormer search-and-destroy agent with the Rebel Alliance, guarding the right. And Jerem Cadmere, a Corellian, watching the rear, practically walking backward as the group eased through the thick jungle. Jerem was obviously the least comfortable with his weapon. Not a warrior, the slender, gentle Jerem had been chosen to go out into the dangerous Belkaden jungle because he was the most knowledgeable member of the team with regard to geology and climatology. If the brewing storm Danny Quee had called back to warn about would truly pose a danger to Exgal 4, Jerem Cadmere would be the one to give the most accurate early warning. "The most dangerous part will be the nights," Ben Doty remarked late that afternoon. The team was making painfully slow progress through the tangles. Red-crested cougars are night hunters, and they'll be thick about us, wanting to put a face to our strange scents. The others looked at Ben Doty, at his ruggedly handsome face crossed by several scars he had earned in brutal combat, and found it hard to ignore the warning. "We can use the flight packs once we clear the jungle," Tiubo offered. "Then press on," Jerem urged nervously. "It's still going to be 2 days of walking," Ben Doty told them. Tiubo eyed him unappreciatively. They had already fought out this debate back at the compound. Ben Doty and Luther had wanted to strap on a couple of flight packs and fly off from the compound wall, despite the unarguable calculations that showed they'd fast deplete their fuel in trying to leap over the towering trees, and might have to spend a week of walking after they had left the primary canopy behind. Tiubo's plan, the sensible one, the one everyone at the station except for the 2 would-be warriors had agreed upon, called for traversing the jungle on foot, then strapping on the packs at the lip of the Great Basin, about 20 kilometers south of the compound. Given the angle and the calculated winds, they could cross the 300 kilometers of the basin for roughly the same amount of fuel that would have been used flying over the trees to the lip of the basin. With such logic on her side, Tiubo had won the debate, but she had known from the first grumbling steps out of the compound that Luther, and particularly Ben Doty, weren't about to let the matter rest. So they pressed on, hot and sweaty in the steamy air, and as night descended, they found a thick nook high in a tree to call a campsite. They got little sleep, for the jungle resounded with threatening sounds, low growls and hisses that seemed to come from right beside them. Despite the threat, though, they found no open challenge, but so disturbing were those sounds that the team set off early, determined to make the basin lip before the next nightfall. And they did, arriving at the rocky precipice on the edge of the jungle, overlooking the huge valley with hours to spare. Hours they would not waste. They quickly did some last-minute checks on the flight packs. Like every other piece of terrain equipment at Exgal 4, the packs weren't in the best condition, and then lifted away from the precipice, opening wings wide to catch the gusting wind at their backs. They flew on right through twilight and into the darkness, preferring the cold winds to the sounds emanating from the trees far below. There were no great flying predators on Belkaden, as far as they knew. Tiubo measured their progress by the hour, not the kilometer. Given the minimum fuel burn gliding with the wind, she figured they could go for about 4 standard hours before exhausting the first half of their fuel. When the time came to land, Ben Doty fired a portable rocket flare into the canopy below, and the group used its guiding light to put down. They landed without incident, despite some very real and well-grounded fears propagated by the tumult of roars and shrieks in the region. A quick check of their positioning system confirmed that they had nearly crossed the length of the basin. If Danny's positioning had been correct, they should be able to find this brewing storm within a couple of days' march. Hopefully, they'd be able to get the needed measurements, mostly concerning wind speed, set their instruments, and be out of there quickly. Heartened, they settled in for a short night's rest. It was shorter than expected. Tiubo opened her eyes to the sound of coughing, a thick mucus-filled hack. At first, she thought a thick ground fog had come up, but as the stench hit her, a noxious, rotten egg smell, she realized that it was something else. By the time the Twi'lek managed to sit up, she too was hacking and spitting. "Go to envirosuits," she heard Ben Doty cry. Hardly able to see, her eyes teary and stinging, Tiubo fumbled with her pack, finally pulling out the small hood and tank. "Gloves, too," Ben Doty barked to all of them, his voice muffled by his envirosuit. "No skin exposed until we know what this is." A few moments later, her eyes still burning, the sickening stench still in her mouth, but with clean oxygen flowing, Tiubo inched along the limb tangle they had chosen for a campsite to join Ben-Dodi and Luther. Jerem Cadmere had moved off along one branch with a light and seemed to be studying the leaves. "Probably a volcano," Luther remarked. "That's what Danny saw from orbit, a volcano spewing fumes. We'll have to call back to Exgal and have them lock the compound down tight." Ben-Dodi and Tiubo nodded, not overly concerned. The compound could be made completely self-sustaining, able to hold back whatever fumes Belkadin could throw at them. Several of the other Exgal stations with the same equipment as this one had been situated on worlds far more hostile, one on a spinning lump of barren rock that was completely bereft of any atmosphere. If the cloud was indeed volcano-formed, that would be good news, for likely there would be few, if any, potentially damaging winds. "It's not a volcano," came Jerem's voice, and the three turned to regard him sitting on a branch and holding a leaf. "It's the tree," he explained. That brought surprised expressions, and they moved over, one at a time, at Jerem's instructions, and lifted their hoods just long enough to take a sniff of the leaf he held. "Let's get down from here," Luther remarked. "No," Ben-Dodi unexpectedly replied, even as the other three began to move for the main trunk. They looked to him questioningly. "I can't think of a safer place to be," the scarred old warrior remarked. "We'll stay up here in our suits, and where no cougars will want to go." The logic seemed sound. In the envirosuits, the fumes couldn't hurt them. "How long to sunrise?" Luther asked. Tiubo checked her chronometer. 2 more hours? "Then sit tight," Ben-Dodi said. And they did, and when the sun came up, exploding brilliantly over the eastern horizon, they grew even more alarmed. For all the forest about them seemed to be on fire, sending greenish-orange smoke up into the air, and all the green leaves had turned yellow. It wasn't fire, they soon understood, but emissions, coming straight from the leaves, filling all the air with the noxious fumes. "How is this possible?" Tiubo asked, and she, Ben-Dodi, and Luther all looked to Jerem for an answer. The man stood holding a leaf, staring at it wide-eyed and shaking his head. "A molecular change?" he mused. "Luther, get up high while the rest of us go down to the ground," Ben-Dodi instructed, and he led the way out of the tree. The air was just as thick and wretched at ground level, for the grasses, even the moss and flowers, were similarly emitting the thick fumes. Jerem quickly went to one small plant and dug it up, roots and all, and as he did, some curious beetles, reddish-brown, scampered out of the hole. On Jerem's order, Tiubo caught one of them and held it up. "What is it?" Ben-Dodi asked. "Maybe nothing," Jerem replied. "Or maybe a clue." Before Ben-Dodi could press him further, Luther came scrambling down the tree so quickly that he tumbled to the ground in a heap and nearly fell over again as he tried to rise. "It's going way past us," he explained, waving his arm back toward the north. "And it's rolling on. I could see the trees changing color and starting to smoke." "Let's get out of here," Tiubo suggested, and she popped the beetle into a belt pouch and pulled the lever control for her flight pack forward. Hardly waiting, she fired up the pack. Or tried to. It sputtered and coughed, even popped off enough once to jolt Tiubo into the air, a short hop and nothing more. Then it went dead. "It can't get enough oxygen," Ben-Dodi reasoned. Even as he spoke, they heard a rustle to the side. They all tensed. Luther and Ben-Dodi reached for their blasters as a red-crested cougar broke through the brush. They didn't have to shoot, they soon realized, for the great animal was gasping, its sides heaving in and out futilely, and if it even saw them, it showed no reaction. Right before their eyes, the creature staggered a few more steps and then fell to the ground, breathing its last. "Let's get out of here," Tiubo suggested, staring at the poignant reminder. She started to take off her pack, but Ben-Dodi stopped her. "Keep it," he instructed. "We'll need them if we can get ahead of the—" He paused and looked at the others curiously. "Of whatever the hell this is," he finished.
Jerem Cadmere pulled out his comlink and tried to call out, but the static that crackled back at him was too thick for any words to penetrate. Off they went as fast as their feet would carry them. After an hour, and half their oxygen, they still could not see the end of the noxious fumes before them. Bendodi sent Luther up yet another tree, while he and the others took out their comlinks and spread out, trying to find some hole in the static. Nothing. They rejoined at the base of the tree, and a dejected Luther came back down shaking his head, explaining that he couldn't see anything through the thickening gases. Hopelessness descended upon them, as thick as the fumes. To everyone's surprise, Bendodi Ballo-Reese pulled off his oxygen pack and tossed it to Jerem Cadmere. "Run on," he ordered. He sniffled, then crinkled his nose in disgust. "Run on. One of us has to get back and warn them." Jerem stood dumbfounded, as did Luther and Tiubo. "Go," Bendodi insisted, and even as Jerem started to argue, the older man turned and sprinted into the brush, disappearing from sight, though the others heard his subsequent hacking coughs. "He's gone crazy," Luther cried, and he rushed to follow. He barely got to the edge of the brush, though, before a blaster rang out, and Luther tumbled backward, shot through the chest. "Go," Bendodi called from somewhere beyond. Tiubo and Jerem rushed to Luther, but too late. The man was quite dead. Tiubo took his oxygen pack, grabbed the stunned and seemingly frozen Jerem by the arm, and hauled him after her, breaking into a dead run to the north. And then they heard another shot and knew that Bendodi, too, was dead. After another hour, no end to the biological disaster in sight, Jerem had to change tanks. He motioned for Tiubo to check her level as well. The Twi'lek didn't move. "Do you need oxygen?" Jerem asked her. Tiubo tossed him her extra tank. "Run," she explained. "I've been slowing you down for the last hour. You're the only hope." Then she took off her belt pouch, the one with the beetle, and tossed it to the stunned man as well. "I'm not leaving you," Jerem declared, and there seemed no room for debate in his voice. The extra tank in hand, he started for the Twi'lek, but stopped fast as Tiubo's blaster came up, leveled at him. "One of us has to continue with the remaining tanks," she explained. "You're faster, and you're better trained to figure out what's going on, so I made you the offer." Already, from the gasps she took between her words, it was evident that her oxygen was waning. "Last chance," she said, waving the blaster toward the north. "Both of us," Jerem insisted. Tiubo pulled off her hood and threw it far to the side. Then, to Jerem's absolute horror, she took a deep breath of the noxious fumes about them. Immediately, her eyes turned reddish-yellow, and foamy liquid began running from her nose. "You're wasting time," she said, coughing with each word. "And oxygen." Jerem started for her, but her blaster came up and she fired a bolt right past his head. He ran to the north, blinded by the horrid fog and his own tears. He had gone only a dozen strides when he heard the report of a blaster behind him. On Jerem ran, desperately. He took some hope when he noted that the fumes about him were thinning somewhat, but at about the same time he had to switch to the last oxygen pack. Soon after that, he came to a sheer wall, only about 10 meters high, but one that he could not climb. Nor could he afford the time searching for a way around it. On the very edge of desperation, Jerem pulled forward the controls of his flight pack. Before he fired it up, though, he hit upon an idea. He pulled off his oxygen pack, tore the tube right from the side of his hood, and stuffed it into the intake valve of his flight pack. He fired it up. It sputtered and coughed, but sure enough, he got into the air and up over the cliff, where he found the air even clearer, as if the stony barrier had somehow slowed the plague. But he took little hope when he climbed higher into the air and looked back, for there, in its full yellow-green glory, was the storm Danny had called about. Not a storm at all, but a huge cloud of noxious fumes, a cloud growing by the second, fanning out in all directions. Flying on, Jerem glanced back several times to watch its progress. He figured it was spreading at about 10 kilometers an hour. X-Gal 4 had less than 2 days before it hit. Jerem pushed the flight pack full out and came out of the basin later that same day.
He didn't land in the jungle and trudge through, but took his chances in the air, climbing above the treetops and soaring on. He did come down, and hard, when his pack ran out of fuel. He crashed through the branches and tumbled to the thick vegetation, losing his blaster in the process. He was alone in the jungle with no weapon and with night falling. He ran on. It loomed before them as soon as they came out of hyperspace, the fourth planet of the Helska system, a gray ball of ice several thousand kilometers in diameter. No mist surrounded the planet, no clouds, no notable atmosphere. To the eye, it appeared quite dead. Of course, Danny Quee and the other two knew better than to trust simple appearances. Many systems boasted of living watery worlds beneath the seemingly dead facade of empty ice. Still, the surface of the planet, on this side at least, appeared perfectly smooth, with no sign of any recent catastrophic impact. "Maybe it missed," Benson Tomry remarked. "We travel halfway across the sector in this rattle-and-shake contraption, and maybe it missed?" Choba Delig sounded thoroughly disgusted. Danny eyed Benson hard, her look pointedly explaining that she didn't appreciate the man's sarcasm. "I'm serious," Benson retorted. "If the comet we saw hit that ball of ice, then why is it still here? It should have been blasted into a million pieces, with all of it hanging about in a floating maelstrom." Danny looked back at the viewer. Benson's words were true enough, she realized, and yet they knew from their observations on X-Gal 4 that the incoming comet had indeed hit this planet. "I am getting some strange signals from it," Choba Delig offered, working the controls of his sensors. He looked up at the other two, their expressions hopeful. "Energy." "That could just be the reflection of the sun," Benson pointed out. Choba Delig shook his head. "No, it's different." "How?" Danny asked, moving beside him. "Different spectrum than I'd expect from reflected sunlight," the man explained, and he shifted aside so that Danny could get a look at his indicators. They showed nothing consistent, more of a pulsating emanation, but indeed in wavelengths she would not expect from a frozen ball of water. "Organic?" she asked, and Cho only shrugged. "Maybe the comet was just a ball of gas," Benson Tomry reasoned. "That would explain a lot." "How do you figure?" Danny asked. "Well, the planet would still be here as it is," Benson remarked, "and a combination of gases could give us almost any reading." "But how did it stay together, crossing gravity fields?" Cho asked. "All right, almost a ball of gas," Danny put in, seeing Benson's reasoning. "A small, solid mass at the center." "With enough gravity to hold together a ball of gases that large?" Cho asked doubtfully. "Spinning superfast?" Danny asked more than stated, her voice thick with excitement. They all caught on fast enough, and their eyes lit up. "Call it in," Danny told Benson. "I haven't been able to reach them," the man replied. "The tower must still be down." Danny considered that for a long while. "Broadcast it generally, then," she said. "We're going to need help with this." Benson looked at her hard. "By the time anyone gets out here, we'll already have the primary investigation done," Danny explained. "It's our find now, no matter if the entire New Republic fleet comes swarming. You keep an eye on the readings," she told Choba Delig, "and I'll bring us around to the other side." Benson smiled at that notion and opened his communicator to all channels, issuing a broadcast concerning their position and potential findings. "What was that?" Danny asked a few moments later, when the spacecaster slipped around the side of the planet and a swarm of small meteors moved just ahead of them and out of sight around the far side. "I've got them too," Cho confirmed, his expression curious. "Hundreds." "What?" Benson asked. Danny throttled up. "Debris?" she asked, and looked back at her companions, her face beaming. "I think we've got something here." "Debris put into orbit from an impact," Choba Delig remarked, nodding. Again, just ahead of them around the curving line of the planet, they spotted the meteor swarm, but it was fast lost in the suddenly blinding sunlight as they came out of the planet's shadow.
Danny squinted and groaned. "I've still got them," Cho assured her. "Up ahead and moving fast." He paused and crinkled his brow. "Faster," he clarified, and that, of course, made no sense. "And something else," Cho continued. "Down to the left, on the surface." Following Cho's directions, Danny wheeled the not-so-agile spacecaster about, angling the screen to show them again the surface of the planet, flat, except for one large mound, somewhat covered by a thin icy layer, but obviously something other than ice. It seemed to be a milky substance, covering a mound of rough-edged, many-colored stone or bone. "There's the source of the readings," Chobadelig said excitedly. Danny brought them in slowly. "Shouldn't we be going after those meteors first?" an obviously uncomfortable Benson Tomry remarked, and his sudden sense of dread wasn't lost on the other two. "If it's a creature, it's still alive," Chobadelig warned, staring at his sensors, not quite knowing what to make of the signals emanating from the mound. "Let's go catch the meteors," Benson remarked more firmly. Danny looked to him and then to Cho, and saw both mesmerized, one by the mound, one by his instruments. Then she looked back at the planet and above the line of the planet. "Oh, no," she muttered. "Let's go catch the meteors," Benson said again. "The meteors caught us," Danny explained, and when the men looked up they understood. In soared the meteors, but they couldn't be meteors, given the formation, a classic attack wedge. "Get us out of here!" Benson screamed. Danny worked furiously, bending the spacecaster to the side and down. "Setting for the jump to light speed," Danny called. "That'll take too long," Benson cried, and his point was accentuated when the spacecaster jolted from some impact. "Just fire it," Chobadelig agreed. Danny angled up, looking for a clear vector where she could just launch into hyperspace and take their chances with colliding with some other body millions of kilometers away. But the screen was full of the meteor ships, buzzing about like starfighters. One drew very close, and the three looked on in surprise and fear as a small appendage sticking out its front, like a miniature volcano, erupted, spewing forth a burst of fire and a single glob of molten rock that hit the spacecaster, jolting them hard. "It's melting through," Benson Tomry cried. "Engage the hyperdrive, Danny," Cho pleaded. "I did," she replied, her voice calm, almost subdued. She had engaged the hyperdrive engine to no effect. She figured that the first jolts had been hits to that very drive, as if these attacking things knew exactly where to shoot. All three of the scientists jumped back reflexively as a glob of something hit their view shield. They looked on in helpless horror as it seemed to melt or morph right through the transparent shield, hanging like a ball of glue inside the window. It pulsed and opened a single hole in its membranous form, and the two men cried out, and Danny dived for the weapons locker. And then the ball inverted, seemed almost to swallow itself, and what came out of it, or rather what it now appeared to be, was a humanoid head, disfigured and frightening and fully tattooed. "Good you have come, Danny Quee, Benson Tomry, and Chobadelig," the ball said. Or not the ball itself, Danny realized, recognizing this thing, this creature, as some sort of a communicator, and not the speaker himself. She didn't recognize his accent at all, and he seemed to be stuttering over every word. "I, Dagara," he went on, "prefect and advisor to Yamask, war coordinator Oof, Preterite Vong. Welcome my home." The three, too stunned by this Dagara creature's recognition of them, of its knowledge of their names, couldn't begin to respond. "You see my home, I believe," Dagara went on politely. "You come me there. I show you splendor, Yuuzhan Vong." "What?" Benson Tomry asked, looking to Danny. "An invitation, I guess," Danny replied with a shrug. "The sea vilip," Prefect Dagara explained. "Pet of Yuuzhan Vong." The three deciphered his words enough to understand that he was speaking of the creature that had invaded their spacecaster. "To talk across long," Dagara went on. "Living communicator," Chobadelig remarked, his scientist instincts somewhat overruling his fear. "Where are you from?" Danny managed to ask.
"Place you no.
"Why have you come?" Dagara answered with a laugh. "Get us out of here," Benson Tomry pleaded with Danny. She looked at him, then snarled and turned back to her controls, determined to fly her way through. But the meteors, the rock-like starfighters, were all about the spacecaster, spewing molten globs at exact points to continually cripple the ship. Before Danny could begin to initiate any evasive maneuvers, they were down to one drive, and that at a minimal capacity. Every other compartment in the craft had been breached, and the enviro unit had taken several hits. Danny straightened and looked helplessly at her companions. "Choice none," the Vilip of Prefect Dagara remarked. "You follow Coral Skippers in, now, or you melt, and we take from you honor of gift to Yun Yamka." "Just run," Chobadelig pleaded, trembling so violently that he stuttered through the two words. "Choice none," Prefect Dagara warned. Danny, full of frustration and anger, her scientific dreams shattered by some alien nightmare, tore open the weapons locker, pulled out a blaster, and splattered the Vilip all over the view screen. She scrambled to her feet, diving for the controls. And then they got hit again and again, and soon they were spinning, tumbling, out of control, and the planet seemed to rush up to swallow them. And then, nothing. Darkness fell, and still Jerem Cadmere ran on, stumbling in the blackness, and with exhaustion and fright, horrified with what he had seen and terrified of those dangers lurking all about him. The roars of the red-crested cougars traveled with him that night, and at one point he thought he saw one of the great animals eyeing him casually from a branch high above. Whether imagination or reality, Jerem would never know, for he had just run on, for all his life, for all the lives of those at the compound. Aside from his locating device, he had only three things with him: the beetle, the plant, and a sample of the noxious fumes he had fortunately and unintentionally trapped within one of his sample bags. He took little comfort when night turned back to day, for he could hardly think straight at that point. He thought he was traveling in the right direction and in line, but his locating device was showing some signs of damage, probably from the fumes, and he couldn't be sure. "Wonderful for all of us if I run right past the compound," he lamented. He thought he recognized one tangled tree, but in truth they all looked alike. How relieved he was, then, when he scrambled headlong over a thicket, cutting 100 small scratches on his arm, and found another member of the ex-gal team waiting for him. "The compound?" Jerem gasped. "Right over there," Yeoman Carr answered, moving to help Jerem back to his feet. "Where are your companions?" "Dead," Jerem said, puffing for breath. "All of them." Yeoman Carr pulled him up straight and stared at him hard. We found the storm, but it wasn't a storm," Jerem tried to explain. "Some kind of plague, a biological disaster. It overran us." "But you escaped," Yeoman Carr said. "They gave me their oxygen," the man replied, and he began to tremble. Yeoman Carr shook him hard. "One of us had to get back," Jerem went on, "to warn the rest of you. We have to fire up the Jolian freighter and get out of here." "The Jolian freighter?" Yeoman Carr echoed with a laugh. "That ship hasn't been up since the compound was first set up, and half of its components were scavenged for the station operating systems. We will never launch it." "We have to," Jerem cried, grabbing Yeoman Carr by the shoulders. "No choice." "A plague, you say?" Yeoman Carr asked, and Jerem nodded excitedly. "Well, perhaps we will find a way to battle back against it, or insulate ourselves from its effects." "We can insulate," Jerem said, and he started past Yeoman Carr, but to his surprise the bigger man held him in place. But once it's upon us, we'll have no way to call out, Jerem tried to explain, and he tried to pull away. The fumes. Fumes? Yeoman Carr asked calmly. No time to explain, Jerem said. We have to get out of here. Yeoman Carr yanked Jerem about and slammed him hard into a tree. Jerem, held there motionless, stared at the larger and suddenly imposing man in sheer disbelief. I could let you go to them, Yeoman Carr said. I could scramble into the compound beside you, yelling frantically that we must get the Jolian freighter up into the air. You don't understand, Jerem said. The plague advances at a tremendous rate. It will be here in a matter of hours. Within 3, to be more precise, Yeoman Carr remarked. Jerem started to respond, but then the weighty implications of Yeoman Carr's last statement hit him fully and stole the words from his mouth. The gases will overwhelm the compound within 3 hours, Yeoman Carr stated, and all the planet in 2 days, sooner if favorable weather allows the atmospheric levels to hit critical mass. Favorable weather? Jerem Cadmere echoed with confusion. How do you know? Yeoman Carr reached a finger up beside his nose and tapped the sensitive area of the Ooglith masker, signaling the creature to peel away. Jerem Cadmere tried to retreat, tried to push himself right into the tree at his back when the masker flaps receded and he saw the disfigured, tattooed face of Yeoman Carr. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior stood perfectly still, reveling in the exquisite tingles of agony as the masker pulled away fully and slipped down beneath his loose-fitting clothing. I could take you back there and wait with you and the others, for you're doomed to fall, Yeoman Carr explained. For, of course, I've disabled the freighter beyond repair. Not that you would have been able to get the rusted thing off the ground in any case. I could let you battle valiantly against the transformation, which you call a plague, and let you die dishonorably at no warrior's hands, but simply from lack of oxygen. Jerem was shaking his head, his lips moving as if he was trying to respond, though no words came out. But I feel that I owe you this, out of respect for your perseverance and resourcefulness in getting all the way back here, Yeoman Carr went on. Jerem exploded into movement, rushing off to the side, but Yeoman Carr, his muscles toned by years of warrior training, caught him easily, one hand clamping under Jerem's chin, the other grabbing the hair at the back of the man's head. With frightening ease, Yeoman Carr pushed Jerem low and tilted his head back so that he was looking up into that horrid, disfigured face. Do you understand the honor I offer you now? Yeoman Carr asked in all seriousness. Jerem didn't respond. I offer you a warrior's death, the Yuuzhan Vong cried. Yunyamka! He gave a sudden twist of his arms and shattered Jerem Cadmere's neckbone. Yeoman Carr let the limp man fall to the ground. He stood solemnly over Jerem for a long, long while, uttering prayer after prayer for the slayer to accept this sacrifice. By Yeoman Carr's reckoning, he had indeed granted Jerem Cadmere a tremendous amount of respect this day. He even went somewhat against orders by not allowing the scientists to battle the plague unimpeded. But Yeoman Carr could justify that. Jerem had seen too much of the plague and knew, and said as much, that they could not hope to battle it. Jerem would have prompted only a desperate flight attempt and no real countering of the plague. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior nodded, agreeing with that reasoning, and reached down to inspect Jerem's body, finding the 3 valuable items. He'd bring them back for inspection, allow the remaining 6 scientists to try to find some solution. That would satisfy his duties regarding the plague, for one of his goals here was to discern if the scientists could find some way to battle this powerful Yuuzhan Vong biological weapon. Completing that duty would justify his showing respect to Jerem Cadmere. Satisfied, the Yuuzhan Vong started back for the compound. All his rationales were in place, but he knew the truth in his heart. He had killed Jerem Cadmere, not simply out of respect, not simply because the man had deserved a warrior's death, but also because he had wanted to, because he had enjoyed it. For too long, Yeoman Carr had lived among the infidels, had spoken their language, and accepted their strange and sacrilegious actions. Now the day of glory was almost upon him, the day of the Yuuzhan Vong, and he was eager, so eager. At first Dany thought she was dead, but as her consciousness gradually returned, before she even opened her eyes, she not only knew that she was very much alive, though painfully wounded, but also sensed somehow where she was. And that thought, that she was within the living mound she had seen from the Spacecaster's view screen, filled her with dread. Her right shoulder, dislocated, throbbed. Both of her arms were held out straight. She could feel strong hands gripping her wrists, and the light touch of a poncho about her bare shoulders, and a wet stickiness about her feet, as if she was standing in a gooey pool of mud. She heard a gurgled cry, recognized the voice of Benson Tomry, and forced open her eyes. She saw the multicolored, rough-faced walls, the hulking men. No, not men, she instinctively understood, but some other humanoids, disfigured and covered with tattoos, holding her arms out to either side, out straight, and so tightly that she could not move. She saw Benson off to the side, standing, but with his head pulled back, another hulking humanoid beside him. That tattooed warrior lifted one hand up high, clawed it like a bird's talon, and drove it down into Benson's throat. The warriors let go, and Benson fell limp, too limp, and Dany knew that he was dead. The hulking warrior, his hands still wet with Benson's blood, came over toward her slowly, deliberately. Dany tried to struggle, but the two humanoids holding her gave sudden jerks, and waves of pain overwhelmed her, rolling out from her dislocated shoulder as the joint snapped back into place. She nearly swooned and rolled her head, and then he was before her, and she saw him clearly, and she recognized him from the impersonating creature that had invaded the Spacecaster. Yeoman Carr demand respect for Dany Qui, Prefect Dagara stated. Do you under... He paused and crinkled his face, struggling for the word. Understand, the woman said through clenched teeth. Dagara nodded and smiled. You understand the honor? Dany looked at him helplessly. Then she felt the tingling pain, and the goo at her feet came alive and began to roll up her naked legs. Dany's eyes widened with horror and pain as the creature began its attachment, rolling higher and higher to cover all of her body beneath the poncho. She struggled and flailed. Dagara slapped her across the face. Do not dishonor Yeoman Carr request, he growled in her face. Show courage, or I put you out to die in empty air of surface. That sobered Dany. She still squirmed, who could not, as the creature attached itself, tendril by tendril, into her pores. But she bit down on her lip and stood firm, eyeing Dagara sternly. The prefect nodded his approval. Glad I that Dany not dead, as was Chobadelig, when we bring you down, Dagara said. I expect to kill you myself, and now, but honorably, this day. Dany didn't blink. Reconsidered, Dagara explained. Perhaps it better you stand with me to see Jidorji. He shook his head, recognizing that he was using the Yuuzhan Vong word. To see glory of Preterite Vong. Dany shook her head, unable to comprehend what this was all about. You like see galaxy die? Dagara asked bluntly. That made long ago, for you see us enter world ship, the begin of end. Dany crinkled her face. She was getting the gist of Dagara's meaning, and the thought seemed absurd. Yes, the prefect said, and he brought his hand in and gently stroked Dany's cheek, which repulsed her more than if he had clenched his fist and punched her. You see with me, and you see truth. Vajilor, the glory of Yuuzhan Vong. Might you come to see and believe, and you join. Might you hold Vicky, anger in pride, and you die. No matter, in thinking, I make Yun Yamka more happy. Danny wanted to ask what or who Yun Yamka might be, but she just shook her head, too overwhelmed by it all. Dagara turned away from the stunned woman and motioned to another warrior, who approached Danny holding a soft lump of star-shaped flesh. She recoiled instinctively, tried to fight with every ounce of her strength. But they were too strong, and the cry of her protest was muffled as the fleshy creature was put over her mouth. Her horror only intensified as its tendrils snaked down her throat, gagging her at first, but then joining with her, becoming a part of her breathing system. Eyes wide with shock and pain, Danny was hauled through the chambers of the world ship to a large room with a circular hole in the floor. The actual opening was larger than that, Danny understood, seeing the ice all about that hole, and she couldn't understand why she wasn't colder, why they weren't all freezing. That thought flew away, though, in an instant of sheer terror, when Dagara walked up behind her and unceremoniously shoved her headlong into the hole, and she fell down a long tubular worm to the watery depths below. The prefect jumped in after her. 10. Running the belt.
"I wouldn't have expected anything less of Lando," Han remarked when the Millennium Falcon came out of hyperspace and into view of the planets Lando Calrissian had taken for home and office. All the region about the two planets looming before them was littered with spacecraft, everything from small starfighters to huge freighters and even larger shield ships Lando had used to protect other vessels when he had been mining on Niklan, a planet too close to its sun. "More traffic than at the core," Luke's voice piped in over the comm as the Jade Saber came out of hyperspace right beside the Falcon. That left only Jaina and the X-Wing still to be counted, and Han glanced at his wife, noting her concern. The trip from Risi had taken a week, and while that was no problem in the comfort of the Millennium Falcon or the Jade Saber, such a journey could tax an X-Wing pilot to her limits, to say nothing of supplies. Jedi going on long journeys usually slipped into a self-induced, nearly comatose state, slowing their metabolism and, for all intents and purposes, sleeping through the journey. Jaina had learned the technique and had proven she could do it well in her training with Mara. But doing it in a training room was very different from doing it in an X-Wing on a long and lonely journey. Even Luke had questioned his wife repeatedly about whether Jaina was really ready for this or not. Mara had insisted that she was, and no one could doubt Jaina's piloting prowess. Since Mara was Jaina's official tutor, there could be no debate, not even from Leia and Han, neither of whom were especially thrilled about putting their daughter into any kind of danger. So Jaina had flown out here in the X-Wing, same course, same destination, same speed as the other two ships. Why wasn't she out of hyperspace yet? That question hung palpably between Leia and Han, neither speaking it aloud, neither having to. "Let me guess which planet is Lando's," came Luke's call, his tone dry and sarcastic. The answer was obvious. One of the planets before them was brown and appeared quite inhospitable, while the other was blue and green, with white clouds floating through its sky. The scene reminded both Leia and Mara of the two planets they had recently visited, hospitable Osarian and rugged Romamul. "Luke, where is Jaina?" Leia called, doing well to keep the concern out of her voice. She heard laughter from the other ship, Mara's. "Why isn't she out yet?" Leia pressed. "Because Mara fed R2 the wrong coordinates," Luke replied. "A little test," Mara explained, coming online. "Jaina's nearby, but far enough out of the system so that she'll have a few reference points to use in writing her course." "She's probably panicking," Leia replied, and she could easily visualize the grin spreading on Mara's pretty face. "For a while, no doubt," Mara answered. "But all she needs to do is look inside herself to seek out the Force and its connection between her and us, and particularly to Jason, and she'll fly in at any minute. And R2 knows the real way in any case," Luke quickly added. "You've got a mean streak in you," Leia remarked with a helpless sigh. "Toward Jaina or toward you?" Luke asked, and again Leia and Han could hear their sister-in-law laughing. "Yes," Mara answered.
Leia just sighed. "If anything happens to Mistress Jaina, I shall personally scold R2-D2, a nervous C-3PO piped in. Oh, he's the real troublemaker, you know. I am sure that he is quite enjoying this." Leia glanced at the golden protocol droid. "Not like Mara," she muttered, and, considering her present fears and feelings, she was only half kidding. "Jaina's fine," Luke remarked. "If you reach out with the Force, dear sister, you'll feel her, very much alive and well." Leia was about to do just that, but she didn't have to, for the sensors on the Falcon's panel beeped, and sure enough, Jaina's X-Wing streaked into view a moment later. "Took you long enough," Mara called to her, and she left the channel open so that the folks on the Falcon could hear her as well. "A little problem with R2, Jaina remarked dryly, and they heard R2-D2 beep out his vehement protest. Mara bade Jaina to take them in, and she did just that, but in a roundabout manner, circling wide of Lando's home planet of Dubrillion to take a look at the operations going on at the other planet, Destrillion. A stream of small ships flowed down to this planet, bringing raw materials from the asteroids to the great processing plants Lando had set up. Another smaller stream of larger ships flowed off-world, heading for the huge freighters that were sitting in orbit. Of all the onlookers, even Han, who was so familiar with Lando's schemes, stared in disbelief. How could Lando have set up so complete and large an operation in so short an amount of time? He'd been out here for only a year, and yet it seemed as if his operations could supply half the galaxy. Contact from the surface of the blue and green planet welcomed them, all the more enthusiastically after the controller heard the names of the ships and their occupants, and gave them coordinates for landing, and as they descended through Dubrillion's cloud cover, they saw that Lando's current home was no less impressive than his mining operation. The city was tightly clustered, with tall towers and high groupings of many starports. Luke noted that most of those open bays were empty, leading to the speculation that Lando entertained many guests who were quick in and quick out, like smugglers. As the Jade Saber swooped along to its appointed dock, Luke also noted a pair of X-Wings on one platform, XJ-class, like his own, the latest version of the Starfighter. There weren't many of those advanced fighters flying about, and none at all outside the Star Destroyer and battlecruiser squadrons, with one notable exception. These fighters belonged to Jedi Knights. The three ships set down on three circular bays, high above the surface, with low clouds drifting by. The landing zones were separated by narrow walkways leading to a central hub, and a fourth walkway went out from that hub to the connected tower. All of them disembarked and met at the central hub, with Jaina and R2-D2, who needed considerable help getting out of the X-Wing, coming along last. The pair arrived just before Lando came sweeping out of the tower door, his huge welcoming smile, his eyes, as always, twinkling more than sparkling, giving the impression that there was something much more going on behind the man's every gesture and expression. "Ha-ha," he laughed, moving over to wrap Han in a great hug, and then put one over Leia, one that pointedly lasted a little bit longer, drawing a jealous scowl from Han. He went to Luke next, and then stood before Mara, shaking his head. "You look wonderful," he said sincerely, bringing a smile to the woman, and Lando crushed her in a huge hug. "Not many people dare to hug me," Mara remarked. "That leaves more of you for me, then," Lando returned with a burst of laughter. He stopped abruptly and glanced over at Luke, but found the man nodding and smiling sincerely. Lando's greeting of Mara could not have been more perfect. The man was much more reserved with Chewbacca, offered a salute to R2-D2 and C-3PO, and then turned his attention to the three kids. "How much bigger are you going to get?" he asked, holding his arms out wide in disbelief. "It's only been a year, but look at you. You're all grown up." The smiles that came back at him were polite and obviously embarrassed. "What are you doing here?" Lando asked, turning to Han. "And why didn't you tell me you'd be coming? I could have prepared something." "Somehow I don't think we'll be bored," Han remarked dryly. Lando chuckled, but stopped short, eyeing Han suspiciously, as if he didn't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult.
His bright smile returned almost immediately, though, and with a flourish and a skip in his step, the vibrant Lando led them into the tower. He gave them the complete tour, then, from the posh rooms in his guest suites to the control rooms of the robotic processing plants on the other planet, detailing with great pride the volume of various minerals making their way up to the freighters and off to the core. They ended the tour in the huge monitoring chamber at the center of his city, an oval-shaped room, its perimeter mimicking the orbital path of the asteroid belt, Lando's Folly. The chamber walls were covered with one gigantic view screen, showing a real-time view of the asteroid belt. Lando led them to another large rectangular screen set out from one wall, and the man at the control panel respectfully moved aside. Lando's ensuing demonstration did not disappoint. He selected a section of the asteroid belt and magnified it on the rectangular screen to the point where they could see the small droid mining ships testing, drilling, and extracting, then hopping onto another asteroid. "How much can you get from them?" Han asked. "Really?" "Most asteroids aren't profitable," Lando admitted, "but every now and then," he added slyly, rubbing his hands together, dark eyes twinkling. He continued the demonstration a bit longer, answered questions about volume and costs of setup, then led them out of that tower to another, up to an enclosed hangar that held several small craft, with single central pilot pods, wing pylons extending from either side, connecting solar array wings that featured a top third and bottom third angled at 45 degrees back in toward the central pod. Lando's guests, particularly the older ones, surely recognized the craft. TIE Advanced X-1 fighters, the type favored by the elite of the old Empire, including Darth Vader. The sight of the distinctive fighters clearly affected both Luke and Leia, whose expressions drooped. Han looked at Lando and scowled. "Best designed for our purposes," Lando answered honestly. "These are your belt runners?" Luke asked. "It's the adjustable shock couch," Lando explained, leading the way to the nearest, and as they moved they noted similar but larger twin-pod craft, TIE bombers, farther back in the hangar. "Pilots in these things can take a real beating." "Don't we know that?" Han asked dryly. "So you fly these things through the asteroid belt?" Jaina asked, her expression and her tone showing that she was more than a little intrigued. "Along Lando's Folly, not through," Lando corrected. "Against the flow of the asteroids. We've got a couple of particularly nasty sections mapped out." He stared at Jaina for a long moment, matching her eager expression. "You want to try?" She looked at her parents first, for just a moment, and then at Mara, and it was obvious that she was pleading for permission. The prep time seemed interminable to eager Jaina, but she paid attention as Lando's technicians explained the basic differences in flying one of their modified TIE fighters. While the foot yokes and hand controls were easy enough to pick up, the adjustable shock couch, a pivoting, bouncing contraption, was very different from the stable cockpit of an X-wing or land speeder. And the most important difference of all, Lando's technician explained, concerned the inertial compensator. Unlike those on the X-wings, and in most other craft, the ones on the modified TIE fighters could not be dialed down. The levels were preset, designed to give a pilot a good tactical feel of the craft, and often a wild ride, but would not allow the Gs to exceed safe limits. Early on, pilots would strap in and dial it down to 95, the technician explained to the three kids. They'd bounce along until that inevitable collision, and then ricochet into a wild spin. We'd go get them, to find most unconscious. One almost died. That last statement brought a concerned look from Leia, and Jaina knew that her mother was almost ready to cancel the runs then and there. But then the technician assured her and the others that the problem had been fixed. "When you hit one now, you'll get the spin of your life," he explained, "but you'll live to brag about it." As a final confidence booster, the technician then pointed out the repulsor shields, solid defensive arrays controlled not by the pilot and powered not by the ship's engines, but from a floating station Belt Runner 1. That news widened Luke's eyes. There were available technologies to make the TIE fighters able to withstand many asteroid hits, using combinations of shields and an enhanced repulsor system. But for many years, the militaries of both the Empire and the New Republic had been trying to perfect off-ship shielding, with greater power sources lending deflector shields to small starfighters, thus freeing the drives of the starfighters to the tasks of maneuvering, accelerating, and firing. Thus far, little progress had been made with the technique, and Luke understood that if Lando could perfect it out here, the value to the enterprising man would be many times greater than all the treasure he could leech off of all the asteroids of Lando's folly. Maybe that was his real purpose. Also, the technician continued, moving over to pat a shining white metallic hump beside the shock couch, these babies have been outfitted with hyperdrive. Luke nodded admiringly. Lando and his technicians might be onto something truly impressive here. We'll keep them safe, Lando finished for the tech, and he offered a wink to Leia. And then Jaina and the other two Solo youngsters got their test runs in the modified TIEs, including a half-speed crash into a mountainside where they experienced their first real feel for the collision shields. But even that exercise didn't sate eager Jaina. Lando showed them a posting board prominently displayed in the entry hall of the city's main tower, which listed the top pilots and their winning durations. She didn't know any of the names except two, Miko Reglia, who was listed at 7th, and Kip Duran, the current champion, with a time of 11 minutes 13 seconds. Jedi Knights, the master Kip and his apprentice Miko. Jaina had work to do. She cruised within the prep coordinates in her TIE fighter now, within sight of the entry point to the asteroid belt. Jason was in the run now, building a respectable time approaching the 5-minute mark. Jaina couldn't see him, but she heard his calls, or at least the calls out to him, for her twin brother was keeping fairly quiet, finding a sense of calm within the meditation of the Force she knew. He passed the 5.5-minute mark. He'd be on the board. "Keep going," Jaina whispered, but even as the words left her mouth, she heard her brother cry out, "Whoa!" and then just issue a long scream. "He's out," came the call from Belt Runner 1. "Heck of a hit." Jaina caught sight of him then, of the spinning, running lights as the TIE fighter careened off into space. "Jason?" she called out. And when no response came back, she reached out to her twin with the Force, feeling him securely through their tight bond, and understanding that he was shaken up, but was very much alive and well. She let it go at that, for Anakin was just starting his run. Jaina caught flashes of his ship weaving in and out of the rocks, and she heard his breathing and occasional shouts over her comm unit. He sounded more animated than had Jason, more consciously attuned to his physical senses. Jaina understood the philosophical fight that had been waging between her brothers, each trying to find the correct balance between force and physiology, and she wasn't surprised at all by the difference. "We got him," came the call from one of Lando's tow ships, followed by assurances from Jason that he was all right. Jaina could picture the look of relief on her fretting mother's face. "I want to do it again," he added, and then Jaina imagined Leia's predictable scowl. They crossed Jaina's line of sight then, TIE and tow ship. The modified fighter seemed perfectly fine, but still it was being towed. She took a deep breath, steadying her nerves. Then she heard Anakin squeal with delight and caught sight of his TIE skimming the edge of one huge rock. She clicked off the signal, preferring to turn her attention inward to find the peace of the Force, the calm emptiness. Hardly conscious of the effort, she rocked the foot yokes back and forth, trying to get a better feel for the craft, and gave a quick push on the throttle, jerking her back in the shock couch. The seconds slipped past as she fell deeper into the meditation. She heard the call from the ground controller that Anakin had surpassed Jason. Wouldn't that make for fun conversation later on? And focused back into her surroundings, tuning the comm back to Anakin's signal in time to hear his boast. "I got you, Jace," he started to say. Jaina saw the whole thing. Anakin stooped his TIE under a spinning rock, then pulled into a hard climb right before the face of another. He couldn't avoid the third, didn't even see it until it was right in his face. He hit head-on, the TIE fighter ricocheting straight up, spinning tail over front at a tremendous rate. Up, up it went, and then it stopped spinning. Anakin must have fired a compensating blast, and just kept drifting, tilted, and appearing quite dead. "Anakin?" came the frantic call from the ground station, Leia's voice. No answer. Jaina gripped her controls as Leia cried out again, thinking that she could get to her brother quickest, though what good she might do she didn't know. Before she fired away, though, Anakin's shaky voice replied. "Amazing," he said, and he sounded sick, or as if he had just been. "Are you all right?" came Leia's call and Lando's voice at the same time. "I think so." "You beat Jason," Jaina piped in. "Who cares?" came the response. Only then did Jaina understand how shaken her little brother truly was. Normally, the fact that he had beaten Jason would be paramount in his thoughts, a sterling victory. "That's enough," Leia said, apparently catching on to the same thing. "Bring it in, Jaina." "Ready to fire," Jaina called, clicking to a different channel and pretending she hadn't heard. She wasn't about to let Anakin's misfortune slow her down. She knew she should have gone first. "Am I cleared for entry?" she asked the air controller on Belt Runner 1. "Fire away," he came back. "Jaina!" Leia's voice came in, her mom sense easily finding her daughter's new channel. But Jaina throttled up quickly, speeding for the entry point of the belt. Most pilots went in at a virtual standstill, coming against the flow of the asteroids and using their drives only for dodging maneuvers. It wasn't a distance test after all, but merely a duration challenge. Jaina, though, fearing her mother would find a way to call it all off, hit the belt running, and fast. She knew as soon as she entered that she had made a mistake. Before she could even really register any pattern to the incoming asteroids, she had to push hard on the stick, dropping the TIE into a straight stoop, then rolling out to the left desperately to avoid a long jag in the rock. 3/4 of the way into that roll, Jaina pulled it to a halt and shot out diagonally, barely avoiding another asteroid and nearly clipping the backside of the first she had dodged. No time to take a deep, steadying breath, for another pair came on, and Jaina put the TIE up on its side and somehow managed to slip between them, then rolled it over top down and pulled hard, dropping into another stoop. Before the warning alarm could begin to sound, indicating that she was nearing the boundary of the belt, Jaina brought the TIE about, shooting off to the side, making no headway into the asteroid course, but not losing any ground, which would have disqualified her, and buying herself a precious split second. And in that second, she composed herself and recognized that she could not keep reacting. This was a game of anticipation, of preparing the move before you had to make it. That was why the 4 Jedi who had run, including 2 relatively green pilots, her brothers, had all climbed onto the board. Jaina ignored her blinking and beeping instruments and looked ahead at the incoming swarm, feeling their pattern as much as seeing it. She turned her nose into the wind, as the old water-sailing adage went, and plunged in headlong. Han heard a low growl escape Leia's lips as Jaina soared into the asteroid belt. He draped his arm about his wife's shoulders. "She heard me," Leia remarked quietly and coldly. Han tightened his grip, pulling Leia closer. Of course Jaina had heard her, and of course Jaina had pretended differently, had gone after the run that had consumed her thoughts these last days. Leia would get over it, Han knew, but if Jaina had acceded to her mother's demand, had lost the challenge she had so desperately wanted, the chill between mother and daughter would have been lasting. "She'll be all right," he remarked, but even he winced as Jaina's TIE, clearly visible on the great screens in the central control room, broke into its 3/4 roll and burst out at the very last instant. "She's the best flyer of the 3. Beside the pair, Mara's green eyes glowed with excitement. "Fall into it, Jaina," she whispered. "Let the Force be your guide." Behind her, Luke kneaded her neck and shoulders and smiled warmly, remembering similar advice from the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi when old Ben had gone with him on his race down the channel of the Death Star. Don't try to register all the input from your eyes and other senses. Don't listen to your instruments at all. Turn them off if possible. Let the Force show you the patterns before you, the twists, the turns, the target. Jaina was more into that flow now. They could all see, her turns coming hard but less drastic, as if she was anticipating the next twist she would face. Luke glanced at the timer clock hanging above them. 4 minutes. On she went, spinning and rolling, plunging suddenly, then swooping back up to a clearer region. But looking ahead of her, Luke recognized a seemingly insurmountable problem. 2 thick clusters of asteroids were converging, the trailing group catching up to the other, and they seemed as if they would form a wall of stone the tie simply couldn't slip through. "Unbreachable pattern," one of Lando's observing judges cried out, and those very words blinked off and on across his monitor, for the computer calculating Jaina's flight saw no way around the forming barrier without clearing the borderlines of the asteroid belt. "Tough luck," Lando remarked. "Happens every once in a while." "She'll get it," Mara insisted. "Come on, Jaina," Leia whispered beside her. Jaina recognized the convergence, like fingers interlocking to form a solid barrier, and immediately throttled down. Desperate, she glanced all about, looking for a seam. There was none. She looked to her instruments, all of them screaming and blinking, warning of impending collision. She punched her fist against her thigh in frustration, losing her composure, losing any chance. Then she heard Mara's plea for her to fall into the Force, and then she heard her mother's voice, nothing distinct, but a general feeling of support and love from both of them. Jaina steeled her gaze straight ahead and throttled up, attacking the mass. She had to buy time, nothing more, and the trailing group would surpass the first, and openings would reveal themselves. She went in hard at the closest asteroid, spun over and down as she approached, and popped her repulsor coils, bouncing off harmlessly. Into another spin, she fired the repulsors again, ricocheting off the bottom of another asteroid, and then again bouncing her backward, but not technically flying backward, which would have disqualified her. And so it went, with Jaina playing like a bouncing ball, never impacting, but firing her repulsor coils at precisely the right moment to launch her sidelong or up or down, or even backward, buying time and not distance as asteroids passed others, as some collided and went spinning at slightly new angles. Jaina felt an opening, like a breeze finding an alley between tall buildings. She bounced away from yet another rock, barrel-rolled and dived, then reversed momentum, swooping up right before yet another asteroid, but coming around it, leveling off and shooting through the gap, waggling her wings to accommodate the angled exit. Her eyes were half closed as she felt the patterns. Her TIE fighter swooped and turned, accelerating and throttling back before she was even conscious of the movements. Nor was she conscious of the passing seconds, or of anything at all other than the clearest course before her. Chewie's howl as Jaina broke through the seemingly impenetrable barrier against the odds and against the computer calculations very much reflected the mood of the onlookers, even Lando's crew. The Wookiee jumped up and down, grabbed the nearest technician and gave him a shake that set his teeth to rattling, and punched his huge hairy fist into the air. "Was that good?" C-3PO asked in all seriousness, apparently missing the point of it all. R2-D2 howled and screeched at him in response. Leia reached over and squeezed Mara's hand. "The kid can fly," Han remarked, his voice thick with something more than pride, with awe. He glanced up at the timer clock. 5 minutes, 32 seconds. Jason, still a bit unsteady from his collision, walked into the room then. He glanced up at the clock, then moved beside the others and took a measure of Jaina's progress. "She's found her inner peace," he remarked. "Did you?" Luke asked. Jason nodded. "But I didn't have the flying skills to complement it," he admitted. "Jaina's got the whole package." And so it seemed, as the screen showed her TIE flowing effortlessly through the maze of flying boulders. The elapsed time broke the 7-minute mark, putting Jaina high on the board. "She'll be no lower than third," Lando told them, "and no one's had a tougher course to fly." He turned to one of his techs. "Cut into all the broadcast screens," he instructed. "Put this out all over the planet." "Let the betting begin," Han whispered into Leia's ear, and both smiled. "I already had it piped into the other control rooms and the docking areas," the tech replied. "I saw it on the way in," Jason agreed. "Kip Doran's out in the docks, watching every second." The name reminded Luke that they had other business to attend to out here. But not now, he told himself. He studied Jaina's flight pattern, then glanced back up at the timer clock. "Kip's going to lose," he stated evenly. The force mounted within Jaina, a tangible pressure growing from second to second. It was all an incomprehensible blur, seemingly unguided movements that brought her within a hairbreadth of some asteroids, into wild turns and stoops, straight climbs and clever angles, cutting the one open line between rocks. On and on it went, though time seemed irrelevant, a concept lost in the deepest trance. But the pressure built surely, tangibly, and as Jaina became aware of it, that only stemmed her concentration further. Her eyes popped open wide as she came around one spinning boulder to nick a tiny one, hardly a hit, but enough to push her out so that she clipped another larger asteroid. Around and around she careened, and she tensed coming out of one spin to see a wall of stone looming before her. Then she was spinning too fast to even register the movement, too fast to make any sense of the myriad images flashing before her. She collided with another asteroid. She felt that impact clearly, and then she was clear of the belt. And as her rattled senses settled, she worked the controls feverishly to stop the spin. She didn't know how much time had elapsed, hardly remembered her run at all. In the control room there was silence. Stunned silence. The timer clock had stopped the moment Jaina's tie had exited the belt. 7 minutes, 27 seconds. "The kid can fly," Han said again. 11. Boom. Only 6 enemies remained, 4 men and 2 women, to oppose Yeoman Carr. One of them was up on the tower now, wearing a full enviro suit and trying to reattach the disconnected junction box. It wouldn't matter, Yeoman Carr knew. The molecular plague had swept by X-Gal 4, had rolled over nearly all of Belkaden, and the toxic gases and swirling yellow and green clouds were too thick now, and too tumultuous, for them to get any message off-planet. When the truth of the devastation had become evident, the remaining scientists had scrambled to ready the small freighter for liftoff. How easy it had been for Yeoman Carr to sabotage the already dilapidated craft, rubbing wires together so that their rotted insulation disintegrated, causing shorts, or pulling the connector plates right over rusted bolts. The scientists had quickly abandoned any hope of fleeing, and instead focused on getting out a distress signal. But they were too late. The death of Garth Bryce and their trust in Yeoman Carr had sealed their fate. Now the clouds and poison gases had caught them, and though the buttoned-up X-Gal station could be self-sustaining in the oxygen-depleted air, they were trapped. Mon calamari juggerhead fish in a barrel for Yeoman Carr's harpoons. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior casually walked out of the compound, wearing his starfish breathing adapter, for he could not bring himself to trust the mechanical breathing apparatus of the enviro suits. Quite comfortable in the devastation his beetle friends had wrought, he moved to the base of the tower and looked up, barely able to see the worker through the thick haze. "How are the repairs going?" he yelled, his voice watery-sounding because of the mask. "I got it," came the cry from above, a woman's voice. "One more connection." Yeoman Carr pulled the small axe from his belt and chopped down hard on the exposed piece of cable at the base of the tower, severing it cleanly. Then he replaced the axe and waited calmly, basking in the noxious haze of his glory. A few minutes later, Lysira Donabella, one of only 2 females left alive on Belkaden, came down the tower. "It'll work now," she explained, as she reached the bottom and began extracting herself from the safety harness and lengths of cord. "Just a connector," she started to explain, and then she turned about and froze, eyes wide behind her visor, as she regarded Yeoman Carr and his living aerator. Yeoman Carr held his hand out, motioning toward the new break in the line. Lysira stared at it for a long moment, her visor fogged with her heavy breathing. She looked back at Yeoman Carr, shaking her head in disbelief. And then she bolted, brushing right past the alien. He kicked her trailing foot behind her lead ankle as she passed, and in the same fluid movement grabbed the airline at the back of her helmeted turret free. Lysira sprawled face down on the ground. Yeoman Carr's foot stepped down on her back, holding her firmly in place. Lycera wriggled frantically, gasping for breath as the yellow fumes slipped under her protective gear. Somehow, in her desperation, she broke free, crawling up to her knees, then regaining her footing. Yeoman Carr could have caught her, and easily, but he did not, recognizing from her stagger that he had already won. Lycera wobbled and swayed. Her line to the compound door was far from straight. She staggered the last few steps and fell forward, crashing against the portal. Her hands moved, a feeble attempt to find the door's release, for her senses were almost completely gone by then. Yeoman Carr didn't make a move. Didn't have to. He watched her slump against the door. Then he stood beside her, off to the side, just looking out at the roiling clouds and thickening fumes. A half-hour slipped by. The 7 scientists had buddied up for safety, 2, 2, and 3, and while Yeoman Carr's 2 partners thought he was sleeping in his private chambers, Lycera's partner knew that she had gone outside. It came as no surprise to Yeoman Carr, then, when the compound door started to open. Lycera Donabella slipped down to the side. "Lycera!" came her partner's cry, the woman falling to one knee beside her. She glanced up then, apparently noting the movement, and her eyes went wide at the specter of Yeoman Carr, at the horror of watching Yeoman Carr's swiftly descending axe. There was something symbolic about killing the last female on Belcodden, the Yuuzhan Vong warrior recognized. The seal of victory, the symbol that the humans and other intelligent species of this galaxy had lost their first encounter with the Yuuzhan Vong. Yeoman Carr tore the axe head out of the woman's chest, let her fall right over Lycera, then moved through the door back into the compound. Only 4 enemies remained, and 2 of them, Yeoman Carr knew, were probably asleep. Nom Anor wasn't comfortable at all, strapped in his seat, and with tons of unstable liquid explosives burning bright behind him. The Yuuzhan Vong executor, who had come in from another galaxy, had never feared space flight, far from it, but this primitive 2-stage rocket from Romamul made even the ion drives of the more conventional craft look superb, and those Nom Anor considered far beneath the glory and sophistication of his own species' living world ships and coral skippers. Beside him, Shock Tenocton seemed only marginally more at ease, gritting his teeth against the G-forces as the rocket zoomed into orbit. Finally, though, they leveled off, the first burn completed, and Shock went to work piloting the large, ungainly craft toward the waiting mediator. "They're hailing us," Shock explained to his leader a moment later. Nom Anor held his hand up and shook his head. "Finish the course setting," he explained. Any delay in responding he could brush away with the difficulties of aligning such a bulky and unwieldy ship as this. The discussion with the mediator would come later, after he and Shock were safely tucked into their concealed A-wing. "She'll fly right by them," Shock assured him a moment later. Nom Anor unbuckled from his uncomfortable chair. Shock did likewise, and the 2 crouched and crept through the cramped capsule. Nom Anor pausing only to set the decoy in place in the pilot chair, utter a quick prayer to Yoon Harla, the cloaked goddess, the trickster, and kiss one of his pet Villips goodbye. The Romamulian rocket broke orbit, streaking out toward the mediator and blasting its 2nd-stage booster away. That booster rocket had never actually fired, though, for it wasn't needed and wasn't really a rocket, but was rather an empty shell with an A-wing cleverly tucked inside. From the enlarged cockpit of that A-wing, which had been modified to hold 2 pilots, Nom Anor and Shock Tenocton watched the continuing plumes of the missile exchange between Osirian and Romamul. Starfighters from the Mediator buzzed the atmospheres of both planets, particularly Osirian, trying to knock down as many missiles as possible. Some of those bombs were getting through, the executor noted as the shell rolled about, giving him a view of Osirian and the large red bruises that were thermonuclear blast clouds. No wonder, then, that his offer to Commander Akdul to come to the Mediator and negotiate fairly with the Osirians had been eagerly received. The booster shell rotated some more, and the great battle cruiser came into sight, dwarfing the Romamulian capsule speeding for it, despite the fact that it was much farther away. "Hold this line," Nom Anor ordered. Shock tapped his thrust vector control jets, breaking the momentum of the roll and gently stabilizing the view of the mediator. "Open the channel." Shock nodded and remotely opened the comm channel on the distant capsule. The relay couldn't send the picture, the image of Commander Akdul, to the A-Wing, for that would have given the pair away. But Nom Anor could picture the Mon Calamarian's face vividly. A phony smile of greeting stamped upon it as he issued all the expected diplomatic platitudes. "My greetings, Commander Akdul," Nom Anor said through his Villip. The little creature, an exact likeness of Nom Anor, sat atop the decapitated body that had been placed in the capsule's pilot seat, and relayed Nom Anor's words with perfect inflection. Akdul had barely begun his insincerely warm greeting when a group of craft swooped out from dark space, closing fast on the capsule. Akdul cursed and ordered his fighters out, and Nom Anor and Shock Tenoctin heard a yelp of glee from somewhere in the commander's background. "The Jedi Knight," Shock Tenoctin remarked. Nom Anor nodded, thinking it perfectly ironic that the Mediator's own starfighters would clear the way for the fake capsule. Shock Tenoctin worked hard to keep both the Mediator and the capsule in sight so that they could enjoy the spectacle of the Mediator's starfighters intercepting and chasing away the Osarian Z-95 headhunters. "Your friends from Osarian do not seem interested in talk, Commander Akdul," Nom Anor said calmly. "Osa Prime is in flames," Akdul came back, a slight crack showing in his cool diplomatic shell. "We agreed to cease fire," Nom Anor said. "You will be protected all the way into the Mediator and escorted back to Romamul after our discussion," Commander Akdul assured him, and from his formal tone alone, Nom Anor could guess that he had snapped to attention as he spoke. "On my word." "As you will," Nom Anor said, cognizant of the fact that his Villip couldn't nod. "Break up the screen," he quietly bade Shock Tenoctin, and the man complied, rolling the channel back and forth so that the communications visual break seemed like a malfunction. "Commander Akdul?" Nom Anor's Villip asked on cue, its tone full of trepidation. "I hear you," Akdul's crackling voice replied. "We've lost screen." "The malfunction is here, I fear," Nom Anor said. "I see nothing but Osarian ships, and I am without controls. I cannot evade them." "Be calm, Nom Anor," Akdul replied. "My starfighters will protect you." Indeed, watching from the shell, Nom Anor and Shock Tenoctin couldn't help but smile as the Mediator's superior starfighters intercepted the Osarians and easily chased them away. One got a torpedo away, though, and only a brilliant maneuver by one X-Wing, breaking from the pack and intercepting the torpedo with a line of laser fire, saved the undefended capsule from incineration. Still, the shock of the torpedo blast sent the capsule off course and into a continuing roll. "I never doubted you," Nom Anor said calmly. Akdul's ensuing pause was telling, confirmation that his apparent cool in the face of death had just elevated the commander's respect for him. Nom Anor almost wished at that moment that he actually was in the capsule, that he would be meeting with Akdul and the Osarians. Almost. "Without controls," Nom Anor growled, "I cannot even shut down my engines and cannot change course. To the tar pits of Alurion with you, Akdul. You promised sanctuary." "We'll get you," Commander Akdul assured him. A moment later, the capsule abruptly halted its roll, and despite the fact that its engines were still firing and it was pointed at an angle that ought to have taken it far from the Mediator, it began drifting in toward the great ship. "Tractor beam," Shock Tenoctin explained. "Those engines on the capsule will do nothing to hinder it. They'll pull her in and hold her until they can shut her down." Nom Anor smiled and watched, not even bothering to answer Akdul's continuing calls to him as the capsule, flanked by starfighters, approached the Mediator. The A-Wing jolted, and the shell started to turn. "We're bouncing along the atmosphere," Shock Tenoctin explained. Nom Anor glanced at him, and poor Shock worked doubly hard to keep the Mediator in view, fearing the consequences if the executor did not witness this moment of glory. The capsule disappeared into the Mediator's lower docking bay. Shock Tenoctin reopened the visual channel. "Boom," Nom Anor said, smiling at Shock. "Boom," Nom Anor's Villip echoed to Commander Akdul. The nuclear fission explosives packed into the shuttle detonated, vaporizing the entire section of docking bays, blowing out a huge section of the lower floor of the great battle cruiser, issuing a shock wave and a rain of white glowing metal shards that folded many of the nearest buzzing starfighters in on themselves and lifted the tail of the battle cruiser, uprighting at 90 degrees before any stabilizing jets could halt the roll. Nom Anor and Shock Tenoctin drifted away in their shell, caught by Romamul's gravity and pulled along the planet's rim. When they were far enough from the Mediator so that they wouldn't be detected, Shock blew the shell apart with laser cannons, and off they streaked in the modified A-Wing around the other side of the planet, confident that Commander Akdul and his crew had too much to handle in just securing the rest of their ship to even notice their departure. They made the jump to light speed soon after, leaving Romamul far behind. Nom Anor had pushed the conflict past the breaking point, beyond any hopes of peaceful resolution, and so his duty there was finished. Let them think he had died in the explosion on the Mediator, a martyr to the cause. Let the roused rabble he had left behind on Romamul die eagerly. He was still considering the beauty of his plan and his faked ending when the A-Wing came back to sublight hours later. Shock Tenoctin was fast asleep in the pilot chair in front of and just below Nom Anor, breathing rhythmically, contentedly. The coordinates had already been entered, and the A-Wing was flying itself to the next destination, the next spot where Nom Anor could stir up the passions of the oppressed, could cause havoc to the New Republic, and keep the fools so consumed by the civil wars and unrest among their own that they would not turn their eyes outward to the fringes of the galaxy, where far more dangerous trouble was beginning to stew. The Osirian-Romamul conflict would explode fully now, he knew, and the New Republic Advisory Council would send in half the fleet to intervene and keep the warring planets at bay, while the councilors spent countless hours fretting over petty details, with half of them, no doubt, trying to find some way in which they might personally profit from the disaster. Nom Anor worked hard to keep his personal disdain for the New Republic government from clouding his vision and allowing him to grow too optimistic. The Preterite Vong, the Yuuzhan Vong war force that had come in to assist in the conquest of the galaxy, was not overwhelmingly large by any means, and they couldn't afford to underestimate their opponents at any turn. He looked to Shock for a moment, making sure that the man was asleep, then reached into a case at the side of his cramped seat and produced Dagara's sympathetic Villip. In mere moments, the creature inverted to show the head of the prefect, complete with his starfish breather. "How goes Yeoman Carr's operation?" Nom Anor asked after the polite and formal greetings, and he was glad to be speaking again in the more comfortable Yuuzhan Vong tongue. "Belkadon is dead to our enemies," Dagara assured him. "Yeoman Carr remains there, my newest eyes in this region of the galaxy." "He has turned the station's satellite scopes to our advantage, then?" Nom Anor asked. "Indeed, Executor," Dagara said. "Or he will, as soon as the storms pass. We are far from blind, though, for the War Coordinator scans the nearby sectors." "And are you pleased by what the War Coordinator sees?" Nom Anor asked. "This region is sparsely populated," Dagara answered, a twinge of regret in his voice. "The War Coordinator's observations, along with the previous reports, prove that there will be little resistance while we gain a foothold." Nom Anor nodded his approval and relief. The Preterite Vong would be vulnerable for a while, with only the one frozen planet as a true base. There was great advantage in using a War Coordinator, a Yamsk, for the attack. In addition to its own powerful energies, and true to its title as War Coordinator, the creature could bring the forces of the 3 expeditionary world ships into tight focus and purpose, could allow the Coral skippers to fly in perfect unison, thus making them many times more efficient. But there was a downside to such an endeavor, for if the New Republic somehow managed to bring all of their considerable firepower to bear on that frozen base planet, and, impossible as it seemed, managed to destroy the Yamsk, the resulting chaos among the Preterite Vong could bring about complete disaster. The Preterite Vong had to move slowly at first, allowing the Yamsk to put all the base defenses in place, and to allow for the arrival of the next 2 fighter-packed world ships. "Have you selected your next target?" he asked. "Cernpadal," Dagara replied. "3rd planet of the Julivian system, and the most heavily populated planet of the entire sector." An ambitious step. "But the largest threat to us," Dagara explained. "The Yamsk has been watching them, and is not secure in their 2 common atmospheric breaches, nor in the multitude of communications transmissions emanating from the surface." "If you are to be discovered, it will likely come from there," Nom Anor agreed. "We will try to do it quietly," Dagara explained. "Perhaps through plague. Perhaps similar to the molecular disaster Yominkar exacted upon Belkadon, though defeating outgoing communications from a planet as advanced as Cernpadal will prove no easy task, nor will the task of keeping our enemies on world for the course of the destruction. The War Coordinator's own calculations put the former at 7.3 to 1 against our success, and no better than 1 to 1 concerning the latter, even if we bring 2 full complements of coral skippers to bear." Nom Anor spent a long while considering those odds, and as he grew uneasy about the chances, though still agreeing that Cernpadal had to be dealt with promptly, he turned his thoughts in a different direction. "It must be something that does not directly connect an invasion, and certainly that does not reveal the scope of even our portion of the invading force," he said. He considered again the problems immediately facing the New Republic Advisory Council, and the firepower they would now have to employ close to the core of their galaxy to prevent complete catastrophe. "But not quiet," he explained. "No, let us destroy Cernpadal and kill as many enemies as possible, but let us use this disaster to lure some of our enemies' warships out to us. Taken in full, the New Republic fleet could possibly cause trouble for the Preterite Vong, but if we can bring them out little by little, they will prove of no consequence." "Not quiet?" Prefect Dagara echoed skeptically. "But not revealing," Nom Anor replied. Another long pause ensued, both considering the problem at hand. Then the Vilip in front of Nom Anor correctly reflected the eager light that came into the prefect's eye. "Yogan's core?" Dagara asked. The suggestion caught Nom Anor by surprise, and he almost dismissed it out of hand as preposterous. But he took the time to think about it, honestly considering the possibility. Yogand was a legendary general among the Yuuzhan Vong, the one most often given credit for turning the tide in the Kremlevian War, and thus uniting the various Yuuzhan Vong tribes in generations long past. His core tactics had proven a decisive blow in that long-ago conflict, destroying Igzir, the home planet of the most powerful tribe, and killing nearly all of the obstinate leaders in one fell swoop. Yogand had utilized the power of a strong Dovin Basil, the same gravity-focusing creature now used to propel world ships and other craft, by dropping it to the surface of Igzir, where it focused one beam to latch on to the planet's core, the other to grab at the passing moon. Since the destruction of Igzir, Nom Anor's people had learned to easily counter the attack, but these infidels, without understanding of the extragalactic creatures, and without the countering powers of other Dovin Basils, would have no way to determine the source of impending disaster, and they would not have the firepower to defeat it. Nor would the New Republic investigative teams figure out the true source or the power behind it, not until it was far too late. "Make your noise, Prefect Dagara," Nom Anor said. "Destroy Cernpadal and plan your expansion. I will await your call." "What?" a bleary-eyed Chak Tanakton asked, coming awake groggily. Nom Anor's Vilip inverted to its unremarkable state, and replaced it in his bag. "The call," Nom Anor replied. The call of the oppressed, begging mercy from the uncaring counselors of the New Republic. "Preparing your next speech?" Jacques Tenoctin asked. Nom Anor smiled. Indeed, he would soon be doing exactly that. His next speech to rouse the rabble, and then his next. But soon he knew his speech would be one of conquest, an ultimatum to the New Republic to accede to the demands of their new masters or be utterly destroyed. 12. The game, the reality. It was strange, Jaina admitted to her brothers later on, as the three explored the wonders of Lando's newest home, such as the transparent pneumatic tubes that shot them from one tower to another, and the windbreak open-drop chutes that got them from the 30th floor to the first in a harrowing plummet. For the latter, they basically buckled on helmets and stepped into a hole, falling against the wind of a giant fan that slowed them gently and put them down on the lowest floor. "You found your piece," Jason replied. "You practiced your piloting skills," Anakin put in quickly, and he and Jason glared at each other. They had been at it again, arguing the inner gains of the Force against the practical skills to which it could be applied, ever since Anakin, soon after his abrupt departure from Lando's folly, had found Jason and the others in the control room, all of them standing quiet, stunned by Jaina's performance, and waiting for the confirmation that she was okay. Jaina shook her head and chuckled at the ridiculous debate. "Were you conscious of your movements?" Jason asked. "In navigating the field?" Jaina said. "I don't even remember it." "Because you let yourself go with the Force," Jason reasoned, thinking that he had just scored a victory. "Because she learned to apply the use of the Force as an addition to her physical piloting," the persistent Anakin declared. "Her actions were so automatic because she practices her flying all the time." "It's more than that," Jason insisted. "Then why didn't you do better?" Anakin asked. "I never found the level of meditation." "Because you don't practice enough," Anakin said. "That's why I beat you." He snapped his fingers in the air as if tracking points. "I know how to apply the Force to practical tasks, not just sitting around in the dark, falling inward." "Then why don't you ever win our sparring?" Jason asked. "I'll beat you right now," Anakin insisted, going for his lightsaber. "You're acting pretty stupid for a couple of supposed Jedi Knights," Jaina said dryly. "On the contrary," came another voice, and the three turned as one to see a man approaching, a noticeable swagger to his walk, a lightsaber dangling from his belt. "Kip," Anakin greeted. Kip Duran walked over, nodding to the boys, and then dropping a long stare over Jaina. "Pretty good flying," he said at length. "Pretty good?" Jason asked with a chuckle. Kip glanced at him, holding a stern look for just a moment before a wide smile spread over his face. "Okay," he admitted. "Better than that. I knew I was in trouble as soon as I heard you were flying, Jaina. Now I'll have to go run the belt all over again just to take back the lead." "You going now?" Anakin asked, moving right before Kip, obviously a bit in awe of the older Jedi. "Not now," Kip explained. "I'm heading off-world, out of the system, actually. Got some work to do. My squadron's holding ready, waiting for me. But I wanted to find you guys and say hello." "Your squadron?" Jason and Anakin asked together, Jason skeptically and Anakin hopefully. "Some friends who fly with me," Kip explained. "Miko Reglia?" Jaina asked. "And others." "But no other Jedi?" Jason asked, more than stated. "Just some friends," Kip explained. "If you three wanted to join in sometime, if your father and your Uncle Luke would let you, I mean, you'd be more than welcome." "Join in what?" Jason had to ask. "Work," Kip said. "Work?" Jason's skepticism did not diminish. "Stopping illegal trade, settling disputes," Kip explained. There was no bravado in his tone, just a grim determination, the stern set of his eyes more intense than anything the three kids had ever seen from him. "Is that the role of the Jedi now?" Jason asked. "Chasing smugglers?" Both Jaina and Anakin stared at him incredulously, stunned that he would challenge the older and more experienced Jedi Knight. "Is it not?" Kip returned with a snort. "There was a time when the smugglers were considered friends of the Jedi," Jason dared to say. "Like your father," Kip reasoned. "That was a different time," Jaina put in, physically moving between the two and trying to diffuse the tension. "A time when an illegitimate government ruled the galaxy." Jason shook his head, hardly seeming convinced. "Do you think it beneath us?" Kip asked, and he moved, politely but forcefully, past Jaina to stand right before Jason. "When innocent people are robbed of all their wealth, or taken captive, perhaps, and tortured, is it not the province of the Jedi to come to their aid?" he asked, his voice rising with each word. "It is," Anakin agreed. "There is a difference between finding trouble in your path and going out of your way searching for it," Jason said. "We are not galactic police." "I've already heard all of this from your uncle," Kip replied. "And is there a better source for wisdom for any Jedi in all the galaxy?" Jason asked. "And yet he didn't stop me from my self-appointed task," Kip was quick to add, poking his finger Jason's way to accentuate every word. "He asked me to temper my choices, but not to stop." He finished with a nod, then turned his gaze upon Jaina. "Magnificent flying, Jaina," he said. "I'll be back to give your record a run, and then I expect you to go after mine." "You'll never catch me," Jaina said kiddingly. Kip patted her on the shoulder, his easy smile returning, and walked past. "Off we go," he explained, and he turned back, though he kept on walking. "My offer holds for all three of you when you get away from your aunt and uncle. I could use more Jedi to round out the squadron." He threw a wink their way and headed off toward the starport, where his X-Wing waited. On Anakin's suggestion, and Jaina's insistence, for Jason did not want to go, the three siblings climbed to the highest floor of the tower and moved out onto the skywalk balcony under the night sky to watch the departure. Somehow they knew that Kip Duran wouldn't disappoint. It started as music, Dembeline's Schwach Dublin or Crested Wake, the Mon Calamari composer's most rousing tune, piped across the loudspeakers of all the starport pads. The opening peak of the piece faded to a mill of somewhat discordant notes, gradually coming together, gathering as Kip's squadron gathered in the air above, craft of all types, mostly older models, B-wings and A-wings, even a pair of headhunters and a trio of older X-wings. A dozen starfighters wove red threads in the black sky with their plumes, a pilot's dance to the ever-building music. Then the two XJ X-wings, Kip and Miko, blasted through the montage, just as Crested Wake hit its roaring crescendo and their dozen minions set off in rapid and disciplined order. Jason looked over at Anakin, who was clearly impressed, staring unblinking at the receding plumes. His little brother's thoughts were full of adventure and glory, Jason knew, of hunting evil and furthering the cause of good. Anakin didn't understand that things were rarely that black and white. "Kip's assembled quite a mix of fighters," Jaina remarked as the music died away. She looked at her brothers and shook her head. "He does know how to make an exit." "And it's exactly hero shows like that which will confirm to Uncle Luke that he needs to reassemble the Jedi Council," Jason replied. "And a wise council will be pleased with shows just like that," Anakin put in. "To show the galaxy the glory of the Jedi?" Jason asked skeptically. "To bring fear to those who would oppose the new republic, and hope to those who want to live in peace under the rule of law," his brother answered. "Enough!" Jaina pleaded with both of them. And both heeded her request, and each shook his head and dutifully followed Jaina back into the tower, for neither was as certain of his viewpoint as he pretended. "There they go," Leia remarked, as she and Han, Mara, and Luke, Lando, Chewie, and the two droids watched Kip's flashing departure from the balcony of Lando's private quarters. "Count on Kip to leave with style," Han said, and then in a quieter voice he added, "Probably still stinging from losing to Jaina." "Took a Jedi to beat a Jedi," Lando observed, and he struck a pensive pose, staring at Luke. "I know another Jedi who's a pretty fair pilot," he said at length, slyly, At his words, the others also turned to regard Luke. Luke smiled and shrugged. He wasn't about to compete with the Solo kids. And Lando's attempted baiting, trying to play Jedi against Jedi in competition, simply served to strengthen his resolve to re-establish the Jedi Council. A Jedi should be more interested in competing against himself, to Luke's thinking. He could forgive the Solo kids their excitement and desire to compete for a spot on the board. Kip, though, with more than 10 years behind him, should understand better. "We've got a completely different chart for the two-seaters," Lando explained. "No Jedi on that board." Luke looked to Mara doubtfully. He had no desire to run the belt. He needed no challenge to prove his skills as pilot or Jedi. But he understood that Mara might be seeing things differently. Perhaps she needed personal reassurance that she could still perform optimally despite her physical condition. Perhaps a run through the belt would give her the confidence that her decision to continue to play a vital role in their affairs, particularly those of Jaina, was in no way compromising the safety of any of those she loved. "Do you want to give it a run?" Luke asked her, and Lando leaned in eagerly for the reply. "I already did," Mara answered quietly, so that only Luke could hear, and he sensed that she was truly at peace, that she had garnered all the confidence she needed through Jaina's magnificent trial. Luke marveled at how well she had read him, at how she had known that he didn't have any pressing need to go, but that he would have gone willingly if she had so desired. He stared at Mara for a long time, admiring her. He always seemed to be doing that. "I think we'll pass up the offer," Mara told Lando. Lando started to protest, to spout the possibilities that the two of them might score the highest ever, a record no other pair of pilots would come close to touching. But then he glanced Han and Leia's way and saw them shaking their heads ever so slightly, a signal for him to back off, a reminder of Mara's condition. "Well, if you ever change your mind," he remarked with some regret. It made sense to Luke when he considered it. Wouldn't Lando love to have the names Luke and Mara Jade Skywalker at the top of his dual-run board, as he now had the names of 2 Jedi Knights at the top of his single-run board? What fine advertising that would prove for the enterprising man, what notoriety for his reworked planet. And even more important, the gain in legitimacy for Lando's operation would be considerable indeed. "What about you two?" Lando asked, turning to Han and Leia. "I do enough steering through council meetings," Leia responded instantly, shaking her head, holding up her hand, and showing that she had no interest whatsoever in the challenge of the asteroid belt. "Han and Chewie, then," Lando said exuberantly. "They always bragged they were the best pilot pair in the galaxy. Let them prove it." "I'm too old and slow," Han replied, draping an arm across Leia's shoulders. Chewie just gave a howl. Jason, Jaina, and Anakin entered the room. "Did you see Kip leave?" Anakin asked excitedly, moving quickly to Luke's side. "The music, the tight formation." Luke nodded. Jaina looked around curiously, focusing on Lando and her parents, then on Chewie, who seemed rather agitated, and then finally settling her gaze on her aunt. "Lando wants Chewie and Han to take a run at the belt in a 2-seater, Mara explained. "It sounds like a good idea to me." Leia pulled away from her husband, who gave her one of his typical plaintive smirks. In truth, she wasn't crazy about the idea of Han running into such a game, even if Lando had guaranteed that there would be minimal danger. Her protective instincts couldn't stand up against that smirk, though. Han obviously didn't want to go or didn't care enough to bother, and she was unable to resist the urge to prod him. "Me too," she agreed. Chewie issued a series of howls this time, telling them that he was intrigued by the idea. "That's a kid's game," Han replied with a snort. "I'm too old and too slow and too sore." "And too pocket hair," Anakin was quick to add, drawing a laugh from everyone except, of course, Han. "Moss Devers and Twingo hold the current lead," Lando said. referring to a couple of two-bit smugglers known for carrying bigger payloads in their drinking glasses than in their holds. It was often said of Moss, Abathan, and Twingo, his Sullustan sidekick, that if they carried 1/100th the cargo they had boasted about, they would be the richest rogues in the galaxy. And if they had dodged, shot down, or otherwise evaded 1/100th the number of Imperial ships they had claimed, the Emperor would have been without a fleet long before the Rebel Alliance defeated him. The two braggarts weren't especially well liked among the below-the-law folk Han and Chewie used to call friends, and Han had never had any use for the pair, particularly for Moss. What good fortune for Lando, then, that these two happened at that time to be the leaders on his dual-run scoreboard. "You won't even fit in the TIE bomber," Han remarked to the Wookiee. "Your legs would stick out the bottom and we'd be kicking asteroids all over the place." Chewie brought his fists up beside his head, mimicking the large ears of a Sullustan, and put a stupid look on his face. Then he roared emphatically, reminding Han that Moss and Twingo would never let the two of them live down their cowardice. Both of the braggarts would use the news that Han and Chewie refused to try for the record as proof that the pair recognized and acknowledged Moss and Twingo's superior flying skills. Yeah, Han admitted. He looked around at the others to see them all staring at him, all smiling. "What?" he asked innocently. Those smiles were even wider when Lando's crew worked to squeeze Han and the giant Chewie into the twin shock couches of a TIE bomber. One unfortunate attendant twisted Chewie's leg the wrong way, and the Wookiee responded with a backhand slap. Not a hard one, just enough to send the man tumbling a few meters. The crew finally managed to get the two into place. Chewie looked somewhat ridiculous, with his legs bent at such an angle that his knobby, hairy knees were nearly as high as his chin. "Ready away?" came the call. "How are we supposed to fly like this?" Han protested, looking doubtfully at Chewie. The Wookiee howled. "Well, you don't look fine," Han retorted. "It won't matter," Lando replied. "You won't get near to Moss and Twingo's mark of 441 anyway." Chewie roared. "Ready away," Han cried. "Always appeal to his pride," Lando whispered to Leia and the others with a wink, and as soon as Han and Chewie blasted out of the dock, they all headed back to the control room to watch the show. The three kids traded predictions on the way, agreeing that their father and Chewie would blast the previous record apart, but also coming to the conclusion that there was only so far the pair could go, for they weren't possessed of the needed sensitivity to the Force. In Jaina's eyes, they were practically flying blind, she explained, recounting the Force-given insight she had used to defeat the apparent wall of flying stone. Both Jason and Anakin, though they differed in their beliefs concerning priorities for the Force, agreed with Jaina's assessment. Luke listened to it all with some amusement. None of them had come to truly understand the power and the limitations of the Force, and none of them, it seemed to him, truly understood the cleverness of their father. Luke would never underestimate the Force, but neither would he underestimate Han Solo. Also, Luke knew that Han and Chewie had more than a little experience in navigating asteroid belts. By the time the group arrived at the control room, the view screens wrapping all about them, Han and Chewie had put the TIE bomber through some practice maneuvers and were in position to enter the belt. The controllers on Belt Runner 1 called to the pair that their shields were up and full and gave them the go-ahead. "Great," Han responded dryly, drawing laughs from everyone in the control room. The secondary rectangular view screen zoomed in for a close-up of the TIE bomber as it slipped into the flow of the asteroid belt, a speck of light in the darkness, cruising effortlessly, it seemed, around the nearest obstacles, then navigating one cluster of spinning stones so seamlessly that it seemed like a ghost, ignoring the material. "Beautiful," Jason remarked. Han wasn't exactly seeing things that way. In fact, from the moment he and Chewie had zipped into the asteroid belt, he had been letting out one long, terrified scream. What seemed from the ground to be a well-plotted, carefully calculated course of least resistance was, in fact, nothing more than a series of desperate reactions and one lucky blow. For as the TIE bomber swerved on end around one asteroid, Chewie, elbows up high, slipped to the side and bopped Han off the side of the head. Han was about to send the craft into a vertical stoop, a maneuver that would have slammed them headlong into another asteroid, one he hadn't noted, but the impact of Chewie's elbow knocked him away from the controls, and the TIE bomber continued its present course, somehow slipping between two asteroids that both Han and Chewie, and the observers on the ground, had assumed were too close together. The maneuver appeared brilliant. "Hairball!" Han yelled at Chewie. The Wookiee turned so that his face was barely a centimeter from Han's and let out a howl. Then both looked back to the forward screen, saw an asteroid about to pancake them, and both let out a howl, throwing up their arms instinctively to cover their faces. When they did, Chewie's too high knee kicked the stick to the side, and the TIE bomber flipped into a sidelong roll and avoided the asteroid. It appeared brilliant, at least. Lando's voice came over the speaker. "You two got the kids standing here with their mouths hanging open." Han clicked on his comm. "No problem," he said, and then he was fast to turn off the mic before he screamed, "You've got to be kidding me," as a wall of asteroids rose up before them. Han pulled left, Chewie right, and the TIE bomber did nothing. Each saw the other's countering move, each reversed his angle, and the TIE bomber did nothing. "Go left, you stinking hairball!" Han shouted desperately, and then he errantly pulled right on his own stick, and since Chewie was correctly following orders, the TIE bomber did nothing. "Your left, not mine," Han scolded, which was somewhat ridiculous, considering that they were both facing the same way. Chewie reached over, wrapping Han's hands and his stick with one big paw, and pulled both sticks together. The nimble TIE bomber rocketed off to the left, skimming across the facing of the huge wall. Han kicked the throttle up to full, and they barely slipped around the edge of the wall, then cut back to the right into the flow once again. What should have been a simple maneuver made to look brilliant. Into the flow they zoomed, going way too fast. Lando's voice crackled over the speaker, but they couldn't begin to pay attention to it as they tried to get back under control. One huge, spinning rock fast approached, and the two pilots, now finally in sync, dipped their nose below it, reversed throttle, and executed a perfect loop, barely skimming the asteroid's surface and using its gravity to bring some resistance to their flight. They came out around the bottom at a much safer pace and fell into a smooth rhythm along a relatively clear stretch. Han glanced down at the timer, mostly to see if he and Chewie could get the heck out of there. It wasn't running. "What?" he asked, and gave the instrument a bang. Nothing. Now Han did click on his comm. "Chrono's not running," he called. "What do we got for a time?" His voice, somewhat breaking up, came over the speakers in the control room, and all glanced up at the wall chrono. 3 minutes, 33 seconds, approaching a new record for two-seaters. 3:33. "You've almost beat them," Lando called, and he quickly added, "But all three of your kids are still way ahead of you," just to incite the pair to keep on flying, to keep the show going. "What do we got for a time?" Han's voice came again, breaking up even more. "He didn't hear you," Luke observed, and all the smiles and nods of appreciation for the so far fine run faded fast, picking up on the cue of Lando's suddenly grave expression. The technicians in the control pods bent low over their instruments, several opening channels to Belt Runner 1. 3:47, Lando called loudly. "Time?" Han asked again, obviously not hearing a word. "Just a communication problem," Lando assured the others. "More than that," came a call from one of the controllers. "Belt Runner 1's lost all signal." "All signal?" Lando asked. "All," the man confirmed. "What does it mean?" Leia asked, grabbing Lando's elbow. "It means they're deaf," he answered soberly. "And it means that their shields are down." All across the room, eyes opened wide in shock as the implications of that statement came clear. Luke left the control room at a run. In the TIE bomber, Han and Chewie were settled now, cruising easily around the relatively clear area of asteroids, confident that they were in no danger, and even beginning to understand how they might use their systems to their advantage. Had those systems been working? "Skip off that one," Han instructed, pointing to a large and smooth-edged rock to the right. Then he brought his arm angling back to the left, predicting their flight course and pointing to the spot where they might slip through another approaching cluster. Chewie did as ordered, bringing the TIE bomber swooping toward the asteroid on the right, meaning to just skim it and use the shields like some constant repulsor lift coil. Skip they did, but by striking with their right solar array wing and no deflecting shields. The TIE bomber bounced away and into a spin, and the shocked Han and Chewie both looked out instinctively to see the damage. Half the solar array torn away and the pylon bent. They grabbed at the sticks and fought for control, pumping the foot yokes frantically. In the jostling, one of Han's belts popped open, and he sprawled forward over his controls, launching the ship into a diagonal dive and roll. Chewie reacted quickly, slapping the kill switch to Han's console, taking complete control of the craft, howling as Han yelled, working hard to correct the pitch. "No shields, Chewie, no shields!" Han shrieked. A lurking asteroid, a wall of stone, filled their viewport. "Down, down, down," Lando yelled, watching the spectacle, and so the TIE bomber started, diving in front of the stone, and then nothing. "The signal's gone," one of the controllers yelled. "Belt Runner 1's got nothing either," another added. The rectangular screen switched views suddenly, showing a TIE fighter soaring out from a pad at full throttle. "Find them," Leia whispered under her breath, aiming the words and the prayer at her brother Luke, the pilot of that soon-to-be belt-running TIE fighter. 13. -13. They cruised easily through the blackness. The piecemeal squadron Kip Doran had titled the Dozen and Two Avengers, a name the Jedi expected would be often repeated throughout the galaxy before much longer. All of them had flown Lando's Folly several times in the modified TIE fighters, and all had done well, with several climbing onto the notable board. Even more important, through the extensive training the disciplined Kip had forced upon them, they had learned to fly together, complementing each other's movements, anticipating rather than reacting. They wouldn't match up to the more notable starfighter squadrons Kip knew, like Rogue Squadron, not yet, but they were improving daily, and they were seeing more action than any of the others. Perhaps one day soon the Dozen and Two would be spoken of in the same breathless manner as Rogue Squadron. That was Kip's hope. Of course, if the three Solos, or any of them, particularly Jaina, decided to join, the equation would change dramatically. The offspring of Han and Leia would bring immediate recognition and attention to the Dozen and Two, a name Kip realized he would have to alter. Would that be a good thing? Were the 14 members of his squadron ready for the attention, ready for the spotlight? Such notoriety would aid them, no doubt, when battles were joined, for their enemies would likely be too afraid to properly coordinate their movements and attack, but also, with the glory, would come greater enemies. Were they ready? Was Kip ready? And what of the Avengers' leadership? Kip had to wonder. Jaina had surpassed him running the belt, and despite his bravado, Kip understood just how soundly he had been beaten. He could fly the belt 100 more times and never come near Jaina's mark. The other pilots of the Dozen and Two knew that too. So if Jaina and her brothers joined the group, who would lead? As it stood now, Kip's only real rival was Miko, the only other Jedi and easily the second-best pilot of the bunch. And Miko, a quiet and unassuming type who spent most of his time practicing with his lightsaber or just sitting alone under the starry canopy, held no apparent aspirations of leadership. He was, in fact, serving time as Kip's apprentice, training under the more experienced Jedi. All of those thoughts accompanied Kip into the darkness of space as he and his fellows departed Dubrillion. He wasn't unsettled by the possibilities, though, but rather contemplative, and in the end he simply decided that the gain would outweigh any of the potential troubles. If the three Solos joined the Avengers, the Dozen and Five, he supposed, the squadron would soon be thought of in elite terms, and their missions would become more important, more dangerous, and more profitable in terms of the gain to the cause of law and the New Republic. The Dozen and Five, a dozen regulars and 5 Jedi, could well become the greatest squadron in the galaxy. Of course, Kip didn't really believe that the Solos would join in, not all of them at least. Luke Skywalker had been typically diplomatic and respectful when he had met with Kip on Dubrillion, but he had also been somewhat stern and disapproving. Kip wasn't sure if Luke thought this smuggler hunting a duty that was beneath Jedi Knights, or if he simply objected to it on personal grounds. Hadn't Han Solo been among the most notorious of smugglers at one time? But in either case, Kip had come away from the meeting with the definite feeling that Luke was not in favor of his present activities. Yet neither had Luke demanded that those activities cease, and so Kip led his squadron now to the Viragi sector, to a remote area bereft of star systems, an empty black space region except for an observation buoy Kip and his friends had put in place at a hyperspace junction. Following the signal on a secret and little-used channel, Kip guided the squadron to the buoy. Miko Reglia put the others in a defensive ring around Kip's XJ X-Wing as Kip docked with the buoy. His astromech droid, R5-L4, Kip called him L4, quickly began downloading the information, passing it on to Kip's view screen, fast-forwarding through days and days of emptiness. Kip sighed and relaxed back in his seat. Smugglers weren't easy to find anywhere in the galaxy, and were particularly rare out here in this region of the Outer Rim, except, of course, for those who went to Lando's planets for a little business and a little training. And Kip couldn't go after any group that was anywhere near Lando Calrissian's operations, he knew, for the pragmatic profiteer would quickly exert his influence with people like Han and Luke to shut Kip down. The only movement showing on the view screen in front of him was that of the stars for a long, long while, and Kip settled back for an uneventful hour. He perked up briefly as R5-L4 slowed the sequence to normal, recording the appearance of one suspicious freighter as it hypered into the region, but then sighed again as he watched that ship re-vector and hyper away, with R5-L4's computations showing that it was heading for Distrillion. And so it went, hour after hour, with the records of the buoy showing nothing remarkable, other than a couple of asteroids in areas previously unknown, and a few freighters and even a couple of smaller personal ships, but so far out and moving too fast to even warrant an inspection. But then, nearing the end of the records, a ship did show up where one didn't seem to belong, an outdated shuttle, Spacecaster class, according to R5-L4. "Backtrack its course, L4, Kip instructed. Its angle of approach into the buoy's field of scan seemed out of place, certainly nothing coming from the inner core. The word Belkadon flashed on the screen, along with its coordinates in the nearby Delanbian sector. "Vitals?" Kip asked, and even as the word left his mouth, the history and present disposition of Belkadon scrolled before him, including the details of Xgal-4. Why would they be leaving? A question mark appeared on the screen, R5-L4 apparently not understanding the rhetorical nature of the question. On Kip's instruction, R5-L4 focused on the buoy records that followed the path of the departing Spacecaster, calculating its jump all the way to the borders of the Helska system, where it disappeared from scanners. Then the droid went to the audio recordings, pieces of subspace chatter, mostly from Lando's operation. On Kip's orders, the droid calculated the approximate departure time from Belkadon for the Spacecaster, then focused its inspection on that period and on those signals coming from the general direction of Belkadon. Only one of the few clear words decipherable from the less-than-perfect detection jumped out at Kip. Storm. Was Belkadon, and this station called Xgal-4, in trouble? Kip felt the adrenaline beginning to course through his veins, that tingle of excitement that always so charged him before adventure. He had a choice to make, for Belkadon was a long way from the Helska system, but as soon as he gave it any real thought, the answer seemed obvious. Whatever might have happened on Belkadon, some of the scientists had apparently escaped, though why they would make their way to the remote Helska system, and not back toward the core, or even toward Lando's operations, or toward the not-so-distant Model sector, escaped him. "Give me all the details of the Helska system," Kip instructed his droid, and the scrolling began immediately and didn't last long. There were no listed settlements in Helska and no apparently inhabitable planets. "Why?" Kip asked quietly. "Because you requested it," scrolled the oblivious droid's answer. Kip frowned and slid the screen away. "We're going to the Helska system," he called out to Miko and the others. "Plot it out." And while they went to work, Kip fashioned a report concerning Belcodden, a general call for someone to find out if the station there needed help. Luke didn't even begin to slow as he plunged into the asteroid belt. Didn't even hear the warning from Belt Runner 1 that their shield generator was still acting up and they might not be able to offer him any protection. He rolled the TIE fighter about one asteroid, then dived down through a pair of rocks that appeared suddenly around the back side of the first. No instruments for Luke. He didn't even have R2-D2 strapped in behind him, as was customary on the X-Wing. He was flying by instinct and the Force, feeling the flow of asteroids and searching for the emanations of Han and Chewie. He dodged another boulder, dived down under and around another, then shot up before a wall of the spinning rocks, leveling off and cutting deeper into the flow as soon as he noted a break in the array. He had come into the belt near where Han and Chewie had gone off the screens, but he couldn't recognize the asteroids he had been watching on the view screens. Still, he knew that he was in the right vicinity. "We've got the shields up and running," came the call from Belt Runner 1. "Does that include the shields on the TIE bomber?" Luke asked, hoping for some confirmation that his friends were alive. "If it's out there and not too badly damaged, it should have shields," came the less-than-confident voice on the other end. Luke continued to dodge and swerve, and was somewhat encouraged at first to find no debris. But then a solar wing panel, smashed into a pulp, whipped by. Luke took a deep, steadying breath. Leia was on the speaker now, pleading with him for some information. How could he begin to tell her? He recognized then that his own grief would be no less than hers. His relationship with Han had started on rocky footing and had continued somewhat stormily for a long, long time. But despite the occasional arguments and philosophical disagreements, there was indeed a deep, deep bond between the two, as true a love as brothers might know. How could Han be gone now? Leia continued to plead. Luke shut off the communicator, deciding it would be better to tell her face to face. He brought his TIE fighter into a barrel roll and flipped it head over heels halfway through so that he came out in the flow of the belt instead of against it. And then he saw them, perched on the back of an asteroid like a sand fly on the side of a moisture evaporator back on Tatooine. Somehow, Han and Chewie had put the TIE bomber down on the large rock, and that feat seemed all the more impossible when Luke considered the damage the craft had sustained with one wing torn away. Luke came in slow, adjusting his thrusters so that he was barely inching in on the rock as he followed it along its course. Slowly, hindered as much by fear for his friends as by respect for the dangerous asteroid, Luke crawled up, past the TIE bomber to a point where he could get a look into its cockpit. There sat Chewie and Han, arguing as usual, Han pointing one way, Chewie another, and both shaking their heads at the same time. Han had some blood on his forehead. Chewie noticed Luke in the TIE fighter then and gave a great Wookiee roar. Luke could tell because of the way Han grabbed at his ears. "They're all right," Luke called, clicking on the communicator. "Where are they?" Leia cried. "Why can't we see them?" Lando asked at the same time. "Are they out of the belt?" Mara asked. Luke started to answer Leia, then Lando, then Mara, then Leia again, and then just laughed at the futility of it all. It struck him then that Han and Chewie always seemed to be doing inexplicable things, that this was just another in a long series of amazing dodges against the claws of the grim specter of death. "Han, can you hear me?" Luke called, rolling through the channels. In response, To show that he could indeed hear but couldn't respond, Han held up his microphone, dangling at the end of a torn cord. Luke nodded back, then inched his way around the downed craft, inspecting the damage. It wouldn't fly again, he knew, or at least not with any stability, and how Han and Chewie had ever put it down safely on the asteroid, Luke could only guess. Also, given that the ship's drives showed no signs of life, Luke doubted that the bomber had any kind of deflector shield working. How, then, was he going to get Han and Chewie out of there? "Lando," he called, "are you guys reading my signals?" "Got you loud and clear," Lando replied. "Hanging out behind that big asteroid. Is that where Han and Chewie are?" "Hanging right on the back," Luke replied. "Any idea of how we can get them out of there?" "Help's already on the way," Lando assured them. "We'll use a tow ship and suck them right out of there." Luke, who was back in position above the downed TIE bomber's cockpit, saw Chewie howl again and saw Han's grimace, and knew that they, too, had heard. That brought another smile to his face, the thought of Han's disgrace at having Lando's machines come and pluck him out of danger. He'd never live this one down. Luke stayed with the downed craft until Lando's tow ship arrived, bouncing through the asteroids. They did an impromptu check using a grabber arm to ensure that the shields were working well, then brought the shields down long enough to hook on a tow cable. "It'll be bumpy on the way out," the pilot of the tow ship warned. Luke stuck around just long enough to see Han's wry smile, then he turned his TIE fighter about and headed away, looking for an exit from the belt. "We'll ignore the time spent babysitting Han and Chewie," came Lando's voice. "Just 11 more minutes riding upstream, and you've got the new record." Luke smiled, but he didn't even seriously consider the remark. He wasn't the least bit interested. He found his exit point and zipped away, cutting a smooth line through the belt and clear into the open space, heading back to Dubrillion, arriving on the planet long before the towing operation had even begun back at the belt. He found Lando and the others still in the central control room, with Lando wearing a headset and bending over one panel, talking excitedly into a microphone. "Always the hero," Mara said with a smile, and she wrapped Luke in a hug. Leia moved beside her and took her brother's hand. "Give the credit to Han and Chewie," Luke explained. "I still don't know how they got that broken piece of space junk onto the back of that asteroid." "They always find a way," Leia said. "The modified tractor transmitter," Lando explained, putting down the headset and moving to join the group. "The ion generators were still working on Belt Runner 1, but they couldn't get the power boost signal out to the other ships. You went in there naked, my friend." Luke nodded and didn't seem either upset or concerned. "Off-ship shielding is still a good concept," Lando pressed. "Planetary defenses will be all the stronger with fighters that can take battle-cruiser-class hits." "A limited and limiting concept," Luke replied calmly. "The backup systems needed to make sure all the shields don't blink out would be daunting. And if they did blink out, you'd have a bunch of ships running around in real trouble." "They'd still have the shields from their own systems," Lando argued. "But the safety net would be gone," Luke explained, concerned more with the psyche of the pilots. "They wouldn't appreciate how to fly it. It's the ability to operate on the very edge of disaster that makes a good pilot." Lando shook his head and started to reply, but realized that, in light of Luke's rush into the belt shieldless, any rebuttal would prove difficult. Before he could even begin his argument, a shaken Han and Chewbacca walked into the room, Han with a towel wrapped around his cut forehead. "That tin can you sent to get us hit every asteroid in sight on the way out," Han complained, but the others, too relieved to see the pair alive, merely smiled. Chewie, though, wasn't finished with the complaining, and with a Wookiee, complaints usually took the form of action. He headed straight for Lando, arms outstretched as if he meant to choke the life out of the man. Luke and Mara, Leia and the 3 kids all stepped in between, but all started sliding back as Chewie continued his stalk. Finally, though, with Lando retreating to match the Wookiee's progress, Chewie backed off. "Did we beat Moss and Twingo?" Han asked, breaking the tension. Lando looked to his technicians. "We lost them at 4:41, one replied ironically, the exact mark set by Moss and Twingo. Lando started to declare a tie, but took a glance at the still fuming Wookiee and abruptly decided, "Add 5 seconds for the time it took to hop on the back of the asteroid. 4:46, a new record." "Who cares about the record?" Leia asked. "The flying alone to get you onto that asteroid was nothing short of remarkable, according to Luke." "Best flying those two have ever done," Luke agreed. The others added their platitudes, with words like brilliant and amazing thrown about. Han was going to explain that Chewie deserved the credit, that the blow to his head had knocked him senseless for those few critical seconds, but the Wookiee interjected a long wail, a confirmation of their teamwork effort. They were a unit, comrades, the closest and most trusted of friends, and by definition of that bond, the credit for either one's exploits would be deservedly shared by the other. Han took it all in with a wink to his Wookiee counterpart. "No problem," he assured them, his face twisting into a wry smile. He did frown a bit when his gaze drifted to Lando, though, reflecting his honest feelings. Fear and even a sickness deep in the pit of his stomach. No problem indeed. They came out of hyperspace and into the Helska system in a rolling, living formation, the dozen and two Avengers alternating their respective places in the wedge with coordinated barrel rolls and tight loops, brilliant precision flying that kept them on the edge of disaster, and also made their signal on any watching scanners much harder to decipher. Kip Duran kept the lead at all times, though, with Miko Reglia on his right wing. The system wasn't large, with only 7 planets and none of them too widely spaced. R5L4 kept the data streaming across Kip's view screen, detailing all the knowledge about the planets and the system, as the squadron cruised past the 7th planet and then the 6th. The 5th was a gas giant, an uninhabitable ball of roiling fury, so Kip rolled past it with hardly a thought, focusing on the 4th planet, an intriguing ball of ice. "I'm getting some readings from the 4th, Miko called in a moment later. Following Kip's lead, the squadron slowed. What had they stumbled upon, he wondered? A smuggler's den? Another scientific outpost? And if so, then why wasn't it on the charts, as required by New Republic law? It made no sense to him, and yet he knew that the Spacecaster-class shuttle hadn't exited the system. If it had, the buoy would surely have detected it. "Shields up and torpedoes ready," Kip called on the open frequency to all the others. "Offset the wedge, 2 to my right." The speedy A-wing on Kip's left did a snap roll that put it right in line behind the trailing ship on the right-hand line of the wedge. "Off-planet movement," came Miko's call, and Kip's astromech confirmed it even as his wingman cried out. Indeed, he soon confirmed visually there was movement. Dozens and dozens of what? Asteroids? Kip's instruments revealed little at first, bringing in a jumble of signals that seemed to indicate some sort of life energy. "Hold back and cover my tail," he instructed the others, and he swooped away. His next impression was that these were indeed asteroids, albeit spectacular ones, showing many different colors. But as he drew even nearer, a chill ran up Kip's spine. R5L4 issued a stream of protests, flashed signals on Kip's screen that showed that there were some life forms ahead, and then another, even more urgent signal brought Kip's attention to his instruments. A tremendous energy bubble surrounded the frozen 4th planet. Kip looked back to the multicolored asteroids, noted the specific geometric shapes. Not one of the things looked exactly like another, but they all shared some features, the tapered nose, the aerodynamic sides. These were craft, starfighters. Kip throttled up to full and yanked back, turning his nose up in a sharp loop. As he hit the top, he rolled about to upright and leveled off, shooting back the way he had come. And on came the pursuit. A swarm was the only way Kip could describe it. "They're enemies," he cried, and even as the words left his mouth, R5L4 screeched and his X-wing lurched, slammed by something. Kip went through a series of evasive maneuvers, spinning down and out to the right, snap rolling back to the left, and with full throttle the whole time. He took some comfort as he neared the rest of his squadron, screaming ahead in tight formation, laser cannons firing, torpedoes flashing away. "Meet me left, Miko," he cried, and he hooked turn to his right and continued the turn until he was facing back the other way, with Miko obediently on his wing. Miko was firing, and so too was Kip as he came out of the turn, blindly, desperately. He scored a solid hit on the nearest enemy, and that rock-like starfighter spun away, but the second zoomed past him, and in that close encounter he saw that these were piloted ships. There was a canopy, resembling mica more than transparent steel, and behind it he saw the pilot, a barbaric-looking humanoid, its face a lump of pulsating flesh. He shook off the disturbing sight and led Miko back to the right, back toward the rest of the squadron. And they were into it thick, with enemy fighters swooping all about them, firing projectiles out of forward and side cannons that looked more like strange miniature volcanoes. To their credit, the 12 were handing out most of the hits, many taking chunks off enemy vessels. But those vessels usually went into a spin and then came back out of it, leveling and heading fast to rejoin the battle. "They can take a beating," Miko remarked. "But they can't hand one out," Kip noted, seeing several projectiles slam against the B-Wing's shields, only to be repelled. "All right, 2, he called. "Our shields will beat them. Let's get organized and knock them off one at a time." He turned back to his droid. "L4, try to call them, all channels. Let's see if they'll surrender." Even as he finished, a cry came back from the B-Wing. "My shields are down!" Before Kip could even respond, a host of enemy fighters soared into position and let fly swarms of volcano missiles, and that B-Wing was halved again and again in rapid sequence until 1,000 little pieces littered the dark sky. And then another cry of lost shields, and the headhunters swiftly suffered the same fate. Still, the remaining Avengers held their formations and hammered at the enemy fighters. Several were blasted into little pieces with concentrated laser fire, drilling chunk after chunk in the same spot until the whole of the ship cracked apart. But for every one lost, another 12 replaced it, and more were swarming up from the planet. "No shield!" Miko cried. Kip looked at his wingman, perplexed. How was that possible? Miko hadn't even been hit, for he and Kip weren't in the thick of it yet. "Gravity well. I felt a tug, like a dozen G's pulling me out of my seat," Miko tried to quickly explain. "And then a hole in the shield, and then nothing. My droid's babbling about magnetic fields, but I don't know." Get out, Kip cried, to Miko and to all the others, and he pointed his own nose toward the main battle, thinking to cover the retreat. He came in spinning and firing, hitting one with a laser blast, and then neatly tucking a torpedo into the cavity the laser had caused, blowing the enemy fighter to bits. He swerved between 2 more, taking a couple of inconsequential hits, then reversed throttle, with R5L4 howling all the while, and flipped his X-Wing about, a vicious maneuver that nearly stole his consciousness, despite the fact that his inertial compensator was running at 97%. Kip kept his cool and came out firing, and had both the enemy fighters he had just passed spinning away, with pieces of them flying. An A-Wing flew past him, the pilot frantic, taking hits, with some of them thudding against the side and latching on like molten goo. "Oh, no," Kip moaned, seeing those missiles melting right through the hull, one going right into the ion drive connectors. The A-Wing blew apart. Kip spun about to meet the pursuing swarm, got a few shots off and took a few hits, but got past them. He went in close enough to the bow of one enemy ship to spot another facet of it, or perhaps an added piece, for this looked more like a breathing, pulsing creature, a disembodied heart, and the readings coming from it were very different from anything Kip had ever seen. He felt a sudden tug and knew that his shields had dropped, and knew that this ship or creature, or whatever it was, had just ripped them away with some type of magnetic or supergravity field. He focused his wrath on that notion, on this thing that had brought death so quickly to several of his friends. Torpedoes away. But they didn't get near the thing, seemed to stop in mid-flight as if they were pressing their noses against an impenetrable barrier, and then just crushed in on themselves and blew apart. "What?" Kip cried, not daring to slow and inspect things further, for he was naked now, without shields. and with a host of enemy ships in pursuit. "I'm hit," Miko cried. Kip turned and turned, dived and spun, trying to find his friend, firing his laser cannons all the while, though he couldn't even slow enough to locate a target. "My drives are down," came Miko's voice. "No power, no power." Then silence. Kip saw another of his squadron, an older X-Wing, disintegrate under a barrage of missiles, and he pointed his nose out of the system and took off at full throttle. He felt the pursuit at his back and worked hard to fix the coordinates so that he could make the jump to light speed. No time for heroics now. Survival was the key, survival to return and report. An X-Wing appeared on his wing, the speedy craft pacing him. "They're right behind," the pilot cried. "Keep it straight and fast," Kip called back, for these strange craft had not shown any ability to outrun them. "But we're the only ones left," the pilot cried. "Steady and straight." And indeed, the enemy fighters couldn't catch them, but that surely did not end the pursuit, for another craft, a roughly oval-shaped rocky vessel, burst open a forward chamber, and a host of half-meter-long black-winged creatures that somewhat resembled armored turf-hoppers poured forth. Kip saw them and saw that they closed easily. "Hyperdrive!" he cried to his new wingman. "No coordinates." "Now!" Kip ordered, and he engaged, and so did the A-Wing. But the A-Wing had a trio of vicious insectoids already on it, secreting a substance that melted through the hull, allowing the creatures to burrow in. Kip lost sight of the A-Wing as the starlight elongated in that momentary freeze of reality that was initial hyperspace, but he understood, somewhere in his subconscious, that the other had not survived the jump, that the engagement of the powerful hyperdrive had blown the damaged A-Wing to pieces. Kip came out of lightspeed almost immediately, fearing he would collide with a planet or zip through a sun. Before he could begin to try and calculate where he was, though, he saw that he too had not escaped unscathed, that he too carried a couple of unwanted passengers. And one was coming through the canopy right at him, wicked pincers chopping excitedly. "Cern Padal?" Han echoed incredulously. "You want me to go to Cern Padal?" "A favor," Lando innocently replied. "Hey, I let you run the belt for free." He stopped as Han frowned, reminding him that bringing up the belt incident might not be a wise thing to do when begging a favor. "It'll take you 2 days," Lando said. "If I have to divert a freighter, I'll be spending more than the payload will bring in." "Then don't sell them the ore," Han reasoned. "Got to," Lando explained. "As long as I keep the outer colonies supplied, the New Republic looks the other way on some of my, how shall I put this, under-the-table operations." "Cost of doing business," Han said with finality, holding up his arms. He looked past Lando then to Leia, who was standing in the hallway, arms crossed over her chest and frowning, a pose that poignantly reminded him that Lando could prove to be a very valuable ally at this time. Lando had the network out here, the contacts they'd need if they wanted to truly understand how the Advisory Council might be connected to the smugglers. Like it or not, Lando Calrissian was a lever that both Luke and Leia desired in the turbulent political arena. "Hey, even though your run didn't go well, and I'll give you another try for free, Jaina got the record, and so did you and Chewie," Lando pleaded. Han smirked, more at his wife than at Lando. "Cern Padal?" he repeated, as if the very notion was preposterous, but in a conciliatory tone. Lando's smile nearly took in his ears, and he started walking again toward the control room. "You'll be back before anyone realizes you're gone," he said. One of the technicians came out of the control room then, carrying a data pad. He spotted Lando and ran to the man, his look somewhat nervous. "Trouble?" Lando asked, taking the printout. "From Kip Duran," the technician explained. Lando looked at the heading and chuckled. "The 12 Avengers," he recited with a snort and a shake of his head, for even Lando, known to be boastful and flashy, recognized that Kip was going a little over the line of pretense here. "What's the problem?" Leia asked, as she and Han moved beside their friend. "Outpost on Belkadon, in the Delandian sector," Lando explained. "Something going on over there." He looked to the technician. "Did you try to raise them?" Nothing coming from that planet but static, the man confirmed. Belkadon? Leia asked. Small planet with a scientific outpost, Lando replied. Just a dozen or so scientists on planet. And what does this mean? She asked, taking the printout. Probably means their transmitter is out, Lando replied. Or maybe there's a solar flare wrecking communications. Probably nothing important. He looked to Han with a wry smile. Since you're going out anyway, he began. Belkadon, Han echoed, more incredulously than he had echoed Cernpadal. Just a few days out of the way, Lando said innocently. I haven't even agreed to go to Cernpadal yet, Han reminded him. Luke and Mara will go to Belkadon, Leia offered. They've been wanting some time alone anyway. Lando nodded, more than satisfied with the offer. His ships were all dedicated to business, and any diversions meant money lost. They all met later on that day, and indeed, Luke and Mara were more than happy to take the excursion to Belkadon, while Han and Chewie would take the Millennium Falcon to Cernpadal with the payload for Lando. Leia begged off going, but suggested strongly that Han take Anakin along for the flight, and even suggested that Han might want to let Anakin take the helm again. He just looked at her helplessly, his expression one of surrender. She was the ultimate mediator, and he had known all along, of course, that she would find a way to sort out the problems between father and son concerning Anakin's wild piloting near Coruscant. The next morning, Han and Chewie went to the Falcon's dock to find the hold thrown wide, with cart after cart being floated inside. And how much of this stuff is illegal? Han asked Lando, who was supervising the loading. All above the table, Lando assured him with a less-than-confirming wink. Chewie howled. Luke's going to want your help out here, Han said. He's got some issues with Kip Duran and his friends, and is going to need some information on some smuggling operations. Lando dipped a low bow. At your service, he said through a glittering smile. Han knew what that meant, and he wasn't exactly sure it was a good thing. They saw Luke across the way then, offering a wave and moving with Mara into the Jade Saber, R2-D2 rolling along behind them. A few minutes later, cleared by the tower, the green-hued ship blasted away, disappearing from sight in a matter of seconds. Quick ship, Lando remarked. You think Luke would give Mara anything less? Han asked. Lando looked up at the empty sky where the Jade Saber had just departed and nodded. The Millennium Falcon took off an hour later for a one-day trip that would prove to be the most harrowing journey of Han Solo's life.